Can't stop us. and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you.
The 2023 season will be a ridiculous year. Call of Duty, the Raleigh Major, starting from an absolute bang.
They ain't ready for you.
It's going to be a wild and crazy year of Call of Duty. I have no idea what to expect. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, HyDra! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Perfect. Absolutely outstanding.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show me.
Dashy again, handling business.
Now you better come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Oh, unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you.
What on earth is going on in this game? That is it! It's going to be done and dusted!
They ain't ready for you.
Good afternoon, you gorgeous gamers. It's time to get fired up because we're heading back down south to Raleigh, North Carolina. It's day 2 of the Call of Duty League, the first major of 2023, and it's coming a little bit early here in December. You got a jam-packed house. The open bracket is rolling with challengers, and speaking of challengers, these rock stars are playing again today for a spot in the bracket tonight. Will we see LAG Academy or Elevate moving forward? We'll talk all about it in the post show. But first, to start the day, we got to celebrate some big wins over in the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. This is the Call of Duty League, and we have a jam-packed show for you. It all starts right now. Welcome to headquarters. It's Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, but most importantly, we got the man. Swag is here. The Warzone legends in the building. Hot off your performance in that Code Bowl. Tell me about this. You're playing with the best servicemen from the US and the UK. How did it all go down?
Nah, it was great, man. You know, I love to see how passionate they are for gaming. You know what I mean? It was so cool. They were so excited. They're more competitive than me. They were locked in. So it was a great environment to be around.
Absolutely.
I want to ask you, Swag, like, you know, the guns are ranked up, the content's been made, you got all the nukes. Warzone competitive, though, it's time to start grinding that. What can we expect for you for the Warzone competitions going forward? Are you going to be playing in them?
Nah, it's great. Like I said, this is the first ever custom tournament they had. So you got to see some of the best players against each other. And going forward, we've already had the kill races. So it's going to be great just to see some new faces on the scene. And I'm excited to see the rest of the year.
Who's the squad?
Oh my gosh. I don't have a question for that yet as far as like
okay, yeah,
so
keep that
don't
close
put me
to
on
the
the spot. Don't put me on the
It's
spot.
going to be a YouTube video.
Yeah,
you got to
yeah.
watch to find out. Can I ask you about this matchup, though? Because going into the final game, it was looking like Air Force or Space Force. We're at the top of the leaderboard. Then the UK Air Force, the Royal Air Force coming out of nowhere, blanking everybody. What happened in that final game?
No, they just great positioning, man. With this game particularly, like it really is all about positioning and just understanding where to rotate to. And they just did a great job. And I mean, they just came out of nowhere and won the game.
Well, speaking of positioning, one of your teammates, Red Ninja Turtle, had an interesting way to position his controller. I knew you were going to be the guy that was like, nah, that is dope. Like when he pulled that out, was he frying?
No, like, so it's one of the craziest phenomenons I've ever seen. Like he holds his controller upside down. He shoots with his pinkies. I've never seen it before. It was so cool though, because he was actually not missing. He was actually accurate.
And I talked to the man. I was like, how did this happen? He's like, listen, I grew up. My mom didn't play video games. She didn't know to correct me. So I've just been doing this. I'm 38 years old now. He's been doing it since he was 12. Epic stuff. And he's right here. Big shout out to Red Ninja Turtle. Go over to my Twitter. Check out his controller. But Swag, I got to ask you about the teams here in the CDL. Because I see this FaZe logo on your shirt. Your pants. Excuse me, Atlanta FaZe. I see it all over the shirt, the pants. It's all over our screens as well. They got a lot of second places. Do we get a first place here in Raleigh, Swag?
I think they do, man. You know, they're so just talented. I mean, like pound for pound, probably, in my opinion, the best COD players. Like just absolute tanks. We played against them, me and the boys, just for fun in a custom match, and I was like, yo, I can't do this. I'm done. You guys are just, you're too good.
Hey, but Biffle was frying, though, in those 1v1s. Were you watching them? Going down?
He's ultra talented, too. Like I said, man, he's like I think he could play in the league. Some people think he couldn't, but I think he could easily play on one of these pro teams.
Taking a look at our bracket, Atlanta FaZe may have to match up against Toronto Ultra. We also see Subliners will play the winner of Texas versus Florida. That's our main stage match to open the day. We had people coming in here 2 hours before this match to grab their seats. do you think OpTic makes it to a Saturday, or is it the Florida Mutineers sending them home?
Wow. You know, I grew up an OpTic fan. I'm gonna just be honest. So I think OpTic's got it. You know, it's just the energy's. You know, it's Scump's last. You know. Last few events last year, so I'm super excited. I'm rooting for them. You know, no offense, Florida, no offense.
You told me you had a good Scump story right before we went live. Do you want to share it with the fans?
Yeah, of course.
Final year, we got to hear it, Swag.
Yeah, no, of course. This is my own personal story. So this is back in 2014, MLG Anaheim. I don't know how many guys were there, or you were definitely playing there during that time. You were definitely announcing it during that time, and I remember we were at the Hilton, you know, the hotel, the bar. I remember being 18 years old, and I was just kind of sitting there like, yo, and my friend tapped me, yo, there's Scump. I started going, oh my God, bro, you know, and I'm so shy. I didn't say anything, but he is such a huge inspiration from the content standpoint, competitive, and just overall the whole community. So that's my own personal story. I was so nervous to even go say, I couldn't even ask for a picture. I couldn't even ask for a picture.
And now you guys can hang out on private jets wherever you want to around the world. Ladies and gentlemen in Raleigh, give it up for my man Swag. We're going to let him go party with you. When we come back, we're breaking down all of the brackets, what's happening in the groups, and what we expect to go down tonight. This is Headquarters.
To the west, where iron defies the sea, the wolf of Westmarch hides its spoils.
Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Started yesterday. 16 teams. We are down to 12 as 4 have already powered through to the bracket. 4 have also left the building. A lot to break down here on Headquarters, so we're going to go fast and furious. Lock in, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Christopher Tunn back to the desk all the way from the UK. Real quick, Code Bull, the title. It's finally coming home. Something went right.
It's about damn time. That's what I want to say. I'm very, very happy to see that. Honestly, it came kind of unexpectedly. I looked over, RAF wins. I'm jumping up and down with the rehearsals. Yeah, we got to take the wins when we get
We're going to party with those boys tonight, and we got a lot to celebrate today, especially if you're a Challengers team, because 2 Challenger squads have been causing upsets. Let's start here with a team that knocked out the London Royal Ravens. LA Guerrillas Academy is still in this thing. Talk me through what we saw from the Academy team, because in the green room, aLLeY, you said maybe this Academy team is better than the main team.
Listen, I did in fact say that, and I will still stand by that statement to this day. I think this LAG Academy team is incredible. Is one of the only Challengers teams heading into this that had a flawless hardpoint and control record. I will echo this throughout this weekend, that the Challengers teams, usually when they took maps off of these pro teams, it was when it came down to search and destroy. That is the opposite story when it comes to LAG Academy. Their search and destroy is still solid, but as we saw it yesterday, they were able to take respawns. I think that's what's going to set them apart moving forward today.
And you look at this final search, Diamond Con dropping huge numbers, and he's been doing it all week long. We talked to iLLeY about it before the show. He said, this has been one of my favorite players to watch in Challengers. And reminder, this is the guy who had to step up for Clayster when Clayster stepped down from the Subliners.
You know, we saw him in that Cold War season. The guy was popping off for his team, comes in. They had a 12-2 round count in the Search and Destroys yesterday versus the one where Ravens. So looking strong.
I think the biggest surprise of the day, though, was Boston Breach coming in with the top 4 seed eliminated. They got sent home, and it was a difficult fight at the end without their star player ton. Owakening feeling ill, but Beans, the legend from Challengers, able to make his debut.
Yeah, it's good for Beans that he got his opportunity on the stage, of course, but for the side of Boston, that's got to sting a little bit. Awakening not being in there, that's a huge, huge side of the roster for them. And of course, you looked at their group that they had, and you arguably got one of the tougher Challengers teams coming through, which was their first loss, obviously, against Elevate. They're losing out against the Vegas Legion with the sub. It's got to sting, and for Boston Breach to be looking for a good bounce back at their own home major in January.
Vegas likes to go to these Game 5s. Can they survive doing it again today, Ann?
I think so. I love what I saw. Even in the Game 5 that they had, they looked pretty good. They won 6-0 in that one, and then the one prior, not as close, but it's against world champs.
We'll keep looking out for that Vegas squad, but also keep your eyes peeled for the squad from the UK. Gizmo, I tweeted him out. My player to watch this week, and I hope he survives another battle, but they had a rough finish to the last night going up against LA Thieves.
Yeah, and things were actually relatively tight, it has to be said.
Yeah.
They were 2-0 up in the control. That puts them 2-1 up. The first hard point was super close, as was map number 4. It's one of those things, though. They came, and they, yes, okay, didn't quite conquer, but they show what they're made up against the LA Thieves.
At the very end, we were talking about this series, Allies, and we said if those hard points were just a few different gunfights, if things went a little bit differently, it could have been a totally different team making it through. But instead, LA Thieves get the W, and these are the 2 players on the other side of that series who still put up monstrous stats against them, Nameless.
Yeah, these guys look disgusting. Also, I thought they were going to do it at the end of that hard point with that crazy setup they had on P1, but I just want to highlight some of the plays that are being made. The play that Gizmo made, the kill where he peeled Nero off the heady inside, like those are just incredible moments. These guys were full of energy, and they got to bring it into today.
Challengers is bringing the heat here in Raleigh. I love to see it, and a shout out to whoever was behind the scenes putting this format together. We got to talk about 4 teams, though, that are also excited about the new format because they're sitting pretty, waiting for their matchup in the bracket. Take a look at this thing and the players who are going to be competing. aLLeY, 4 squads moving through, but I don't think anyone other than Study called the Subliners to be one of them.
No, we did not, and I have to say, it is props across the boards to every single player, but it's funny how I get on Priestahh's back in the following series. He turns it up. I said the squad really needed a superstar. We really needed to see a little bit more out of Preston, and that is what he has been giving us this entire weekend thus far, and solidifying themselves, making it into the bracket with that first seed. I mean, it has been a dominant performance overall for this squad.
And before this, when we were watching him online, we kept saying the Bulldog. Look at what HyDra's doing.
Wow.
Looking at the land numbers, the boy with the AR, Skyz, and Mr. Priestahh, Mr. Do-It-All, is doing it all here, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys are frying. And as you said, the Bulldog, when we talk about KiSMET, the playmaker on this team. We're picking a guy that's making plays into it.
Subliners are a perfect 6-0 here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Another squad that's been looking ultra powerful, hails from Toronto, and Scrappy, he's letting everybody know about it. In fact, he's learning Spanish to let his opponents know in their natural language. He has been my favorite player to watch, but the whole team has been impressive to me because it looks like they're playing on a different level when it comes to the fundamentals stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, it was probably quite a scary game against Poyodrome. You're going against a Challengers team. We know it can be unpredictable, but only just about getting through that in a 3-2 victory. You had to reverse sweep them, but then going to be OpTic Texas 3-0 would have re-established that confidence, I think. They will be feeling super good heading into the bracket play.
And OpTic came in with all that heat. Toronto put them down quickly, in big part to these 2 players.
Yeah, Scrap and Standy, again, like, I'm just so impressed across the board with what both these players have been able to do with the roster given. It was a little bit of a rocky start, and they went down 0-2 to Poyodrome, so they were in a situation where they could not be here, and they could not be in this position if they didn't decide to change gears, and I think they understood the situation they were in, and that will make them a very dangerous threat. We talk about Toronto Ultra franchise, that they were never out of a series. It didn't matter what the situation was, and it looks like they're continuing that into this year.
Keep your eyes on Toronto Ultra, but also if you've been around the CDL CDL, you know to never count out Atlanta FaZe. They were the favorite in Group C. The first matchup way tighter against a challenger team than it was when they met up against Seattle Surge. They put the Surge down with a hot 3-0.
Yeah, you know, we're looking at some of these results, and this is one of the craziest ones. It was the 3-0 up against Surge, a team that gave Atlanta FaZe a ton of problems all last year. That first map tightly contested, 250 to 240. The momentum was rode out into the next two games, though. They had a hotel back-to-back with a 6-3 and a 3-1 victory. I think the most impressive thing about Atlanta FaZe throughout this tournament, though, Puckett, has been their search and destroy. Completely improved. Their worst game mode coming into this event. We saw their first match that they had against a challengers team, lost both hard points, won both searches, and continue that throughout.
There's a look at the final score, and here's a look at your bracket as of right now. Subliners and Thieves at the top waiting for their challengers. It'll be either OpTic or the Mutineers for the Subliners, Seattle or an Academy team for the Guerrillas taking on the Thieves in that one. A little bit later, though, Ultra Minnesota LAG or FaZe Elevate LV. Which is the tougher matchup in the bottom half of the bracket, Nameless?
Oh, it's just tough to call, man. I'm going to go with that Las Vegas side. I got belief in Clay, dude.
There you go. He's calling Vegas early. Here's a look at today's schedule, though, on the Alpha stream. Reminder, you can watch it everywhere, but on the big stage, OpTic Texas, Florida Mutineers, round 3, ding, ding. We've got Ultra versus the Røkkr. You let me know, chat. It's all going down live here in Raleigh, and you can watch it not only here in person, but everywhere you go. You can take it on your phone, your PC, wherever you want to watch it, ton. We're available because we got the command center this time around. Talk me through how people have been watching.
Oh, yeah, the command center is absolutely brilliant. We can see you can go to every single different one of the streams via the Twitch link at twitch.tv/Call of Duty top right corner. You can click on any of those streams you could possibly want to get a hold of. Bucket.
There you go, command center one more time. If you don't have audio, we got you covered in the bar. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. Click that button, click around a little bit, have some fun. Tune into the flank, see how they're using it. It's like Sky Hansen in Red Zone is my man Tommy Papa.
I got all the tabs open right here, Puckett. I got a laptop. Y'all can't see it, but I'm watching A, B, C, and D all day long.
Raleigh, North Carolina, chug that caffeine. When we come back, we're kicking off the first match of the day, and I need your energy. It's OpTic Texas taking on Florida Mutineers. Game 5, round 11. Round 2, let's get it.
Presented by the GMC Hummer EV pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
All right, folks, how y'all doing? It's time to kick off day number 2 and get this major started. And man, we're about to start it the same way we started yesterday. We got a banger matchup coming to the stage, and coming out first, you know them, you love them, looking to build their dynasty big brick by brick is OpTic Texas. Give it up for Dashy, Scump, Shotzzy, and iLLeY. It's OpTic Texas.
Still trying to bounce back. This is a team that has been struggling throughout this title so far, going to a game 5, a round 11 where they're able to get by the stick of their teeth. This team looks decent in search and destroy, but has to get better in respawn. I'm looking at Scump, the guy in his last year to pop off. Let's bring out the other squad.
That mustache, though.
Let's bring him out, right? The mustache look good, Puckett. And we'll see if OpTic can tread just like they did yesterday, because you gotta fear the deep. Here comes Florida. Give it up for Victor
versus OpTic. He can end the beginning of OpTic's tournament run here with the same feat. It is a do or die matchup here for both of these teams. And Blaze, I'm ready to get it started. I know the fans are at home. Let's get it going.
I know you guys are ready in the venue, right? And I know you're ready at home. Let's get the rematch started. Miles, Chance, take it away.
He didn't ask if we're ready, but I can assure you we very much are. Miles and Chance here to take you through what will be a very, very, very stressful series of Call of Duty. Here we go, friends.
I mean, like almost a guarantee at this point. Like 2 round 11s we had in both the S&Ds yesterday. A run it back on so many of the different maps. And all things considered, like OpTic has had their number 6-2 in map count overall, 3-0 in the hard points, but every single map has just been so ridiculously close. I think really the only main adjustments either of these teams made, no hotel control. Texas didn't want to deal with that again after what happened just the other day. And then on the flip side, Embassy, S&D, Florida said no make use, so they're taking it on Fortress instead. So those are the 2 fresh looks. Everything else is a run it back, and we get to see how the players do.
Well, that's the thing. Not an easy thing to do to defeat a team twice in a single tournament. So now OpTic have got to do what many have failed to do in other situations. So for now, it's going to be a tough one. For Florida, I was watching the Challengers matches, the Bravo Stream matches, and out of nowhere, this hand grabbed me. And I was like, what was that? And it was Vical. And he was, Miles, Miles, Miles. I said, what is it, Vical? And he's like, my teammates told me it's okay yesterday. I had the hardest match of my career. First main stage game. I'm up against OpTic Texas. The green wall is screaming at me. They gave him a full pass. It's totally fine to have lost that one, brother. And he said to me today, no matter what, I am winning.
And he is the player to watch as well, because I think like ordinarily for the team, he kind of is that guy. Like he's a playmaker, always in the mix. He has the most bomb plants in the league and has like a 1.13 S&D KD on top of that. So Vical puts in work, but has suffered a little bit, specifically against OpTic. Both him and Havoc in the hard point, they got like a 0.76 and a 0.79. On the flip side, Shotzzy has been frying. I mean, a legit like 1.4 in hard point. He took over in their series yesterday. So if you grabbed your arm, it was correct. If Vical turns it up just a little bit, that quite literally will be the difference maker for this Mutineer squad.
We'll see. Difference makers, we're going to be seeing them. It's not a whole lot between them from the first series. The first go around, 2 round 11s in the search and destroy. It could not have been more tense. That man on screen there, iLLeY, he was the big man when it came to search for OpTic Texas. Can he keep it up today? Not an easy thing to do. The fist bumps are out. It's almost time to get this show on the road. Again, an elimination matchup. The loser goes home.
We will be starting on Greenberg Hotel. Again, about a 40-point difference between these 2 teams the last time that they played. You know they're going to be making the adjustments. You know they've done the review, talked over the specifics, hill to hill. They're aware of each other's habits. Not only for the fact that they played yesterday, but even in the online stages. I mean, these 2 teams are more well acquainted than any other teams in the league.
Well, here we go. The first match to kick off today's proceedings, and what an incredibly important one it is as well. For fans watching at home with bated breath, strap on. This is going to be mad. Into the first hard point we go. Florida Mutineers the first to touch it. We'll find out what happens. Typically what happens we see here on Hotel. But already the kills are abound. P2 on the right-hand side of the map. Watch for that, but so far Vical. He was feeling the pressure yesterday, and so far, so good.
And I'm telling you, man, he is the danger. If he starts to get high, or even Havoc as well, has that like over game potential, but already from the break, not the worst thing in the world for Florida. It looks like they're gonna end up maybe losing a bit of the P1 time, but they flip the spawn straight off the rip, have important gunfights on the back end, on top of the ones actually happening inside of the hill. So OpTic are trying to flip, and that's why guys like Major wrapping back, making sure to lock this rotation down.
Yeah, rotations in this game incredibly important. More disciplined approach to Call of Duty than we've seen in the last year. Major Maniac, one of the players we will be keeping a firm eye on in this series. Vical now, the man on the outside, full of excitement for sure. Oh, wow. Now on the flanks, now picking up these players, trying to get the break. iLLeY on the outside, nice shots. Hard point in the hands of the Mutineers for now, but OpTic, they've got all angles covered. Here comes the counterattack.
Yeah, and you see iLLeY winning that gunfight in the back, actually gets the squad spawns for his teammates, so at least one of them. I don't know if Florida gonna read it, and look at the window shots coming through. That's a nerdy little angle, only enough to do damage though, not actually to take Brack down, so in the meantime, Florida trying to stay alive in the point, but iLLeY wins the gunfight, gets his team the back spawns, and they get the clean break.
Clean break there. OpTic Texas now in control of the hard point. Mutineers, though, just on the outside. Major Maniac trying to find his way in. Shotzzy's up next, can't get it. Mutineers right back in it. Scump, the only man here to contest, and he's brought down as well. Breaks on breaks. Florida with a hard point.
Yeah, absolutely being there by Pickle and a couple of random errant players, like one spawns in the back, the other spawn out over towards Plat. So Dashy's gonna fall, able to call out, hey, there's 2 at ult. So that means at the new hill on this rotation, 3 versus 2 for OpTic. Shotzzy, the front man, he's gonna get dropped, but the trades are in. Scump delivers, and OpTic clean on the rotation. Down by 20. Let's see what they can cook up in kitchen.
Very clean and sanitary kitchen. The board will be happy there. Scump moves forward in the restaurant to push the front line forward. Brack's on the outside here, I think, waiting for the timing. Doesn't get it. Big win out of Scumpy. A lot of time to be garnered here for OpTic Texas.
He's able to get back in the mix as well, right? His teammate for the backup to pour the pressure on. Now he gets the side door. That's his responsibility. The door pushes here for Florida. Here's the hit.
Yep, time and time again, we're going to see these different approaches now from the inside. Shotzzy with the first. Oh, it's a clean sweep. All down, Mutineers. OpTic Texas keep the time going.
And just such a lovely little moment for Scump, right? Wins the rotation, gets a clean 3-3, swings everything over, and is just able to orchestrate to his teammates. So they know where to look. His streak does get shut down, but this is just like bonus time for OpTic to play with on this rotation. So much of that scrap time is completely free. They can afford to be patient. Guys like Dashy all the way in the back, well, doesn't win the gunfight, but at least he can take his time.
Time, the one thing that OpTic Texas have got going for them right now. Kills department relatively even between both squads. Full spree though for Shotzzy. See how that develops. He's eating all sorts of bad being thrown at right now. Mutineers holding the point. OpTic waiting for that prime moment to dive towards the bar. Make the back line. 5 spree now for Shotzzy. Starting to heat up. Havoc round the corner. Ends the spree. Hard point open for now. The Mutineers numbers are starting to dwindle.
Oh, about that like sort of open contest time though. You're trying to flood through the front if you're Florida. You're trying to kill them on the cross if you're Scumping. Able to get the first. And trophies there down for Florida. So this is just straight up 50-50 battle on the hill.
They're in, and Mutineers flying forward. 2 on the right-hand side now. Vehicle and Brack trying to get in. Brack the last man up now. Dashy with the pressure. Oh my word, the timing, the big win. As Dashy retains the hard point now for OpTic Texas. Pressure's on. Havoc with the dive, trying to stay alive, and good work out of OpTic Texas, making the best of a bad situation.
That is back-to-back fantastic goals from OpTic, battling out and making things scrappy when they need to. Obviously, from the near-perfect full 60 they had on kitchen. But towards the restaurant, you see Major Maniac is catching players on the deep rotation, forcing OpTic to flood through the front, but this is a 4v3 on the hill for OpTic.
It is now. Only down. Trades there. Brack put in the work. Solid tags and iLLeY to back him up. Another for Brack. Wow. A brick wall of defense from Brack. No one's getting in there. Mutineers still locking it down. OpTic with one way into the hard point for now. They are pinned. A bit of trouble. Shotzzy opens a lane. iLLeY with a pinch. Here comes the hit from OpTic.
I mean, moments like that, Brack is good enough to be a gym leader. That was a 3v4 hold where they just gun them down relentlessly. A 4-5 spree right there from Brack, and just like that, one good hill, and Florida are right back in this game.
Shotzzy managing to get his way in. Scump wins another fight, but that's still a lot of time going the way of the Mutineers. Brack, the man of the moment. Oh, 5 spree. Shotzzy ends it, but good teamwork either way. The Mutineers keeping this one very close indeed. 29-ish points separating the squad. They're going to get the scrap. Looking towards rotation. Far south side of the map. It's a long journey.
And what an interesting battle, too. Everybody at the top left-hand side of the minimap. No one's actually roaming towards the hard point right now. Looking for the back spawns and looking for the angles to kill the players out of the hill. But look at just OpTic have the pressure. They have completely stabbed the back, so Florida finding it impossible to get through. You had Scump off, respawn able to go towards the hill, and that is just handling the pressure on the map. OpTic Texas getting it done.
A big win from iLLeY. Time now going the way of OpTic Texas. They pinned the Mutineers in kitchen. They did not let them out. 35 seconds remaining here on this patio area above the parking lot. Some call it glass. We call it a big old hard point. 30 seconds that we had here for OpTic Texas, and they're holding firm.
And such good trust, too. There's a player running underneath Scump, but he knew iLLeY had his back, so Scump just has to look one direction. Zach 56 or Vastnet for Scump, it does not matter, and even more so that his teammates are getting all of the kills. Last one alive is in couches, but hey, that just means scrap time towards OpTic, and they've honestly had a pretty comfortable game. Outside of that restaurant hill, everything has been close to flawless.
Yep, OpTic looking very solid so far. A very commanding lead here as we go now to our second set of hard points, right back to the smack bang in the middle here of the Greenberg Hotel. Back into the atrium. Time's up. Florida Mutineers in that one. Now, not a whole lot separating the two teams on the first go-around chance. Towards the middle of the hard points, that's where OpTic got things going.
And Shotzzy's over here winning the gunfights just to flip the spawns long-term. Meanwhile, iLLeY actually inside of the hard point, winning more gunfights to try to collect in time. And it looks like the swarm on hill is good. Florida at least able to get those OpTic players out, but obviously this is a difficult time for a hill to accrue a lot of time on. And I think OpTic maybe actually really trying to force it through to P2 and maybe accepting the P1 time to go away, but this is a lot of time to just be giving away.
Yeah, they've got P2 control though now for OpTic Texas. The game plan was for the long haul. A lot of time given up still, 15 seconds remaining on P1. Dashy locking down one side of the map, trying to keep those members of Florida Mutineers pinned on in. 3 clean kills. You've opened up the hard point. Watch for the spawns. The next Mutineers now have to make a very long journey towards P2.
That's so patient for Major as well, so Shotzzy's gonna have to deal with 3. The trade not instant, and this is where Shotzzy really gets to dance.
Starts in! He's found himself 3 in a row. Here comes Brack. Oh, Vico though, the teamwork there from the Mutineers. Now, pressure on towards the hard point. Lobby's up next. Dashy, Irons at the ready. Major Maniac on the outside, diving in. It's a kill from Major. Dashy's still in the corner there. The contest is going to be there for a brief moment. OpTic still finding the kills, but this play is far from over. Mutineers with the break.
And I'm telling you, man, that's one of those moments on the P1 hill where OpTic put all those pressure on the rotation of P2, and now they're getting the part where they're shooting each other. So Florida got handed a bit of P1 time. Now they got the break on P2, and if they can hold this down, which iLLeY is not intent on letting happening, maybe the comeback could have get in. Instead, it is a tack versus a Vastnev. You know iLLeY's taking him down.
That's that patient play we're seeing a lot of here. Not so patient play out of Havoc and Brack. Another that 10 seconds go, and a Shotzzy. Wow, another one from Brack. His gun's been hot. So far, 19 and 12 for the newcomer.
In a perfect kitchen last time, and it was Scump that opened things up with a big 3 to set this up. But for Florida, this is the name of the game. If you give up the full 60, well, that's GG. You have to find a way to get through.
Shotzzy finds himself a corner. Major Maniac should be able to pick that one up. Into the kitchen we now go. OpTic Texas first in. Shotzzy having a whale of a game so far at 25 and 18. Now, peek up on those doors, shoulder to shoulder, wait for the play. Here we go in the kitchen, and so far Florida, they banged the door right open. They may have done it. 1 man left. Shotzzy's all there, and Florida Mutineers are in.
Absolutely beautiful, no hesitation on that play call, and Shotzzy in the middle of trying to fly. It's a trophy that takes him down, but OpTic trying to be quick on the resurgence. Same thing, trying to hit through these doorways, but Major locks it down. And maybe one more man to fall, he gets traded out, and that's the hill that Florida needed to get back in this game. That's a gunfight for this scrap, and we will be very close to tied up going into new.
Brack's the man to watch right now on rotation over towards the bar side. OpTic Texas, they've still got the lead, but not for too much longer. Mutineers, they are hot on their heels.
And I got you a Shotzzy maybe going on a flank. He's got bedroom control maybe to fight for. Havoc, I think, waiting for his moment to pounce, but Shotzzy took the round. He gets red, and this is so much map coverage that OpTic has on bar.
Firm control of the bedroom side of the map now for OpTic Texas. They've got all eyes on. If you can keep the Mutineers pinned in the middle of the map, this is done. There is now 20 seconds for the win.
And there we go. Trophy's out and bound. iLLeY knows one direction to look. Snake him if you got to. Get the tags in if you need it. But Florida there. The break just like that. All that coverage just got broken down.
Florida with a break now. Florida with 30 seconds to get on this hard point. Can they find it? Scumpy popping the deady. Looking to make something happen here for the green wall. Waiting patiently, time still ticking, 20 remaining on the point, looking to get that map control once again.
And you gotta win these fights, but Major able to win the first and the trade not in. So that is a hill where OpTic gets so much control just to fade away. But back in the restaurant, all those green arrows, they're set up around it. This is a snaky hill. OpTic get control first. This is for the game.
This is it to take map number 1. Relatively even going into it. A single break's all you're really going to need, but OpTic now in the driver's seat. 10 seconds for the win. Here we go. Mutineers now making their way forward. Scumpy, the first man up, lines them up. Vico takes him down. Numbers there. Can they get towards the point? Time's ticking. No one close. Nobody close. There's nothing. A single second may have determined it. But OpTic Texas take map number 1.
As is tradition in this head-to-head, OpTic has been dominant in the hard points. Now 4-0 against Florida. Maybe Scump looking for that next chip.
Well, once he pops, he just won't stop. They take the lead here, and I tell you what, a very close one. 236 is no score to be sniffed at, chance.
And I mean, honestly, just statistically, I mean, Shotzzy, typical 4K damage, 33 kills, 23 non-traded. He has more non-traded than every single player on Florida had straight up kills, right? So that's what we saw yesterday from Shotzzy going against Florida. Absolutely dominant. He has not slowed down a single bit. And even some of the plays OpTic wasn't always getting the best use out of, but you see like the pressure he creates on the map. Shotzzy, an absolute menace there on Hotel.
Incredible stuff. Well, map 1 is done. We have a replay of the final rotation. This was the game-winning moment here for OpTic Texas. Not necessarily the kills on the last hard point, but controlling the new one.
It straight up is Shotzzy, right? He's winning the gunfight on Major Maniac towards the back, and as soon as he does it, he's like, well, the flank is secure. I can go right back towards the hill. Everybody's going to have to flood either through front or this side door, and you're going to have Scump calling out at least 2. Shotzzy's the man that swings right in, pieces him up, gets the guarantee, and just adding more kills to his collection.
And again, you get a man on point, you get the contest, but you saw there, Shotzzy had it covered. Good work from OpTic Texas playing the long game. They secure map number 1 in an incredibly important series. Now, over to Mercado, Las Almas. Search and destroy, map 2.
And a nail biter of a map 2, I think we are expecting it to be. Obviously around 11 yesterday, but interesting things to pay attention to. It was around 11, and Havoc dropped 15 kills. Woo! So he's absolutely putting on a show on this map, and it is still a nail biter. Obviously, the snipes have been ever present. I mean, iLLeY's been trying to get good work on every single map. Mercado may be one of like the slower sniper maps to get a great deal of production, but when iLLeY's on with it, he's absolutely on, and I think maybe it'll be Brack trying to contend with him.
OpTic didn't want to play iLLeY, and as far as the Mutineers were concerned, eMBaZy was their ban there for Search and Destroy. So to Mercado we now go. This is going to be a fun one indeed. Yeah, and it comes to snipes. Last moments now for the coaches to get some words out. And a team that has had its fair share of ups and downs in Search and Destroy, Chance.
And, you know, even just for the S&D, if you want to think long-term, all the way potentially that map number 5, Al-Bagr Fortress, a completely fresh look on the side of the Florida Mutineers. But the only other switch-up in the series is going to be that control. And I think that's just an interesting one, because Texas was happy to make the adjustment to get rid of the hotel and let LSCO go through. But funnily enough, Florida, that just seemed like one of their better control maps. So I think this might be the name of the game. Of Florida, I know the hard points against OpTic have not gone well, even when they're close maps. And obviously, OpTic are happy in the downtime. But Florida is that dangerous 2-3-5 team. I think the 3 looks good for them, the 5 unknown. They still have to make sure they secure it on Mercado as well, because OpTic obviously a very lethal threat in S&D.
Yeah, no free maps whatsoever in this series. It's going to be an absolute nail-biter. If you watched yesterday's games, you know it was close indeed, but spicy indeed. Speaking of yesterday's games, we can actually look at what the score looked like in the first time these two teams met up in the group, and yeah, it was a very scary series to start the day. An unexpected one, Chance, for the OpTic fans.
Well, I mean, maybe expect it like that. They're getting used to the fear at this point, I think. They've made the adjustment. They know what they're getting in towards the day. But again, Mercado, there's the 6-5 you want to see. The hotel was super close. That's why OpTic made the adjustment away from hotel there. But it's the hotel for the hard point and the hard point for the Mercado as well, that it's a run it back. And I mean, yesterday, Florida was a little bit worse form, so if anything, they started making improvements. So Florida a little bit scarier. I know Vickle, a little bit better performance in the hard point. Instead of the 0.7, him and Havoc are bringing to the table, they jumped up to about a 0.9. So they're getting a little bit closer. The question is for OpTic, at least when it comes to that Mercado S&D, can they make those adjustments as well? And I mean, more or less, just figure out how to play around Havoc.
Yeah, Havoc is a historically brilliant Search and Destroy player, a difficult player to deal with, the original Route Man. I mean, Route Man gets paid, and in this game, I mean, Route Man not only gets paid, but Route Man basically feeds the whole team and keeps the roof over their heads.
Loading in for this map number 2, and even just to talk about Havoc and like the value that he gets out of the map, he's always maximizing. Like when Brack is sniping over mid, it is to allow Havoc to take those routes through the middle of the map and constantly making plays and constantly giving that direction. Again, Vehicle, those bomb plants currently in the league, including when he's playing against OpTic, he is getting the bomb down constantly, and he has a high KD to back it up. So Florida, we already know, incredibly dangerous threat, but they're on defense first. It's OpTic roaming this bomb towards the A site.
Here we go on map number 2. Opening nades, don't find any hits, no tags, no nothing, but iLLeY does. First blood going his way.
Gotta check it, gotta check it. Shotzzy guns him. Vastnev there. First 2 kills already in. There's the third. We're 15 seconds in just about, and Brack already in a 1 versus 4.
Yikes, he nearly got taken out there. A big old bullet from iLLeY in the MCPR. Shoots by his head, comes Shotzzy, the 1v1 in the middle of the map. He's prone, he's in position. And a very clean round from OpTic.
And, you know, the S&D strategy in this game is very strange because round to round, it's always going to be a different experience. If you don't have the trophies round one, you can't exactly just bully through A because the pre-nades are going to be there. It's tougher to make plays until the dead silence comes through. So I'd say OpTic just took full advantage of that. They shut down the middle of the map. iLLeY locked it down with the sniper, and you had OpTic making plays off of that to get Shotzzy in position. So very simple stuff and sort of a round that's unique to just being round one, but OpTic Texas, play it perfectly. Clean 4-man sweep.
Not a freebie by any stretch of the imagination. Good stuff there of OpTic Texas. Now we're going to see how the Mutineers rebound on defense. That's exactly it. Trophies come into play straight away. They eat all those lethals.
And of course, if they're getting the trophies because they're getting some of the kills, you see how much slower Florida actually has to play this off the jump. So Scump already in prime position.
He's waiting. A patient man, having a major manic now towards the top side. Shotzzy's popped dead silence, and he is going on a world tour, and the timing on this could be incredible. If he manages to get going, he better get going fast. One, that lines him up. The second heavily tagged. Havoc immediately retreats. Smooth moves.
And funnily enough, Brack doesn't go for the kill. Brack actually just goes to his teammates to help out, so he dips through the middle of the map, and now you actually Dashy in the back. They are trying to hunt him down.
Perfect teamwork now. Florida is trying to hold it now. A big win. Dashy still holding the line. Managed to get at least one out of this. Oh, and he spots an ankle or two. Slow things down, 2v1. Here come the Mutineers. They're throwing shoulders. Havoc must have seen him. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Surely not. No, the Mutineers seal the round.
And what a heads-up play call right there from Brack, right? I'm thinking Shotzzy's on the flank. Brack probably just wants to look for that kill as quick as he can, but I think if Brack doesn't have the dead silence, if he tries to play too aggressive, Shotzzy's probably just going to hear him and has the right gun for the job, so Brack just runs straight to his teammates through the middle of the map, and they're at least attempting initially to isolate Dashy, and it turns into good reads, reading Shotzzy on the flank after the fact, so that is high-level stuff there from Brack for the bounce-back round, and I think if iLLeY was able to get the snipe round one, Brack might be looking for the counter in round three.
There he goes. He won't see anything. That, of course, wall will block his view. It's over to B now for OpTic Texas. First time we've seen them try this here on Mercado Las Almas today. Yeah, oh, hello, Brack. No photos, please. Shotzzy not having any of it whatsoever, but they're inside the B-bomb site, and their presence is certainly known. Here comes the counterattack.
And they've been gifted complete control as well. Players doubled up in 10. I mean, right now, Florida's kind of put themselves in an interesting spot. Not fun to have to retake this. You got to find the pick, and you want to rip the guy out of top 10. So Major and Brack, they'll both be looking for that, but OpTic, they don't have to give up anything.
Don't have to give a single thing. Dashy peeks it. He's feeling bold. He wins the fight as well. So first blood there for Dashy. And the counters now. There's an opening. Scump's in there. Numbers dwindling, and that's the round!
Well, just like that, as good as it gets, you get the full setup. You talk it over before the match of what is the dream situation. Everybody in 10. As soon as the players start coming through, you see the idea. They know if Brack's going to be sniping, someone's standing in the middle of the map, staring at top 10. I think the Scump that flies out for the free kill towards the middle of the map. iLLeY getting the call-outs from his teammates, and just Dashy beaming Nature Maniac for that first blood. I don't know if we're going to see Florida Mutineers completely give up that bomb site again.
Again, yeah, you don't have anyone towards B, no information passed over. OpTic takes full advantage of that one. Here we go. Havoc, that's trouble. Whoa, nearly feeling himself on the second shot as well.
Major though, able to at least trade things out, so it's not ideal from Florida, but they're making up for it. Shotzzy hits the full set, he gets the help, and Scump at least gets two. Sets us up, iLLeY, S&D Wizard versus Brack. And I think what? Both have a sniper in hand, both have the back pocket gun. They have options.
It could be a snipe off. Here comes the corner peek, and iLLeY's doing it with the right ball. Oh, he misses! A loud shot rings out across Mercado, and now Brack's going to get the plant. It's still a 1v1. iLLeY, corner! Uh-oh! There's a little bit of extra love. Surely won't phase the Mutineers players. They've been here before, but a very comfortable 1v1 win for iLLeY.
We cut away from the camera, by the way. He sat there for an extra few seconds just to make things clear. I mean, well played by Brack, all things considered, but I just don't know if he was expecting iLLeY to have the vast nev, and this is one of the big things. We talk about Brack sniping over, Havoc getting use out of the middle of the map. iLLeY completely shuts it down, clutches the 1v1. And that's the Pope right there. I think Brack heard him moving because iLLeY only had the trophy, but he gets caught, and iLLeY, that is why he gets paid.
Oh, not the free cam as well, observers. Relentless. 3-1 though. Nades up. To cook him. Brack's gonna hear it for sure. And they probably heard that as well.
Brack's by himself though, and this is 4 players to deal with. If he can get 1, he's happy.
Here they come. iLLeY's in first. 2! Wait a minute, Brack! Dashy's gonna be there to find the kill. Scump's through the back alley, but Major Maniac's here. Here come the reinforcements. Mutineers immediately back on towards the site, 2v3.
Yeah, Major Maniac sees it all, sees it absolutely all, calls out that Scump's gonna be off to the right, and they know Dashy's up top. Dashy for the 1v3, and Major, he ain't making no mistakes there. It is the swarm, it is the kill, and that is job delivered. I mean, Brack, again, he is fighting off 4 of those players. If he gets 1 and gets traded, he's happy. He got 2, he's over the moon. A nice little bounce back moment for him after failing in that 1 versus 1. Clutches up for the team in the very next round, keeping things close.
Everybody knows that when you sprinkle a little bit of extra love onto a fallen opponent, it comes back to get you some way.
Karma might be out of the league, but he's always with us.
Hope you're well, Dave. Here we go. OpTic Texas still up by 1.
And same as Brack, by the way, potentially that last round. It is Dashy left alone towards the B site. A little bit of noise getting made. So this is the man that has the pressure on.
Okay, you get the hit marker at the very least. Now if you're Dashy, you're back on up. 2-2 split here for OpTic Texas on defense. They don't know quite yet that the entire Mutineers squad is here. You're going to see that movement. OpTic had their go on this bomb site before. Will the Mutineers be able to do it as perfectly?
Well, Mutineers, ooh, maybe that's the moment to actually try to get the bomb down to iLLeY. At least gets that first blood.
Oh, no.
So situation is so much different now, and Shotzzy knows nobody's on site. You already have the extra man available for OpTic. You can afford to give up this bomb plan. Just keep playing for picks.
You know they're trapped up there. Okay, so now the movement. Big play moment here for the Mutineers to try to get their way across map. That's where Shotzzy's going to come to play in a minute, but Dashy wins a fight. You've trapped the Mutineers in on the B-bomb site. It's a 4v2.
This is just a hopeless situation. Everybody's just going to be throwing shoulders. Havoc can hear these players in this dark L, but you got to try to kill 2 of them. Easier said than done.
Here comes 1. Oh, a little bit of slightly nervous gunfire from Havoc. Fired his shot a little too early. Shotzzy's managed to make his way in. You give him the time, he'll do it. But wait a minute, Havoc's out. Trades are there. OpTic win the round.
Just nothing he can do, and iLLeY, a smile on his face. I like the plays from Dashy as well. That stun grenade that he hits, honestly, slows Florida down just enough that everybody on OpTic can get back into position, hold their L trigger, and as soon as iLLeY gets that first blood, and the bomb hasn't even gone down yet, well, that just puts all of the pressure on Florida to make the play.
Major difference there. OpTic Texas get on the B-bomb site, get that bomb down ASAP. Mutineers dither a little bit, they waste some time. Immediately, though, the bounce back from OpTic Texas there. 4-2. It's 1st to 6 here in Search and Destroy.
We'll see if Florida try to go through mid. It looks like they're not going to dance with the devil on this one, so no freebies there for the first blood. But that means the middle of the map goes to Shotzzy. I think Havoc, happy for it. Free first blood. Very early in the round, and OpTic, I think, yeah, there's no way you're getting through this house. Find a different plan of attack, and B, they'll go, and I think Brack will just play this like Dashy. Just spot out the information. As soon as he spots them, just run away. Take the intel and wait for your teammates.
3 defending members of the Mutineers still backed on up. Brack, he will see them first. And Dashy, here he comes. Wow, what a win from Dashy. That's huge. B-bomb site now open.
And honestly, just not a good angle to take that from, and you see exactly why. So 3 versus 3, and iLLeY spots out all the players on the cross. Oh! He's got the intel, he's got the gunny, and now Havoc has to be in a 1v3. And he's got the dead silence, so he can take the route, but by the time he gets there, this is just going to look hopeless to try and clutch.
He has 25 seconds. Both his lethal and tactical to work with. There's the bomb plant. He's taken a long route. He's very noisy. Scump knows he's there. It's a win from Havoc. Out like a light. About 50% of the way towards his dead silence.
Yeah, not a good start. But you see Dashy and iLLeY, they're like, hey man, if there's 2 windows up here, let's just stay. I'll watch your back, you watch the front, and give them nothing to work with.
Give him nothing. Watch out. Here comes the lethal. Checking corners. He's got no idea both those players are in the site. He's running out of time. Havoc has got to make a move. iLLeY's now repositioned. He's out. That's the insurance policy. Dashy can check that in a few moments. That's a big win. iLLeY knows it is nearly impossible. Now it is done. Havoc might be able to get the kill, and he will. But the round goes to OpTic Texas. Map point.
And just to clean, that entire thing quite literally does come down to, you've done the hard work if you're Florida. You get the first blood, but then Brack doesn't play it like Dashy does. He plays for the gunfight, and Dashy, as soon as he guns them down, I mean, 3 versus 3, you lost the site control. Now Florida forced to try to scurry their way back in OpTic, just picking them apart, letting their opponents make the mistake. And right now, 5-2 lead for OpTic. It has been efficient on Mercado.
Yeah, incredibly strong work, and it's this man, it's iLLeY. 7-3 so far.
Weak hops, though.
Weak hops, man. Can't all be perfect, can they? Brack playing from a slight off angle here, watching mid, but over towards the B site we've already gone, and will the Mutineers get the bomb down this time?
And it's funny, by the way, iLLeY, the awkwardness on the timing that he had from the start, he couldn't actually watch this cross, so this will be a bomb plant. And it looks like the bomb planter vehicle, he's able to get away straight up 4v4.
This is a great spot to be in for iLLeY now. He's prone in the middle of the street, starting to check it. Major Maniac comes out. He might take the bait here. You've already got Shotzzy on the flank.
And Shotzzy the one making the play. Shotzzy's making noise as well, so OpTic, they gotta converge.
Oh, it's a big win from Brack on the flank. Dashy opens up one on the front. Trophies are out. Scumpy's managed to take control of the full courtyard. Now you've got numbers. 20 seconds to go, though. Dashy might try to jump this, and there we go. Havoc, if he's on it, beautiful timing. The audio cues are there. 3v1. It's all on a Scump. It's done.
Absolutely picks him apart. Good Lord, Florida, that instant bounce back. Havoc in here. I mean, Dashy's the trophy player making all sorts of noise, and that time for Mutineers, no mistakes made. I think that was the idea from OpTic for the setup of let iLLeY look down middle map with the snipe and then reposition. You see the angle he had to watch the cross, but a little bit awkward. By the time he got there, Florida already passed, and Brack this time completely shuts the flank down. Easy reads, easy gunfight win, and now for Havoc, keep in mind the round before this, where he gets the 3 kills, there was never a moment where he could really win the round, but now he's a kill away from a streak. So even for that 1v3, Havoc has been putting in work for potential long-term gains. Now he's looking for a first blood.
Major Maniac opens up proceedings now. Close range engagements here by the Cantina. The concussion's going to slow things down. Scump's looking for the angle. We catch Havoc out. Beautiful shots, ends the spree. Now looking for his second. Scumpy up top, Vehicle there. The youngster gets involved in the fight ASAP. Dashy knows he's made it towards mid. No shots fired, but Major finds another. 3v1, it's all on Big Bruce.
Dude, another round. Florida just picking them apart. Dashy, though, I mean, obviously a menace. You know the clutch potential is there, but just the shoulders being thrown so small. Nobody for Florida giving him anything.
You give him any more than that, though, and Dashy's going to get these kills. That's what I'm worried about. That's a big one. It's a 1v2, and he may be pinned down, but Brack is taking his sweet time in getting towards his position.
And he's got the dead if he goes all the way around. I don't know if Brack's going to be here, if the timing goes his way, or if the snake's too on point, and Dashy couldn't quite see him. So Florida take care of business. No streak for Havoc, but that 5-2 lead cut down to 5-4. I'd say for Florida, I mean, even getting the first blood, they've been pretty on point. Maybe just the one round they've had where they throw away the 4 versus 3. Outside of that, Mutineers, dangerous as always. And again, Brack had that 1v1, loses against iLLeY. Next round takes over. Brack had that moment where he drops the ball a little bit when he's over by 10. Well, now he's on a 4 spree, so fighting his way back, and it looks like for Florida, towards B they go, but here's the spot.
Dashy, excuse me, sir, thank you. Get out of the way. You're on the cross. Spots 2. Dashy should be able to spring to life now. Any more reinforcements, they're going to be in trouble. Here comes the hit. Big Bruce gets 1. Traded out immediately. Bomb site now in control of Florida Mutineers.
And another flank from Shotzzy. And again, it's him versus Brack to make these reads. We've seen this gunfight in the past, and Brack there to take him down. So he's had Shotzy's number on the flank. iLLeY, Frang. I mean, if anyone's like peeking, it's going to be for a half second.
Scumpy with the dead silence forward. He goes. Here comes the aggression. They're in. Major Maniac running for it. Havoc manages to pick up the bait. iLLeY now with the run forward, and then we're all tied up. Mutineers have done it round by round. They are getting there. It is now round 11. History repeating itself again.
Here we go. I mean, a 5-2 lead. It was all smiles for a while, but guess who's feeling that momentum now?
That lady is certainly feeling the pressure. Here we go. A Mutineers fan for sure. Round 11. One last run through here on Mercado Las Almas. Let's get it.
And OpTic could be on the attack. Looks like a pretty heavy A hit down the line. Trophies are protected from nades, and I think Florida maybe no trophy, so they need to back away from this pressure. So you get all the control of this building. Can you make use of it?
Shotzzy didn't see anyone over by planters. He's letting the gunfire rattle out. And the stun check doesn't catch Major Maniac's ankle. So for now, zero sum of information. Worried though. You see how careful Shotzzy's being. This is fantastic work on offense already.
Just clearing everything out, but you can't go for the bomb plant just yet. You gotta find the pick. Shotzzy waiting to make his move.
He's still waiting. He's making a lot of noise, and in a second, it might cost him. The patience of Major Maniac right now is astounding.
Major has to. He's
Here
heard
he
all
goes.
this. He's heard Shotzzy jumping around.
Here he
and
goes.
Major gets the guy out bomb. That's bomb down 4v3.
Bomb down, tags in. Havoc's been beat up, but he's not dead yet. Making the move now towards the outside. Major Maniac holding it down. Shotzzy knows he's there. Can he find him in time? He does, and oh my god! The trade's there though, 2v3. Dashy now springing to life. The bomb does get planted.
And that's it, 2v3. You got at least like sight control. You got iLLeY pushed out one side. Dashy's got to watch the other two, but the stun gives the intel to iLLeY, but they're not dealing with him. They're trying to go through mid.
They're flying through mid. Here comes the hit now. iLLeY's got eyes on. Spots one, spots two. Information there. Vika with a little bit of damage. Dashy's still upstairs, able to make something happen here. The pinch is on. Here comes the final moments. iLLeY's got to go big and win this fight. Brack again, and it's done! We have witnessed the breakdown. The Florida Mutineers clutch it up in round 11. And oh my good Gideon. We got a series on our hands now, Chance.
I mean, a 5-2 lead. You're thinking OpTic are looking dominant. And round after round, man, Florida delivered. And I mean, you just expect it at this point in the S&D. Major Maniac is just so icy in those moments. He knows Shotzzy's dancing around. He's not giving away anything. He's like, okay, things have settled a little bit. Let me go check on that bomb, kill Scump off of it, even delivers for the second one. Don't know how he wins that gunfight. It's absurd, but Major Maniac gets it done in the final round. Havoc and Brack putting in ridiculous work just to get them there towards that round 11. And again, I mean, hey, it's the third one these guys have had in a row. Back-to-back on Mercado, at least for the side of Florida. And I mean, again, we could talk about how dangerous they are nonstop. It's maps like this why they just prove it consistently to be true.
Wow, what an incredibly spicy search and destroy. Map number 3 is on its way in a moment. aBeZy control. We did not see this in the first go around when these two teams played yesterday. It was, of course, Hotel. Very, very close match there for OpTic Texas coming out on top there, but now a slightly different look. Will this adjustment pay off for the Mutineers? We'll see in just a moment. For now, ladies and gentlemen, though, a quick break so that you and we and everyone here in Raleigh can compose ourselves. When we come back after this, it's Control on aBeZy.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
We go! Map number 3. It's a spicy one indeed between OpTic Texas and the Florida Mutineers. It's a run back from yesterday. Things, I mean, look, kind of looking the same chance, sort of the same script. We've changed a few parts here or there. Will the third act be the same, though?
I mean, well, the only thing that's really different is like the hardpoint score got a little bit closer. Florida looked a little bit better. But now the first true change that we have, aLLeY for map number 3. And it has to be said, I think generically, I definitely favor OpTic for the respawns, the aLLeY. I like it for Florida. 2-1 record on the map. It is very much like a control map about like those moments of like the A zone, a little bit easier to capture. Doesn't happen every time, but you get it a lot of the time. And it's can you get those 3 and 4-man wipes over towards B and find those moments where you can stack? Because I know Florida has had quite a few rounds where things are looking dire and they just create that magic. Almost like when you're down 5-2 in S&D and it's looking dire and they just create that magic and clutch up. So I'm expecting this to be absolutely a slugfest.
Yeah, Florida break you down. You don't necessarily break down. That's the difference. Over now to control we go. A very different look from our first series go around. We'll see if that reflects in the scoreline. This is an elimination matchup. Loser of this series goes home.
Florida will be on the attack first. Brack, actually, maybe all of them leaning towards the B zone straight off the rip. So interesting stuff. No trophies out. You see where the nades are connecting to maybe deal with potential AR. Nobody's home, and Havoc gets caught. So much noise being made in OpTic. They're not playing any games over towards B. Look at those arrows. They swarmed over here on defense and completely shut this break down.
Beagle, the break is not quite done. 1 minute remaining here in the round. Beagle is dancing around. He's oscillated over towards the A side of the map. That's where the zone is here. We'll see if his boys can get there in time.
And they cannot. They are getting chopped down along the way. Shotzzy ended up in their spawn, so Beagle has been completely left by himself, and nobody else on his team is getting a single kill, but maybe there's the opener over towards the A zone. Beagle maybe with another one-on-one gunfight to win, but he's delivering. The Spaniard's showing up. He just needs his teammates to get out of the spawn to come and help him.
Takes a little bit of damage from the trophy. One segment done, though. iLLeY's going to remove the trophy. And removes Beagle as well. Still pressure there on the point. The capture still continuing. Havoc now pushing the front line forward. Nice kills. Crack as well in the feed. Now for the top side. You've still got second segment done. The capture is still going.
Yeah, good trade throw there from OpTic, and maybe the trades are actually going to fall short. Those final two players get wiped, and you see OpTic already roaming back over towards this B zone, but not a lot of map control they have, and this is one of those moments. All Florida looking for is a 3 or 4 man wipe, and they can make something happen, but that is not the start they were looking for. iLLeY gets more or less that first blood.
Great play out of Vehcle again. That A zone capture, he started it, and they helped finish it. Beautiful work out of the Mutineers. 1:30 now to go. 20 lives remaining for OpTic Texas here on defense.
Dashy very worried about the flanking for good reason. He's got the tack, and tough to get close to in these moments is him and Major doing that little dance. And
man,
what a patient battle we have here, but Dashy ends up winning it, but his teammates have fallen. Every single one of his teammates has fallen. This is the 3-man wipe. This is the pressure on Dashy.
Dashy, the green wall behind him, the green fence to his immediate left. Vehcle on the other side of it. Here comes the rest of the time.
Oh my God.
Scump it, no, baby, please. Absolutely wipes him off the map. Unfortunately, throw at range, and that might not help out. First segment's already gone. Mutineers keeping it going.
Hey, nice wall bang spot, though, just to keep things out of dodge, and iLLeY wins the next one as well. So that is a poor start for the 4v4, but with 3 men, OpTic able to secure it on defense with only a single segment that has gone through. And all quiet on the top side of the map. It looks like Florida trying to make plays on the bottom.
Uh-oh, Shotzzy though. Knows Major Maniac's close by. Tags, no kill. That's the worry now still about the remaining players. Look at that mini-map. Absolute pandemonium on the inside though. Scump, he's the king of the chaos right now until Brack puts him down. 35 seconds left. Mutineers got to get on the zone.
And Shotzzy right now just going to be that intel player, and no need to chase here, and he's got to read on 2, but now he's got to read on 3, but OpTic are actually very distant from this B zone. No one really in position, and that's not a good start. OpTic are so far away.
It's a 2-man stack for now. 21 seconds remaining. That second segment is on its way out. OpTic have got to get a move on. Here come the lethals over the top. Is there trophies there to stop it? No. Here comes the hit. Shotzzy around the corner. Major Maniac brings him down. That's going to be the round.
And what am I, OpTic, that was the most passive setup I've seen on defense. iLLeY is like wrapping around like the back mountain and just big chilling towards the back. And Florida say, all right, thank you very much. We'll just go stand in the zone and win it. I mean, I'm thinking this is supposed to be like those moments where you get the wipes. And I mean, Florida, that was kind of a cakewalk there for that first offensive round. And make no mistake, that is a big one to get.
OpTic were 21 seconds away from winning the round, but they couldn't contend with Vehcle on the A zone. Now that we'll see what OpTic have got on offense. Florida Mutineers now, their turn to defend.
You already see trophies out over towards B. Middle of the map dominance potentially with these bad sets. And they're looking for free fighters coming through from a couple players, but it's trades back and forth. The A zone has been left open, so that is where OpTic will keep the pressure.
They're on it. Capture the zone, add a minute to the game clock. Capture both zones, win the round. That's the job now. First segment gone. As OpTic Texas, slowly but surely, getting the work done. Havoc finding his time. The second segment's already gone, Sean. Somebody's got to make a move.
They're just completely giving this up, not interested in even trying to defend. They're looking for the kills after the fact, and I think if Havoc is behind enemy lines, he wants to try to keep that top side of the map controlled. So a couple trades coming through, couple players now spawning up for OpTic in the back, and looks like iLLeY might be getting hunted down, but OpTic have 2 players down low, so they're just playing for the kills.
It's that absolute haunted house down low. Vehcle, though, not afraid whatsoever, takes care of iLLeY. Now, over towards B, we have to now divert our attention. Major Maniac has got himself a close corner, but Dashy sniffs him out. Smooth bit of parkour now, and the flood across that field.
I can't believe it didn't hear mental. By the way, Havoc pinned down with attack 56, and he gets shot, so OpTic is more or less open, but it's Brack on the flank that's going to cause him problems.
Brack's counter-attack now. He's doing it solo for a moment. Reinforcements coming out of spawn. The concussion lands. Can he get that kill number 7 to get himself any more of the streaks? iLLeY's on the outside. This 1v1's going to determine it. No. Streak's done. 2 kills. Massive work out of OpTic Texas.
How many bodies can you get on point? Does anybody actually have a trophy? Comes in a little bit late, but you still get 3.
They're stacking. OpTic are stacking. Second segment gone. Mutineers have got one last shot at this. Can they get in time? Can they get in time? Yes. For now, they do.
Major Maniac then up through that top window. I think maybe a wall bang for the first and connects on the second, so barely able to survive. And if that trophy is down a split second sooner, OpTic already would have won it, but obviously still in a good spot. Nobody on the flank yet for the moment for Florida. So it's guns straight ahead for OpTic Texas.
It's relatively even in the life count. A single segment is all that remains on the B zone. Get in there and start capturing boys. iLLeY and Scump trying to make it happen. Vehcle and Brack in the kill team, holding things down. A difficult Havoc to kill, and Brak, oof. That's the first 1v1 we've seen him lose for a while.
At 1 HP in a dream right there for Scump. Ends up connecting, and again, just keeping that pressure near the B zone. And Shotzzy stepping foot. And this is going to bait these players out. You don't necessarily want the stack now. You're playing for the kill.
Watch out for the flank. Scump, he's got full eyes on it, though. If Major Maniac decides to move, and he's got to get going soon. Big kills out of vehicle now. Florida Mutineers fly. Diving onto the point. One more kill here is going to seal it. Can they stay alive? iLLeY biding time. Brought down. Mutineers hold it down.
That is another wave staved off. The pressure still on OpTic, and honestly, now you have to be much more concerned about the potential flanks coming through, because Major, he's locked down the bottom side of the map.
Oh my
Down low, it's vehicle dealing with 2.
And he's dealing with 2, deals with a stun. Hello. Scumpy's there, finally takes care of it. 15 seconds, last chance now for OpTic here in the round to get on that point. Havoc with the kills, Major Maniac, patience. Brak wins another 1v1, 8 seconds. The play is not over just yet. Anyone there to get it done? No, Brak stays alive. That should be it. The round goes to the Mutineers, 2-0.
Dude, and that clutch factor for Florida has been kicking in. Those moments where OpTic had the 3-man stack again, that trophy just a little bit too late to protect the front man, but that Major from the window just shreds 2. And if he doesn't even get that first player, I mean, that's done. That's round for OpTic. If he doesn't get the 2-piece, that's done. That's round for OpTic, but Major delivers. And vehicle on the main stage against OpTic for the second time right now in control, having a lot more fun. 13 kills to his name, and even Brak with 14 right there with him.
Yeah, the nerves are gone from vehicle. Incredibly intimidating presence from the fans here in Raleigh, from the fans in nearly any event here in the COD League. Certainly right now, OpTic Texas needs all the help they can get. Good starts here from iLLeY, and Dashy joining him as well. The A zone, particularly safe and sound.
Yeah, Major Maniac in his new home. He will purchase the real estate and live here until he's actually forcefully removed. And Scump trying to play with it. Difficult gunfight to win. We've seen Major in all these situations. So difficult to actually kill, but Scump able to take care of business. But that's all for the trades. You still have plenty of pressure here for Florida. And you see the teamwork coming into effect. Havoc able to protect vehicle in that moment. Got a couple players on this A zone.
Reinforcements are here, so vehicle no longer have to worry about his back. Worry about the front. Here's a lot of noise. Brak's there. First segment done at A. Again, Brak. Time and time again. He's not been seen in the COD League since 2020. What a bounce he's having in this game. Magic Mike can't get too much done here. Halfway towards that completion on the second segment on A we go.
Yeah, just stripping him down. I mean, 1 kill at a time, but OpTic have been keeping that pressure up over towards this A zone. Every gunfight matters just for the opening, but if it's trades, this is nothing but good news for OpTic.
Wow.
Shotzzy, 1 shot. Scump not going for the towel just yet, but both these players in the double doors. And now Major, he's been left by himself. He's got to clutch up, but he's getting stunned. He is getting swarmed, and OpTic on defense, they have been clean.
That was an absolutely perfect pinch. Now the super aggression out of Shotzzy, unfortunate timing. Scumpy's there to pick it up. Trades though, so on the inside of the warehouse we now go. Dashy, brilliant work on the left flank. All safe for now. Got to watch the middle of the map though. That's where iLLeY's coming in. 13 seconds remaining. Can they finish out the capture on A? Mutineers now on the point. Knives up. Capture continues. Scumpy, what's he got? 1, 2. No problem. Major's still keeping the play going. That is a great bit of work. Final 5 seconds. It should be done. No, 4.8. Stop the clock.
Well, his bracket is up to him. He's going to have to fight all these players off, and already bottoming of time for a little bit of support. So Brak may be the hero for the team just to keep this round alive. 8 points secured, an extra minute on the clock. Again, that clutch factor. Florida, such a tough team to put down.
Very slow, methodical play. They get it done right. Life count starting to get low. 10 lives on offense now for Florida Mutineers. 15 OpTic Texas. 45 on the clock.
Good little trade of a start there just to try to keep those lives balanced. But now for Florida, they have players near the point. iLLeY's up top AC, and Shotzzy can help him out a little bit, but someone down low making a play. You got nades out and bound. You got Havoc in the back to the swarm. So Florida, the setup is here. They got options, but a kill like that to open up the flank. Shotzzy always a menace.
He's been very annoying in the back line now. Trying to take care of the reinforcements before they can even get to the fight. Onto the zone we go though. Stop the clock at 20. Scump getting the damage in. Trying to soften these players up. Shotzzy still alive and kicking on the back line. Making things difficult. That first segment of B is on its way out slowly but surely.
Yeah, now he's got to make the move in though. You know the player's going to be forced to be on point. Every kill makes it that much more difficult. And it looks like OpTic has done enough. 4-man wipe in the feed. The clearance is there and only 10 seconds left. OpTic, they clutch up on defense and get their first round on board.
An important round to win here for OpTic. Smooth moves on defense. They lose A again though, so they are certainly down in the segments count. We have to go to a final round. Currently the Mutineers will get it. Nice cam there from Scump. That 3 spree on A. No easy feat, no red dots. Some players certainly feeling the burn there.
Oh yeah, that'll be in here for a long time of feeling that pain, but player's not feeling the pain again. Brack playing out of his mind, 23 kills, and where Vehicle is slowed down a little bit, well, Scump has turned the heat up, and only one man, by the way, who gets shredded by Scump off the rip to defend this B zone. So OpTic, they have the pressure, they have the trophy.
Mutineers have scrambled ASAP to try to get the defense here, but that is a 3-stack right now. OpTic Texas, 1 segment gone. Kills now in the feed, not quite done yet. Shotzzy's gonna stay alive and try to get the spree here going. The second segment is nearly finished as well. Done. The play should be finished. No, they don't get the second segment. I can't tell. I've got no idea what's going on there, but Mutineers get there just in the nick of time.
Yeah, no second ticket.
Wow.
I think OpTic actually maybe really wanted to put the pressure on and get it, but you see number 8, Brack, decapping it to strip away all that extra time built up. So what was close to a very impressive start, honestly, for Florida, they make the best of a bad situation, and now you got the trades coming through. The teamwork almost always on point for the Mutineers. Trades out and abound, and for OpTic, not a lot of map pressure, not a lot of clearance. For Scump, he is flying forward, 24 HP.
Talking about full sending it. Shotzzy's now trying to get involved. You can feel that serious pace being now set by OpTic. They've got themselves onto A for a mo. Now starting to capture, looking to get the first segment done at A. Life count starting to slowly burn out as the Mutineers get the slaying going.
And you see iLLeY and Dashy, all their teammates dying around them, so they're worried about the swarm, and yet too many angles to watch. Dashy picks up a big 2, but still gets traded out. The Mutineers keeping the pressure on, and Nastie now versus Havoc just for the 1v1. You see Florida actually partially chalking up this A zone. Maybe thinking about the flanks, but they're making sure they keep the top side of the map under control.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. They don't capture A either. Another pixel perfect stop there from the Mutineers.
It's always, man, again, too difficult to put down, and for OpTic, now you're scattered, you're worried about flanks, you're worried about major, and now you're worried about the clock. Less than 30 seconds on the clock.
Oh,
you're trying to fly with the TAC 56 in Florida. Honestly, this could be it. Only 20 seconds to go.
It could be it. Scump, though, he's managing to get on the point. iLLeY's going to be right behind him. Dive onto A. A 2-man stack should get this done relatively quickly. That's an additional minute. Will the Mutineers be able to make something happen? The flank safe from Dashy. Now over to Major Maniac. He's been pressured back. A is done. Another minute.
Well, OpTic, it's the time and it's the lives. You got 11 to work with to try to capture this B zone. You have pressure by the point. Shotzzy is here to stop the clock. To talk about the most important gunfights to win when you're down this low.
Scump's got the right-hand side covered. He's dancing. Major Maniac's there. Have a close range on the point. Second segment done. Shotzzy was a big one. iLLeY, great coverage. OpTic are not done yet. If they can get any more players on this point, this could be huge.
He's staying alive. He's staying alive. This might be if the flank comes through. A trade is in for one, but Dashy's the only one nearby. And you got Major in the top window, so things are going to slow down just a little bit. And now you're just trying to play for picks, and a hell of an attempt. That's a clean shot, but Major, so difficult to kill.
Brack, 2-piece. Vehicle dives on. Last lives now for OpTic Texas.
One more push. A round of S&D for OpTic. And if you get the break and you can get the stack, this point will fly. And you have all the time to try to set this up. 2 players working the flank, but already a pick comes through. OpTic are down to 3.
Shotzzy has been assassinated now to iLLeY. Havoc, what a fight. He wins it. Less than 30 seconds.
And yeah, Havoc's coming off respawn though. And Havoc's gonna spawn up in a situation where he might be able to spot these players out and shoot them in the back. So you can see the gunfight raining through, and just off spawn, OpTic getting shot, they're down to 2.
It is turtle up, Dashy trying to make it happen. And it's simply done, it is over, Mutineers. The swap to aBeZy pays off. It's a 3-1 on control. And they now sit at match point.
And I'm telling you, Miles, looking at the maps that we had coming through, it was OpTic that banned the hotel control, and I was like, I kind of like that for Florida, man. They've been good on aBeZy, and they just clutch up in those moments. Even just the stopping of the capture on A zone when you think OpTic have it in the bag. Same thing when you think OpTic get the second tick over towards B, that bites them in the ass later in the round because they got the extra tick that they needed. They made the plays, but literally missing out by like the minutia of when Florida just get in the mix and just straight off the break. Florida Mutineers always have that little something extra to get those wins, and Vehicle, again, as pointed out, a little bit more comfortable at this point playing on the main stage.
Confidence at an all-time high, as it should be right now for the Mutineers. 3-1 is a relatively dominant display on control, especially for what we've seen so far in the season. Look at the highlights now from that last map, and it was cool, calm, and collected from the Floridian fighters. But now for OpTic Texas, it is do or die. One more map loss, and they are out of the tournament.
And another one of these little moments of just getting that like first blood with the nade, Major in the top window, just jumping up and down, gunning two players. And if he doesn't win either one of those gunfights, that zone was close enough to getting captured. So he delivered for a big 2. And it just felt like in that game, all of those little moments, Florida was the team that just had that little something extra. And also, a very strange first round where it felt like OpTic just never had the pressure on defense, and Florida just kind of cakewalked through the front. So just simply outplayed, outgunned, outmanaged. Florida Mutineers super solid on this map.
Yeah, it feels like Mutineers as well. They punished that aggression from OpTic. Like, they love to just fly forward. We saw like 2 or 3 lives in a row towards the end there, where Texas are throwing themselves at their guns, and Mutineers are just sort of posted up, letting it happen, happy to find those kills. There's just something about that gameplay, man. It's just so smooth, it's so calm. Like, you're making these simple reads. And all the gun skill in the world isn't winning these fights for OpTic Texas. It's so hard. Here in MW2, it's a new look at the early start of the season, and so far, Mutineers, what a rebound. But hey, we know the way this series is likely to go. It ain't over yet. To Mercado, once more we go.
And we talk about the pressure of like Vehicle, first time on main stage playing against OpTic. How about the pressure OpTic are now currently feeling being down in the series with all of the attention on them for potential an early bow out from the first tournament of the year and the last first tournament for a player on that stage. So this is a very scary moment to be in. I know in hardpoint they've been perfect against Florida so far. They've played them twice on Mercado. They've beaten them both times. But if that map 1 was any indication, if you have guys like Havoc and Vehicle that are dropping .7s and keeping these maps close, their guns are a little bit hotter now. It is dangerous territory to be an OpTic fan.
Well, OpTic Texas, with last time we saw them this moment in time in last season, they were winning it. So, hey, it's not over just yet. Mercado, of course, the first go around, we saw these two teams match up. OpTic Texas did walk over the dub here. Again, admittedly, feels like a totally different series, feels like a totally different day, quite literally is. And especially for the Florida Mutineers players, it's Havoc, it's Vehicle. They're the guys we're looking at now. Confidence an all-time high for Vehicle, and performance is showing. Can OpTic Texas bounce back chance?
Well, they absolutely can, right? Because they obviously did it yesterday and performed. So there's no doubts about the abilities of the 4 players on this team. But I just think the situation for Florida is you get to play a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident. And it's definitely not going to be overconfident because they got beat when they were in this situation yesterday. But it just looks to me like Florida have honestly just looked better and like looked improved from the series early on. Much closer game on the first map of the hard point. Even though they were down by quite a bit, they fought back. They were down 5-2 in the S&D. They fought back, and then they just took them to task on the control. So I know this Florida team has definitely talked over their mistakes. They have absolutely been talking over Mercado because it has been the guarantee to see against OpTic in this head-to-head. And again, smiles on the face of that young man. The Ball Brother duos, they have been putting in work.
We'll explain the Ball Brother duo in a moment, but
ball in the front, ball in the back. There you go.
One ball at the front, one ball at the back. It's not fair chance. Vehicle and Brack, what a duo. But of course, for Major Maniac, possibly the most, I think actually the most icy player of all time. You can't fault the man at all.
Attach.
You think attach? No, attach is clutch.
Attach.
I think attach is clutch. He'll pull it out when it matters most.
Okay, what's the difference between clutch and icy?
Ice is composure. Like, no matter what situation you're in, Major Maniac is so cool. That heart rate is so chill. Truly has ice in the veins. And this is what happened a little earlier in the series. iLLeY wins a big 1v1, 2-1 up. And Chance, what happened after this? Oh no, we've hit the before and after shooting body stats. Oh, Jesus.
Criminal. I mean, you know, if you want to go throughout Call of Duty history and get the stats of before and after shooting bodies from a number of different players, it looks like that pretty consistently. I mean, this is sort of the don't talk trash if you're not going to win the map while the shooting the bodies is the in-game trash talk. And it's just a tough spot to see a stat like that. iLLeY, you know, the production is slowed down just a little bit. You're up 5-2. You're feeling great. Here you are, back against the wall.
The numbers don't lie. Here we go. Map number 4 here in the series. Match point, Mutineers. For OpTic, you win this, we get a game 5. And let me tell you, that game 5 is going to be spicy.
And I suppose in a sense, you got to pay a lot of attention to iLLeY when you see the drop off after that post shooting bodies, but Shotzzy still has been the man in this matchup in hard points. So if I'm Florida, I just want to contain Shotzzy because he has been dominant in the respawn, and the Shotzzy they're dealing with off the rip, and I mean, he's got the tact to make it happen. He does get traded, but no spawn flip just yet, and OpTic inside of the hill. Happy for this opening break.
Well, Vikal read the memo and he put the pressure on straight away, and his pressure from Havoc straight away, looking towards the south side of the map already. OpTic Texas should be spawning there, so now that is their safe haven. They want to hold on to that position with their lives.
Actually, see Florida really just trying to keep this contained. They're not actually fighting for the flip just yet. They're letting the gunfights come to them, and they get the big 2, and now you make your move. Dashy, one shot tagged up and traded. Havoc, not able to cross just yet, and he does get taken down. So OpTic barely able to survive that pressure. And a good stun like that, not only they survive the pressure, they know where the play is coming from.
Yeah, now he just guns up. Throw shoulders, Shotzzy upstairs. He's going to be throwing lethals. New hard points up. Bottom side of Cantina. 2 of 20 hard points here on this map.
Those are good reads from the start as well. They know the pressure's been gifted up top, but you have players already roaming in position to shut down Havoc if he wants to make that move. And this rounder, Hill will not be an open and shut case. No avenues of attack. OpTic, they have everything covered.
Yeah, great work. iLLeY no more on the stairs. Downstairs, all good. Shotzzy locking it down. 30 seconds remaining here. OpTic, all good.
In an interesting moment, Florida, they're going to gear up at least 3 of these players to try once again to fight for this scrap. So you have to jump on this scrap instantly, or else you're going to get punished. And on the flip side, iLLeY has the hops, but he broke some glass, but he is in a power position. Down low, Florida actually managed to get the scrap. But now Vikal on this rotation is by himself, and as long as iLLeY secures it, which he does, you get the king control. So that's the moment for Florida. You fight for the scrap, now you're going to get punished.
That's huge. Florida, I've got a bit of a journey now. This is great time for OpTic Texas over to the warehouse. Top side, all theirs. Look at the fan out. You've got all angles covered for now. A little bit of back and forth as iLLeY on the 2 spree for his team. Shotzzy on a 3. Dashy, street side. Now not that much safer. Vikal making his way through as well. Now here comes iLLeY up next. Scump's got downstairs, and you've opened up a lane now. Mutineers are going to get a little bit closer. Here comes Brack. Slow and steady, nades are there, trophies keeping everybody safe. Oh no, one more bullet would have done it.
Yeah, well, Scump might have that extra bullet, and there he's out for the attack. And the final trade may be an important one for Shotzzy to get, because this is the fight for the actual time, but he's backing the players down, and OpTic have held this hill mostly well, but still 20 seconds to scrap, so a bad situation for Florida, but they get a little bit of life. But obviously, on that rotation, that is a lot of green OpTic arrows who have stayed ahead of the game, stayed ahead of the rotation. Scump wins a big one by the Cantina, and OpTic now looking to set up again for a nice little lockdown of the hard point.
And this is what we're going to see a lot on this map. We're willing to give up that 20-second consolation prize if it means you get across to new. Looking now to the strength of OpTic's setups. Shotzzy is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's just perfect, man. You just let this guy get to work, and look at how much like he's slowing them down. He's just dragging these players back and making things much easier for his teammates. And there's the next 2 in line for OpTic. Now the front's open, but they're happy to take these gunfights. Another hill where OpTic are just looking clean.
Yeah, this is the strength of setup right here. They're not letting them get in. Good luck getting in the barbershop right now. Havoc's dead. Great nade, nice dive, smooth moves. Trophies are going to keep you safe all day long as Scumpy's looking for feetsies, catches another. The pressure's still there, the hard point time's still going his way as Dashy, the super soaker right now. 10 and 4 for Big Bruce.
And look who's standing ahead of the game though, right? You already have iLLeY on this rotation. Admittedly, Florida's going to be spawning closer, but OpTic have been ahead this entire time. Florida need to find the way to get the opening, but iLLeY, great job of staying alive, getting up top and trying to make moves, and he is just dragging these Florida players down.
iLLeY, ooh, there we go. Another big win from Scump. Time, this may be a bit of back and forth here on the point, but right now with OpTic so firmly in the lead, I want to go to the other side of the stage. A quick listen in with the Florida Mutineers.
He's middle. Middle then. Nice. That's Shotzzy. I trophy time. I'm flying out.
Actually, you can go middle.
Hold them in. There's two there.
Hold them in.
I'm making middle. They're in 10. Help this. Focus your 10. I got you. Two corners. We flame boys. Nice. I did mid, Mike. I'm running through mid. They spawning new. Let's go tunnel here, Mike. Hold on. I spawned for pray my top.
I'm
Yeah, close up, chop me.
Wonkers.
We got time here. Set up a break. Alright, let's fucking do this shit.
Let's go long. Let's go
from long
side.
side.
He could be in carpet. I'm just holding you. Heard you. He's middle, yellow van. I couldn't cross. Yellow van.
Just jumping. I don't see him. He's low. He went low. Wait, this probably got carpet then.
Yeah.
I don't see him. Yellow van, one shot, Dashy.
It's composed, however desperate there for the Florida Mutineers, currently trailing by quite a bit. On the other side of the board though, let's now dive to a listen in with OpTic Texas.
Bottom green kind of weak. He's to the stairs now.
Our side.
Yeah, two on point.
Go left. Go left. One of us should hit ult. Yeah, you can hit it.
I'm running left with you. More ult. I think there's two at ult, bro. Yeah, I think he's top truck.
Pretty sure one back truck.
Is he back truck? Havoc. One more ult. Havoc. He's top. I have a trophy.
Bricks. I'm just holding them.
Hold that. I'm middle. I'm back truck. I have time. Yeah, get that.
Close short.
I'm laying down. I have back alley.
I have bricks.
I have Zig.
I want Zig?
Yeah.
I have back alley.
They can come from Canada though, but Zig, first guy weak. Here. Back alley.
Nothing bricks, guys.
Yo, one shot Zig, one shot start.
Yeah, we have everything. We have everything right now.
I'm helping you back alley.
Let's get on me. I'm playing my life.
Yo, they're bricks. Yeah, 2 middle. Here. Yo, I'm middle, major, one shot. Alley, left alley.
There's two left alley.
We hear Dashy say we've got everything, and for a moment it was great, but they couldn't finish the kills chance, and now all of a sudden Mutineers are in.
Well, final 25 seconds rather on this hill. Scump the only man nearby, maybe just to keep a couple of these players close, but OpTic have stayed ahead of the game this entire time. They have quite literally won every single rotation to every single hill right from the start of the game. So Florida, they've been playing off the back foot. Maybe a moment like this when they're getting the kills to try to gain a little bit of that control, but even long term, and even for the fact that number 4 just spawned out, they're going to be in a pinch, and OpTic, they know they don't have to move. They want this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, all good to take the bottom. Second set of rotations here. It feels like a lifetime, and that's because it was. For these players, maybe even longer. Back to the middle of the map we go.
And I just love how beautifully patient that is from Shotzzy. No reason for you to make a move. You have the map control that you want. Admittedly, now you need to try to get these players out of the hill, but this is a very patient OpTic Texas who have been playing this map well, but got to make sure things don't start slipping away. On P1, you can't afford to give up too much time. And also, this battle for spawns is going to be a delicate one if Florida decide to pounce.
Indiana Jones would hate this game, wouldn't he? He just struggles so much with it. It's the snakes. It's always the snakes. 15 seconds now on P1. P2, though, all OpTic Texas once again.
And it's again, every single hill. They've out-rotated 4-2. They get here first. The moment, can Florida try to break this down? If they get a break on a difficult hill, maybe they can make something happen. But the first couple gunfights do not go their way. OpTic remain perfect.
And here comes the hit from the Mutineers. OpTic, lock it down. Tunnel, no way is anyone getting through that. Perfect work. Last man alive, Major Maniac. Only just able to get 1 kill. If he can stay alive, great. Here come the reinforcements. Anyone there to get the trades? Dashy and Scump in the feed. It's Brucey upstairs with a 2. Here comes the rest of the Mutineers. The respawn's still quite close. Typical Bruce, he's posted up. The shots there with attack 56 as smooth as ever.
And Florida, I mean, they're running out of time. They're getting gunned down along the way. Perfect 4 down, so much scrap time for Florida. I mean, what do? You're forced to rotate. You're going to have to be perfect from this point on. OpTic are going to get to 248 or 249. You need to lock down 10, and then you need to rotate to the next hill. You have to be perfect twice.
We're going to watch this now play out. We are so close to that game 5 for OpTic Texas. iLLeY's got himself a precision to work with. Here comes it from Shotzzy. Major holds it down on the back line. 2 members left up now. I said precision, I meant cruise missile. There's a little window up there. Doesn't thread the needle. They stay alive on the inside of the hard point. Here comes the hit from iLLeY.
He's going to look for the first gunfight. Eagle, though, snaking his way to try to just stay alive. And that trophy putting in serious work. Baits out the contest, but that's all for the flank. And Scump gets both as well. The break is in. And OpTic get it done on Mercado.
Back to business as usual for OpTic Texas. 250 to 186. What an absolute smacking. Here we go to the game 5. We wouldn't have it any other way, COD fans. We're running it back. It's a rematch. Here we go.
And look, as far as that Mercado goes, there are 2 moments that I think are worth highlighting. OpTic they spawn on the preferred side from the rip and lock down that rotation. As soon as Florida, with 30 seconds left, when they got 4-man wiped, tried to fight for the scrap time, they gave up that rotation, and then literally for the rest of the game, OpTic never got out-rotated a single time again. And then during the listening, for OpTic Texas, when they got broken on the top Cantina Hill, what was the cause? Everybody go left. Do not fight for the scrap. Everybody get left. Let's stay ahead of the game and continue out-rotating them. It was just a smartly, well-orchestrated, played map of Mercado. OpTic, they got ahead of the game. They simply never left. And that made things much more difficult for Florida. All 4 players negative. They felt that pain.
Yeah, hard enough to make the breaks on most hard points in this game. But that one, a very tough one indeed. Both the hard points go in the way of OpTic. But now it doesn't matter. Fortress, search and destroy. Chance we have not seen this one go down yet. This is going to be a banger.
And it's also a map that is it's kind of default, right? You know what you're going to get out of OpTic. It's iLLeY's going to be sniping through the double arches ways. He's going to be putting a lot of bullets through those walls and maybe a hop-up spot or 2 to watch for Shotzzy. And that's what Florida has to deal with. And on the flip side, Florida, we haven't actually seen play this map. It's not like it's super complicated, but if they have a fresh look, OpTic, it's going to be a lot more difficult to prepare for.
Well, here we go. Prepare yourselves, ladies and gents. Game 5 on the other side of this break. The loser leaves Major 1 empty-handed. Will it be the Green Wolves devastated, leaving the venue, or will it be the Florida Mutineers fans who, quite frankly, historically have had the edge? Let's find out after this break. 5, and Raleigh is ready for it. We're leaving it all on the line here in this elimination matchup. The loser goes home. A single search and destroy to determine who makes it out of the group and who is sent packing. I mean, look, if you've been watching the World Cup, you know, ladies and gentlemen, the group stages are nerve-wracking. And this time round, no complicated maths, no nothing. It's first to 6 here in this search and destroy. We go to Fortress.
And just a top 12 to start your year for either one of these teams would be an absolute dagger. But we are going to aBeZy Fortress for this S&D. First time we have seen Florida play it, and for OpTic, we know the name of the game. iLLeY will absolutely be keeping the sniper out, and it was Florida that made the adjustment. Didn't want to deal with iLLeY with the snipe on aBeZy. So it is more of a map of pick your poison. Where do you want to try to counter? How do you want to play around it? And I think honestly for this map, Florida is going to be a very interesting team to watch. Havoc is going to be a very interesting player to watch. Maybe on a map like this to squeeze water out of a rock, see if you can make something magic happen.
I think you're thinking of Brock, not Brack, when it comes to all those rocks, right?
Dangerous for his gym, especially if you take Charmander.
Stuns out, eyes across that A bomb site. Old Faithful right now, fast bomb, Shotzzy.
And it's perfect. If the second nade doesn't connect, but it does, it would have been nice to get the bomb down, but Florida too coordinated. And you got the eyes on him. Pickle the man that spotted that out. But no time wasted. iLLeY right back to it. You see the game plan. They want this bomb plant.
It's a classic round 1, no trophy play in Vehicle. It's a relatively easy read. Oh, the back line has been bust wide open. Dashy's now got his work cut out for him. Play this safe. Have a good reads. Not enough to get the kill though. And Dashy is as dead as you like. An immaculate retake from the Florida Mutineers here. And Vehicle might, the whole team might. I think they are. They're going to get a quick bit of a workout in. Come on, Vehicle, get up there, son. They're going to get a workout in here in round 1. There we go, team. Up we go. Oh, Vehicle, for God's sake, he's choking on main.
Oh my God, dude. Dude, honestly, if I'm getting my body shot, I'm a little bit annoyed. If I have to watch this, I'm breaking something. Menaces for that round 1, and you know, for a moment I was liking the quick plant, but then it's like, oh yeah, I guess there are no trophies.
No.
And just a free first blood, so an interesting one there. Florida take that first round on defense down, get the blood flowing just a little bit, and maybe ready to throw more nades in the future, because get that extension.
Florida Mutineers is going to be going in a round 2 with a certain pump. Here we go. iLLeY double door snipe. We're going to see this all map long. He has been outstanding here, but Havoc, it makes the immediate read.
And he backs him down. A shot like that, you just back him down, and look at the difference on the map. You get trophies. All these players laying down in corners, and this is so difficult to push.
Oh man, trophies here. Havoc, watch the backline. Vehicle's going to be there to watch it out, and here we have a very exciting flurry with the A-bomb down now, 3v3. With that snipe, able to catch these players out on the inside of cannons. No, what a nade from Brack.
It's always the nades. They have just been picking them apart, so the workout works out. And now Scump trying to go towards the back. I mean, this is just such a difficult retake when you're down an extra man and you just get eyes on bomb from the back. You don't have to take these gunfights, and Brack is picking them apart. Florida Mutineers, the game plan perfect for the first 2 rounds. And again, the difference of the quick plant. They had the trophy. You get 2 SMGs out and about. And what's a good way to deal with iLLeY through the snipe? Havoc, as he is flying across your screen, just getting those couple of tags. And iLLeY knows he can't chow that anymore. Little details in the Mutineers game that are going a long way, at least this early on aBeZy.
Strong read. We'll see if it pays off in the next round. OpTic Texas now back on offense. Florida Mutineers a clean 2 rounds. Brack, the man of the moment. 4 spree for him. Shotzzy, no fan of that bush. Nade spot. It's going to catch those players just on the other side of the double door. There is a trophy there, though. Vehicle, his head was there also.
And you have to be so concerned about all the hop-up spots, too, because you see Shotzzy, that's why he's going to check that single window jump up, but they got the trophy down, and that's when you look for the plant, but in the meantime, Major catches iLLeY for the first blood. And Shotzzy forced to make a play, but yeah, got to get out of dodge there. You don't just shred him for the first gunfight, and I think Shotzzy, honestly, might try again.
Scump has flank covered. Shotzzy now, here comes the plant. Planting for the door side of the map. Okay, backs on up, there's the damage, Vehicle. Wow, big work. Havoc got a little bit eager on the flank there, and now it's a 3v3.
Yeah, Scump doing the job with attack just to back him down, but this bomb's still towards A. And you're throwing the trophies down. This is when you're making the moves, and the line chow and the bomb down, and no help for Shotzzy. OpTic gotta hit the panic button.
Dashy's got to fly in, and Major gets beamed, but it doesn't matter now. It's a 1v2. Here comes Scumpy. Dead silence, runs out. He had his chance. It's 10 seconds now. He's got to go, and it's done. The Florida Mutineers, another outstanding round, 3-0.
And the game plan from OpTic is what let Shotzzy do everything on the site. He's trying to get a free kill on Vehicle, who's just playing his life in that little corner. And then at some point, less than 30 seconds on the clock, and Shotzzy goes, I don't know, I guess I'll try to plant, but just get swarmed. Even on the game plan, right now, Florida just completely outplaying OpTic.
And that young man on your screen, this is his first major tournament after leaving school. And that young Guerrilla-ish man on your team, his last season in professional COD, and he does not want to start it like this. Well, there you go. There's a little bit of luck going your way if you're an OpTic fan. Howdy! Oh, the trade there. 3v2. 3v1.
Yeah, I mean, if you start a round like that for Major, I don't know if Havoc jumped in front, but we talk about him being icy, the man for the job in any given situation, but right here, just going to fall. They hand one away in for OpTic. What just a moment of relief, just to get a freebie, just to get on the board. Maybe hope that something like that sticks in the back of the Florida Mutineers player's mind. You'll always take a free round at this level.
You won't want to give anything away whatsoever. 3-1. Mutineers now still playing off of that strong advantage. Major Maniac there on screen. I would love to know what's going on in his head when the chips are down. For now, though, the chips stacking up. Here we go.
Trophy's out and bound. OpTic maybe playing a little bit of a dance on the flank, and I think Dashy, has to be quick to back away, but not quick enough. The nade coordination again from Florida has been so on point this map.
Big tag. Scump stays alive. He shouldn't get brought down here. Backs on up, has to watch the rear. 3v4 this time, Shotzzy with a plant.
And Scump had so much pressure on him, though. I mean, I guess you get the 2 SMGs inside, but they got to make a play.
Major lined up. Shotzzy's pinned down as well. This is going to give the Mutineers plenty of time to make their way across map and now try to hit the site.
Well, Shotzzy is trying to get out and maybe able to catch Major. Wins the first, but the trade's not quite in. aBeZy's going to fall as well, and Scump the last one alive. Trying to hunt these players down. He hits the bomb down, and he has Daddy Pop.
Daddy Pop, but Brack reads it, guns in, takes care of business. Here comes the defuse, and I highly doubt the muscle-ups will be taking place this time round, but Brack, 8-1. With that defuse, it is now 4-1 in game 5.
And it's just the smallest things, man. Dashy playing aggressive towards P1, and as he's backing away, the nades land on top of a car. That explodes and kills him for the first blood. The devil is in the details at this level. And OpTic right now, outside of the freebie round that they were gifted, have just been a step behind.
You can soon rename aBeZy Fortress to simply Florida's Fortress, because it's theirs. Not done yet, though. OpTic looking for that resurgence, looking for those signs of life. And Scump will not be the man to get it done in this round.
And I think Havoc probably, Havoc just jumps out of the window, and no one's watching his back. And Scump's just gonna fall. Shotzzy gets caught as well, in OpTic completely picked apart. Just basic strategy where they are just getting
pounded,
torn to shreds.
Dashy, though, trying to make it work. He's pinned. The plant now coming through. Can Big Bruce take care of this 2v1 retake?
Does have dead silence, and he is going to use it. Opportunity to make moves for free, but both players stacked up in the back.
Not making a single sound. Here comes the first fight. Oh no, the timing on that one unbelievable. Now the dance. Oh no, what a dance it is! And with that kill, it is now match point.
And OpTic, I think, are trying to play aggressive on site. They had 2 players go out, but Scump, I think, was on like the first archway step. Havoc probably just looked out the window and was like, is nobody actually watching this? Let me junk out and peek real quick. And a freebie first blood, and it's just little things like that of the breakdown in strategy. Again, the little things right now have been crucially painful for OpTic. Florida 5-1 up, completely on cruise control.
Shake it off. Here we go. Mutineers need one more round. It looks like a hyper-aggressive one at that. They're flying forward. Dashy opens it up with a lovely first blood, but Havoc, unreadable moment, flies in. Damage dealt out like iLLeY, somehow stays alive.
Methodz might honestly connect, maybe just for damage. Vehicle gonna dodge that, but now the pressure's on for a 3v3. This is a lot of lanes to watch, and if you go for the plant, you will have to give something up to get this bomb down.
iLLeY has yet to find success with the sniper rifle here on the map. The man who's been a demon with it in the tournament so far. Vehicle, heads up, backs on up. Bomb still here for OpTic over towards A.
Yeah, good luck trying to hit this pixel, and obviously you see Vehicle reposition towards that outer lane. And this is the plan from OpTic. Just pray iLLeY gets a pick or pray Florida tries to flank, but the trophy's out. A little bit safe from the flank, but look at what's happening. This might be a delayed B hit. Guess who's here reading it? Havoc to shreds, you say.
Another one. 2 lives left now for OpTic Texas. The stun's there. Scumpy gets through the trays down. It's all onto iLLeY. Florida Mutineers, no way are they starting the season again. Just like this. The boogeymen for OpTic here in these majors. 20 seconds. iLLeY has got to do something so astounding. Will he check the corner for Brack? Is Brack going to read it? He does! And seemingly nothing has changed. The Mutineers have done it. They have eliminated OpTic Texas here at the major.
And OpTic, a team that was desperate for confidence. It was iLLeY who shot Brack's body in the 1v1 on Mercado. And it is Brack that took him down for the final kill of the map. So dangerous. That 2-3-5 team, Florida always like that dark horse potential. And those guys have just been playing out of their minds. Vehicle, the first 2 matches that man gets on main stages against OpTic, and he was telling you the second time he's gonna take him down, absolutely delivers. Mutineers, I mean, they will be rent-free in OpTic's head, especially the fans. It's been a few years now.
It's been a few years now, yeah. Florida Mutineers once again, 6-1, an absolute smacking on Fortress here in the Game 5. A brutal loss there for OpTic Texas.
Hey, look, I mean, double digits for Brack, 11-2, tippable as always. Brack incredibly consistent at throwing up big games, but honestly, it was like the teamwork, the game plan, the coordination. How many first bloods with nades did they get? How many times is it nades landing on cars or at the feet of snipers or players backing down every single round, except for when Major Maniac stuck his teammate in the back. Outside of that one, every single round, they had a game plan. It was executed to perfection. And I know it was a close series for a few of these, but by the time we got to Fortress, I mean, that is a just deflated OpTic that had nothing to offer the Mutineers.
No, there we go. We bid farewell to OpTic Texas here at Major 1. A certain misstep in Scump's last dance, but they will be bouncing back in Major 2, no doubt about it, though. For the next generation, though, that is where we will set our eyes to the Florida Mutineers, to players like Vehicle, now trying to leave their mark on what will be a very long and exciting legacy here in the Call of Duty League. The man of his word promised us a big win today, and he absolutely delivered. Man alive, what a series, Charles. We kind of knew it was going to be a Game 5. It was sort of written on in the cards. There it was in the stars, but unbelievable stuff for me. We do have a moment, though, now to throw to Blaze on stage with the absolute powerhouse, Brack.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Riley, give it up one more time for the Florida Mutineers coming out on top with this victory. And now, Brock, given the history of this matchup, what does this win mean for you here to take them down and move forward?
It means a lot. It's a lot of momentum going forward. I believe we play New York next, so that's going to be a really good series. And yeah, it just means a lot. We're 1-2 against them. They've had our number recently, but I'm glad we prevailed and won today.
Now, the big thing that I want to know, I guess really the momentum changer of this series, because map number 1 was all OpTic. Then I looked up and it was 5-2 in favor of them. What was said in the comms? What happened to make this comeback possible and get you guys up?
Honestly, yeah, it started in the S&D. Cole, he led us a lot through that map, and same with Mike. But he said, we can win 4 or 5 rounds straight, guys, no problem. And I was like, all right, guys, we're winning this series. Ender shot my body, and I knew it was over after he did that.
At that point, y'all turned up and y'all locked it in. Okay, but you said it right before. You guys are going up against Subliners, okay? How you feeling with that matchup?
I'm feeling really good in that matchup. Like, we tweak a small things in the hard points, and I think we're going to actually looking like a top 2 team, not 2.
All right, y'all. I called y'all as my dark horse. I'm going to let you go back there and get prepared. Give it up one more time for the Florida Mutineers. They move on to the bracket to play the New York Subliners. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And give it up one more time for Brack. 11-2 in a Game 5 against OpTic Texas. The man living up to the hype he did online, Nameless.
Yeah, that man was just taking over. And it's really everybody in the Search and Destroys. We talked about it with the makeup of this roster, what was going to happen. You get Major Maniac on Florida, you get him a teammate like Havoc, you get Brack on there, and they are going to make plays. Down 5-2, it doesn't matter. Start ignoring the sniper, take control of the map, hit him with some different pushes towards B, you find success.
And Ton, we were talking about it backstage that the start to that Game 5 was our scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at the situation because bombs down before the Mutineers turn up right here.
Oh, they got to be feeling good about this one. It has to be said. The play of the game coming out. It's just the retake. But still for the side of OpTic Texas, you are numbers down. Vikal through the gallows though. That opens things up all of a sudden to 3 versus 3 and they just picked them apart. And this was kind of the story of the whole game. At every single stage, it just felt like the Florida Mutineers. It's like they knew where they were. They were just finding the kills. Fantastic work.
And how about
what
the
about that chin work? There we go. The boys working it out.
That is hilarious. I will say something about the Florida Mutineers that really impressed me specifically in that Game 5 is heading into this, they had a retake percentage of 27%, meaning when that bomb is down, 27% of the time they're going to win that retake, and that is a very low number, one of the lowest in the league.
Right.
That was not the case in this Game 5. They went to the lab, they reworked their search and destroy, and they retook OpTic, I believe, almost every single round here. So tips to Florida Mutineers, man.
It's just so awesome that this is the beginning of the season and we get to see this rivalry over and over again. Everyone said, fuck it, the 0-3 doesn't matter. They're new players on Florida. No, this is a rivalry. You need to start respecting OpTic because Florida brought the game today. And we have another big game. Battle of the North is coming up next here on our main stage. You're going to see Minnesota taking on Toronto. Don't go anywhere. This is just day 2 of 4. Live from Raleigh, it's the Call of Duty League Major #1. Raleigh, North Carolina, make some noise. We are back in the building, ready for another main stage match, and we are turning up because in the past, it was all group stages. Now, we're going into the bracket. Welcome back in day 2, CDL Major #1 for the 2023 season. Chris Puckett alongside Chris Tunn. We've got aLLeY Cat, the great nameless at the end. And aLLeY, we got to give a special shout out because we are in your home turf. And we got some parents in the building today watching you perform, watching all the games. Anyone you want to show some love to?
I guess I can say hi to my Oma and Opa over here, which is German for Grandma and Grandpa. So my Oma and Opa over here, that was really cool for them. But I am not from North Carolina, but my dad's side of the family is. So you might see some 6'5" giants walking throughout the building throughout the weekend. That's probably my uncles.
They all claim you as a North Carolinian, just by the way. Let's take a look, though, at our bracket because groups are done. And this is what we have a chance to look forward to next. Subliners versus Mutineers. That's right. Florida best at OpTic. They're into the bracket now. LA Thieves will take on the Surge to close out our night here on the main stage. FaZe will play Legion as Vegas makes it out of the group, catching everyone off guard. And Toronto Ultra gets the rematch against Minnesota. The Battle of the North is happening right now, Ton.
Yeah, we're very excited for it. We've seen it once already. I'm sure we'll go through it, but this is a huge game. Minnesota Røkkr maybe had a slightly shakier start. Toronto Ultra have kind of been what we expected, a well-rounded team. It should be a banger.
And this is great because if you're looking at the stats coming in, our standings from our online matches, it was 3-1. Only 2 teams of the 12 finished with 3-1. It's the 2 squads we're seeing on the main stage right now. And what is different, though, last time you matched up, it was online. Tonight, you're playing your former teammates in person on the same stage.
So it was week 1 of the league. Let's just set the stage here. These guys are playing a grudge match, right? Like they had a transfer of players. It's the Battle of the North. And what happened? The Minnesota Røkkr take that series in a 3-1 fashion. Since then, the Toronto Ultra have been ridiculous. Haven't lost the series since that matchup. Scrap has been taking over. Went up against OpTic Texas on the main stage. His first year as a pro, dropped 7K damage at 1.5 KD. The man has been unbelievable. Both these teams are finding their form. Is going to be a battle punch.
Let's start here with Toronto Ultra. They're looking for revenge. They're trying to send Minnesota down to that elimination bracket. And the Ultra, they have been red hot. We've talked about them. One of the most fundamentally sound teams in the game. They're always in the right position. They're always there to get the trades, aLLeY.
They really are, and the thing about this Toronto Ultra team is I have to talk about the duo of Scrap and Standy, probably one of the more terrifying duos to have across the stage because, I mean, the way these guys are built is totally different. They have all the trash talk in the world, but they have the gun skill to back it up as well. This is a Toronto Ultra team that has become from a quiet, calm, collected team to a very electric, a very loud, and a very aggressive team, but in the same sense that you can never count them out. No matter what is going on in the series, they will always find life. So as we see it here, like Ant said, they lost to Minnesota Røkkr. They did not get their revenge, but then they go undefeated across the board. And even just today, even just heading into this matchup, Attach is coming off with a 1.49 in their 3-1 victory over the LAG Academy, which, yes, we can say, oh, it's Academy team, it's a Challengers team, but that is an Academy team that made their way to today. So no knock on them at all. So they're going to be coming in hot.
Scrappy's got some big numbers, but let's talk about the team on the other side of this matchup. We got the Minnesota Røkkr coming in here and looking to send Toronto packing. This Røkkr squad, they had an Academy team coming out of Challengers, didn't quite make it to the groups, so it's up to these 4 men to bring it home to Minnesota.
Yeah, they want to try and wrap this up if they can, and this is going to be a hard series for them. Now, as we said, 3-1 to them online last time we did see them play. Bear in mind, this was when the M4 was about, but a 1.2 from Afro, a 1.21 from Attach. That's the kind of numbers we're going to need to see if they want a chance here against a well-rounded Ultra.
Yeah, you know, I like this Minnesota squad. You know, they got some heavy hitters on it, especially when Cammy really performs is when they can take over in the respawns. In this series, we're looking at 2 teams that can contend in respawn, but also they're the #1 and 2 search and destroy teams that we have here in the CDL. They brought that consistency from online over to LAN. Afro is another one of those guys who on LAN so far, you know, from the very small sample size that we have, he's been a little bit streakier, off to some slower starts. We saw in the New York series what happened to the Minnesota Røkkr. That's unacceptable. That cannot happen on that stage. And, you know, if you bring that type of performance into a series against guys like Toronto, you get Standy, you get Scrappy going, that momentum, they're going to ride that out. So, you know, the playmakers on this team in Afro and in Bance, they have to come out strong. They have to have a big performance. And One other thing that I like to point out is the control. The control is very important in this series. That was the edge the last time around. It was a 3-2 on a CeeLo. We've seen how good these guys can be on that map, and with Toronto always getting rid of Fortress, I foresee it being in the map set once again. That's where we need to be strong.
And can we get real for a moment here? Because Minnesota had all the hype coming into Raleigh, but as we take a look here at Group A, it hasn't been pretty. And if you look at what they've accomplished, you haven't really been met by a lot of challengers yet. Decimate Gaming, one of our challenger squad, 3-0'd. Subliners then 3-0. You send you down where you face off against the LA Guerrillas. Guerrillas struggling this event. Røkkr still drop a map to them, and now they're taking on Toronto Ultra. For Toronto, the road was very different. You finished ultra strong over in Group B with that 3-0 over OpTic Texas ton.
Yeah, they looked really good against OpTic Texas, but it has to be said against the Challenger squad, it was a shaky start. They had to go with a reverse sweep in their very first game to get themselves through, as you can see on your screen right now. But that 3-0 over OpTic, everything that you would have thought negatively about that Polyadrome game, absolutely eviscerated.
Yeah, they destroyed OpTic, by the way. It was over 105 points in the hard point. 3-0'd him in the control. I believe it was 6-3 in the search and destroy. Like, that is a performance. And like, to be scrappy as like a challengers player coming in their pro scene, one of your first series against OpTic doing that, man, he's got to be full of confidence.
Learning Spanish to talk trash. He's letting the people late at night know he's still better than them. Today, I can't wait to see what he has to say to Minnesota. Here's the 5 games coming your way on the main stage. We got the hotel going to LSU twice, aBeZy, and then Mercado. aLLeY, I know you're breaking down the numbers in your brain right now. Who has the edge?
I have to say Toronto Ultra right now. I think they definitely have the edge when it comes to this series, especially when I'm looking over at LSU Search and Destroy right now and that Mercado Search and Destroy. Should we even get that far in this series? I think Toronto Ultra is just looking way too good right now.
I'm looking at this Minnesota squad to turn up in this series, right? You shake off the fact that you were in groups. You know you are now playing in a double elimination bracket. If you're going to look to one player, Tony, it's got to be Afro, right?
It has to be. It really, I mean, we've seen the magical numbers coming from Afro so often, but for me, I'm looking towards Bance to have a series. I think last time around that these guys were trying to get something done, he didn't necessarily have the best of series, but Minnesota still found the win because he's finding those routes. And up against Staddy, that's going to be difficult, but Afro is that guy. How often have we talked about it when we said last season, Afro performing well online, didn't bring it over towards the land. We need to see more from him today.
And here's some highlights from Afro. Let's take a look at this one, Nameless. Talk to me about his role. If you're new to Call of Duty and MW2, what is his job on the squad?
Yeah, he's the SMG Slayer. He's a playmaker. He's a guy who gets up close and personal. When you're in a trap, he's going to make it that much worse because you're not going to be able to find him. He's playing for the first bloods in the search and destroy. He's a valuable player. So like for him, it's important to get going early on in a series. As we saw in the New York one, he just wasn't able to really get it going to the tail end of that control. But also speaking about another key player on this team, it's Bance.
Yeah.
Bance is the leader of these guys. Like he's the one who's going to calm them down, form their strats. And also I want to see him with the SMG a little bit more in his hands. We haven't been able to watch every single second of his gameplay throughout this tournament, but from what we have seen, I would like to see him making plays with the Vaznev. It's a lot better.
So TAC 56 is our AR of choice. Vaznev is the SMG of choice. Ton, I know you've probably seen more Bance games than anyone here as a fellow lad from the UK. So what do you want to see Bance running against Toronto? Because Toronto, they've been bringing the heat.
I think it has to be the Vaznev. He has to try and go toe-to-toe with the Standy. We know that Bance is not necessarily going to put up huge numbers. He's not really that guy.
He can.
He can, but it's not typically what he's known for.
Not his job,
You're expecting on that team that it's going to be Afro, but he's going up against Standy, who has been putting up those numbers. The last time
he's
around,
been the best player in the
he's
game.
Been incredible, and I think we were speaking about this in the green room. Everyone kind of knew that Scrappy was going to come into this roster. We knew he was going to do well. I don't think there's any question. Picked up Standy. That was maybe the only small question mark, but he has been unbelievable for this team. Bance has got to try and match what Standy's doing for Toronto.
Listen, I'll give Scrap all the credit in the world. Like, the guy's been unbelievable. He is running an AR, and for me,
and dropped a 1.7 against OpTic.
Yeah,
sorry, keep going.
It was 1.6. He was fine. But like talking about this team, like I'm just, as the sub player, it is so difficult to drop numbers and make plays. You know, you're involved in so much on the map. Having pro experience and running that SMG at times, it's been tough. What Standy's able to do on this team, it's been ridiculous. I mean, the plays that he makes sometimes where he's just staying alive, chaining together hills, and playing for that rotation, and also what he brings to search and destroy, you're getting it all out of this guy. And I think that's what sort of Toronto Ultra was hoping for with that, controversial roster change, getting a guy like Standy who can alleviate the pressure on somebody like CleanX. And I think they've struck gold with two great great SMGs on this team.
There's Standy on the far left of the stage. The number 2 spot, though, belongs to CleanX, and I was watching this guy on the mini-map. If you're looking purely at stats, you will never understand the impact he's having on the games. Hotel, definitely one of his best maps. Ton, where else can this guy fry you, and how does he do it?
Well, Mikado would usually be one I would say, but last time around when we seen them, I think it was, I can't specifically remember the matchup, but I think he dropped 7 kills and they lost the game by 10.
7-24.
I mean, that's the impact that he does make, though, is that he's making those plays. And even though he was 7-24, whatever it is, I think it was a rotation over towards Tin on that last map, he found 3 kills. So it's not so much about the numbers that he is putting up, it's the important kills, it's the dirty work that he does.
Well, we do have to take a moment and remind everybody the matches are kicking off here in a moment, but all weekend long, you can get your freshest Call of Duty League gear, the brand new jerseys for the 2023 season, available at shop.callofdutyleague.com. That's where we sell our tickets. That's where we got our schedule, callofdutyleague.com. Write it down. Put it in your phone right now. And why should they go there today?
Because you can get some swag. You also get the schedule. You get everything that you need to know about the Call of Duty League. It has been crazy here with all our different streams, but you want these fresh jerseys, go ahead and go to
aLLeY, real talk, though. Who's got the best jersey in 2023?
Easy.
Whoa. You were asking the person with the worst memory on the planet on the desk right now about this question. What do you mean easy?
It's the Vegas Legion. It is.
You wear a lot of affliction and go to MMA fights.
No, listen. Who's the best dressed on the desk? aLLeY.
Where did that go? Wait.
We're going off the rails.
Understanding.
But,
you know.
Chad, I want your predictions right now as we get back on track here. We've got Toronto. We've got Minnesota. If you feel Toronto Ultra in this one, put a 1 in the chat right now. If you are feeling Minnesota Røkkr, I need a 2 in the chat. Let's get the predictions here on the desk. This is our first bracket match. Both teams playing in double elimination, so you're not done if you lose here, Ton.
I'm going same scoreline as what we've seen from Minnesota and Ultra, but the other way around. I'm going to go 3-1 Toronto Ultra. I think that Røkkr will manage to take a map. If it's going to be anything, it could be the control, but I'm not too sure. I think it's really difficult for them to find a map here. I think they will get one on their quality. I'm going to say 3-1.
So if it's not control, it's a 3-0?
If it's not control, it's
confirm
yeah.
Understood.
Go there.
Go ahead, aLLeY. What's up next?
Well, as we may not agree in fashion terms, sign on the fact you have a green shirt on with, I
What's
don't even
green
know
and
what
black?
color this is
let
not
them know,
black.
aLLeY, come on.
I don't even know what color that is, but that is not black. I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra as well. I'm probably going to go with the 3-1 as well.
3-1. And
I'm going to go with 3-0 Toronto Ultra. I picked them to win this event. I think they do it. They're looking absolutely fantastic. It's going to be a good one.
my brain says yes, Ant, but my heart says no. It's all Røkkr, and the games are kicking off right now. Make some noise, Raleigh. It's time to get this bracket started.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you.
The 2023 season will be a ridiculous year. Call of Duty, the Raleigh Major, starting from an absolute bang.
They ain't ready for you.
It's going to be a wild and crazy year of Call of Duty. I have no idea what to expect.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, HyDra! Oh my!
I do not believe what we are seeing. Perfect. Absolutely outstanding.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show.
Dashy again, handling business.
Now you better come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you.
What on earth is going on in this game? That is it! It's gonna be done and dusted!
They ain't ready for you.
All right, Raleigh, let's get this one started once again. Our last series was a heater, but this stage is about to cool off because we got 2 teams coming from the north. And this first squad looking to go plus ultra. Here comes Toronto.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run out the next, point to the sky ride with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Raleigh, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra. Give it up for Scrap, Insight, KleenX, and Standy, the Toronto Ultra.
A team looking for revenge. Toronto Ultra fell short to the Minnesota Røkkr earlier in the season. Two rosters seeming to have swapped players now here on LAN, a new meta, and now they aren't playing online, and they are on fire. Toronto Ultra need to get through the Minnesota Røkkr. Blaze, bring them on out.
Yeah, it's time to bring them out. Our second team from the north looking to play for one for all. Here comes Minnesota. Raleigh, get loud! Here comes the Minnesota Røkkr. Give it for Attach, Afro, Bance, and Cammy, the Minnesota Røkkr. And expecting some boos when they came up, but didn't get them. The new villains of the CDL in Minnesota Røkkr are here to try and do what they managed online. No M4 this time, but they will be happy going in against Ultra. A little bit of a shaky start, but they want to bounce back with a huge win against the quote-unquote favorites here in Raleigh. Blaze, take this one away. It should be a banger. Yeah, I thought they were going to get some boos, but they might be the fan favorites. We got to find out. It's time to get this series underway. Lando, Study, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I tell you what, man, I am hyped for this matchup, the Battle of the North. Bit of a revenge game as well, Jay. This is going to be a blast.
Oh, baby, I cannot wait for this rematch to happen. We saw it happen in the Major 1 qualifiers week 1. That was the M4 meta. Standy wasn't really the same player. Right. Ever since that TAC 56 goes into a bunch of these AR players' hands, you've seen what Standy's been able to do. So far at this event, 1.27 for Scrap. He's like an MVP caliber player in his first rookie year. And then Standy's right behind him with a 1.25. That dynamic duo is not to be messed with.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? This is a revenge game, as you called it. We saw this matchup take place at the Major 1 qualifiers, but new guns, new meta, a new environment, and who knows, maybe even a new result. But we talk about new. That's also something we got to talk about with all of these players. You got Standy, previously on the Minnesota Røkkr. He comes in, now a part of the Toronto Ultra. The closest few players on your screen there for a moment, and Bance and Cammy. Previously a part of Toronto, now on Minnesota. It's gotta feel weird as a player knowing that you're on the main stage, you're gearing up, but you're looking at some fellow teammates off to the side.
Yeah, this is a 2-2 split, obviously from the Ultra roster last year. Standy was on that Minnesota Røkkr last year. Wasn't really the best performances all of last year, but then he gets that change. Now this whole young team with Toronto Ultra are very young. They're very confident. We saw what they've been able to do. A reverse sweep so far on PaulEhx. And then the 3-0 versus OpTic. Oh man, they needed a wake-up call. And I think that reverse sweep is what set it off. To go out there and win the way they did versus OpTic Texas. That was pure dominance. And I'm expecting nothing less, because I think that Toronto Ultra right now are the most complete team. But here we go. Map number 1, Hotel.
And we look through the eyes of the rookie in Scrappy. I want to say first match on the main stage. This is where you prove it. You prove it for your team. You prove it in the rivalry as we fly in for Hotel. Røkkr spawning on the more preferred side, at least for P1, but it's Toronto cleaning house ever since.
Oh, and KleenX, he was able to find 3 right off the rip. A couple more bullets right there. He's able to potentially pick up that ace to start off the game. Toronto Ultra did not spawn on the better side, but they're getting a good amount of time off of this P1. They're more focused on this rotation, so Afro and Attach are able to get 2. They should be able to get the remaining 20 seconds of time, and just pay attention to your mini-map. Afro already slips through towards the back of that P2. Now you have to worry about him if you are inside.
Really, that's going to be a player that you have to worry about here. Toronto Ultra throughout the entirety of this series, buddy. A Scrappy does a great job at least to try to find a few kills inside of the point. Meanwhile, it is his AR duo in Insight trying to lock down spawns. Able to find one on to attach. Meanwhile, KiSMET doing a great job on the other side as well. Insight doing what he needs to, but here come Minnesota, not checking their side. It's so weird to see Insight firing away at Cammy, but it is gonna be Minnesota with a clean 4 down.
And Afro was the only player who didn't drop in that scenario. He stays alive. Big gunfight from Cammy to win that gunfight onto Insight. Now they are in control of the spawns. Final 35 seconds. Insight with a great shot. That's gonna be 3 dead. It's still in the back. You are going to be Minnesota Røkkr, but now with that final kill, Toronto Ultra, with this final 30, are going to be able to take the lead right on back. But now this allows Minnesota to get fully set up for this kitchen hill.
Yeah, so when we talk about, prior titles, Vanguard to MW2, a totally different scenario in terms of really what you want to do on the map. Final 20 seconds? No, we're not hitting scrap. In fact, we're rotating even earlier than that. As we'll see the rotations now being bound here for Røkkr. They get broken late, and now it's time to set up over at the kitchen. One of the better hills. Here, when we talk about Hotel Hardpoint, see how Røkkr bend to lock it down, and more specifically, how Toronto bend to try to break this. KiSMET bruised and battered toward the front. Thankfully, he does have Scrappy just behind him. Attach starts things off with a pick for Røkkr. And Scrappy and Standing, well, it's that dynamic duo causing problems already.
And now there's only 2 more players from Minnesota in this position. Unfortunately, Scrap does find a team kill on to KiSMET. You're not going to be able to win that trade gunfight. You're taking on your own squad, but now it's all up to Insight. He picks up 2. Unfortunately, the trade is going to be in. So Minnesota holds strong on the first push. And that's Attack 56. Attach, you saw what he did last series. 1.5. He's not trying to slow down now.
Final 2 seconds, still fighting for scraps. Meanwhile, it is the rotation. It appears that a few Toronto players still trying to go for this. It is a neck-and-neck game. Toronto angry that they weren't able to break it previously. Well, hey, they eventually do manage to jump on in toward the kitchen, grab those final 10. Well, we are over and headed now to the bar. Basically what we expected, buddy. I know we're only a few hills in, but it couldn't get much closer than this.
Yeah, it's a back-and-forth game to start us off. A couple rotation gunfights are going to go in favor of Toronto, and I thought Minnesota put themselves in a great position off that rotation. You have the back spawns, but Toronto just fly on through the front side. Now the first 10 is going to be uncontested. Scrap with another team kill on the KiSMET. Does he not like his teammate? What's going on? But that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Now the spawns do flip. Minnesota have to break the front.
And we'll see what Cammy can try to do. Again, just so many of those purple arrows to try to face off against, and he eventually does get dropped. It looks like a clean hold right now from the Ultra. And yeah, it's just so hard to break into that, Jamin. And you got a few players hanging out on those head glitches. The Vaznevs have come out to play. The only thing that can really eventually take them down is going to be the trophy. But a solid hold there for Ultra as now they find themselves up big going into next.
Oh, and Ultra can start to pull away with this game because they do have a couple players already off the rotation towards Diner. Insight with attack 56. He's going to get help from Standy watching Carpets. Unfortunately, he does not watch this connector. So he's going to at least lose that initial gunfight. Afro trying to cause problems through mid Carpets. He's able to find 2. Cammy with the 3rd. All left up to Insight, and another team kill for Toronto is now going to allow Minnesota to get fully set up.
You have to wonder a little bit if some of those jitters are starting to get involved here for this Ultra team. I know that they do find themselves up big, but those few team kills mean absolutely everything here in MW2 for how valuable that your life now is. It is giving Røkkr a bit of a foothold in this game.
Now the final 30. Trades going back and forth, but Minnesota are still able to come out on top. Big 25. They're in control of spawns going into the next hill, which is going to be towards top plat. You have one player in Standy trying to be the route man. Works his way through bottom middle couches. They're still going to put a lot of pressure on. They do not want to give this remaining junk time. 2v2. Now left up all to Afro, and he's having himself one hell of a map. 14 and 8. Start us off on a 3 spree. Finds another one on the Insight.
And you see him, man. He's getting involved. He's getting hyped in the camera feed as well. That is, without a doubt, Røkkr, the player that you're looking out for. If you're a fan of this team, you are hoping that he has a pop-off kind of series. And one thing to add to this, Jay, as we head toward P5, there was some drama during the offseason. It was rumored that Afro might actually be going to the Toronto Ultra. In fact, he finds himself on Minnesota instead. So just one of the many layers of a very interesting battle, a very interesting rivalry between both of these franchises. Cammy's hitting beams from afar, and it has been all sunny skies so far for Minnesota here at the parking lot. Attach, well, he's just hanging out, waiting for any bit of negativity, of any bit of pressure to start to come through. A little bit of that starts to come in, but Stanley eventually does fall. Røkkr clean house at the end of the day. As Cammy starting to hit some shots with attack from range.
That was a beautiful hole right there for Minnesota to give themselves a nice little comfortable lead. Now, if you're thinking big picture, you want to control the spawns for the P2 side. That's why you see Bance pushing out towards Jules. Early sitting at 8 and 16, but he's the playmaker for his squad. Fortunately, loses that gunfight to Scrap, but just can't allow Toronto to get back into this game off of a lot of P1 time. The spawns are going to flip once again. And now if you're Ultra, you're just trying to keep them off.
Yeah, if you're Ultra, just play this one carefully. The first 20 seconds are already done and dusted. Make sure you don't give anything away for free. Røkkr with the advantage in terms of the score, but Toronto with the map positioning. Stanley trying to have his own impact as he has been really the guy alongside of Scrappy. So far for Toronto, a big position where he's going to have a few players to deal with here, Jay.
Yeah, Stanley's in a strong position. He's the one that's holding down the right push. His teammates are still going to be spawning over to the left. So this remaining 15 seconds is going to go in favor of Minnesota. Now it's all going to be on Stanley. Can he hold down this position, shut down the pinch coming in? Big first gunfight goes to Bance, and that's going to be careful because now Stanley might be able to spawn all the way at bedroom.
And you can see exactly what that does. You can see what that does. They lose a member, and then it puts Scrappy in a more difficult spot. Minnesota, patient as ever. There goes the third member in a row. And it's on to Stanley again. Thankfully, he gets that close spot, but he gets dropped too. Røkkr clean and comfortable, rushing right in toward the lobby.
What a beautiful break from Minnesota. 35 seconds still here. They can get this remaining time. That can do wonders to how you turn out the rest of this game. That's going to be Toronto finding every single kill in the feed. They flip the spawns, and now with the final 25, they get all of this. They will be able to take the lead right on back, and now it's just another rotation battle over towards Kitchen. Minnesota have to do better in their setups because we saw the way that Toronto were able to break it from the last time. One player pushed all the way around Platt. They slow played it from the front between Stanley and Scrap. They won initial gunfights. Eventually walk away with the initial time. Very, very close hard point to start us.
It's like we're talking about one team, they allowed for the other to break. It's basically the exact same thing on the other side. And there we have it, another lead change. Minnesota, a slim advantage, but one nonetheless. As it's all about the battle inside of the kitchen, and Scrappy comes out on top. It really is the Toronto Bash Brothers come into play. Stanley and Scrap sporting some of the best KDs so far here at Major 1, and they come through right when Toronto needs them. A great little advantage starting to brew now. As Afro clean and comfortable, that strategy does work out, at least for a moment. Toronto there to make them pay. It was Stanley and Scrappy to start it off, and it's KiSMET's insight to seal the deal.
And let me tell you, if KiSMET is having himself a game number one, 24 and 19, usually when you're talking about KiSMET, this is a guy who's just always going to do the dirty work. He's going to be the guy that's the aggressor, flies in first, always tries to get that time when he needs to. When he's playing like this Ultra squad is going to be complete. Now currently up by almost 40 points. You have to get back into this game with a great hold on desk. You have somewhat control of bedroom with as Bance is currently sitting towards bottom. Push is going to be in towards the back. A big gunfight coming from Stanley. But Cammy at least finds two to relieve some of that pressure.
Yeah, well, they're able to break through a little bit in the back, cause some pressure, and from there, Toronto, they do the rest of the job. Great coordination again from this newly formed Ultra roster. Now within just 20 seconds of closing this game out.
You have to break from the front. You have to go if you're Minnesota because they're getting closer and closer towards the finish line. They're ready, they're ironed up. That's a clean 4 dead. I don't think anyone's gonna have an opportunity to even touch the hill.
And they call for KiSMET. Full green light, buddy, get going. Cause some problems in the break, and there you go. Scrappy getting loud already on the main stage. All a Dash can do is smile and focus up, get ready for the S&D. As Senor Scrappy and Toronto Ultra strike first.
And this is Scrap's first game on main stage, right? It's his first game. That's the lights are the brightest, and he's still talking smack. I love this young man. What a performance from Toronto Ultra in map number 1. But if you're Minnesota, you haven't been able to win an opening hard point versus anyone in quite some time. So you always have to respond in that search and destroy. But to touch on this map 1 a little bit more, I thought the change in the game was that P2. We saw Minnesota Røkkr. They started off on the better side for that P1. They were able to take a comfortable lead going into the first rotation. Then they find the break. Ultra respond with a great hold at Kitchen. And then the second rotation, Ultra, they find themselves at that P2, but Minnesota are able to get a clean 4 dead. Ultra breaking with about 20 seconds left. And then I thought Minnesota were going to be set up beautifully for Kitchen. But when you allow the break to come in the first 15 seconds, and then you cannot break that hill, we know how much of a money hill that P3 can be. That's where Ultra were able to pull away with this game, eventually take map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, as you called it, I mean, it was a neck and neck game. It just comes down to a few situations. And I know we oftentimes in Hardpoint lately aren't always discussing, you know, the slaying element or really the slaying talent. But right there, it felt like it showcased itself. Like you had a little bit of a slower game from Standy. Kleenex steps up. You talked about the kitchen rotation, how Toronto were able to break that. I mean, just numerous different moments where it felt like Minnesota was in a good spot, and then Toronto were able to break late, and it's ultimately just flawless gameplay toward the stretch. They gain control over Bar, and they don't let it go. Scrappy getting loud already, talking in the ears of the Røkkr boys. This is set up to be a phenomenal, phenomenal series, my friend.
And when you talk about this Toronto Ultra squad, like right now, when I look at this team, I feel like they're the most complete team that we currently have in the CDL.
Yeah?
And that's insane to say, because if you think about the old Toronto roster, everything was all about teamwork. These guys have been teammates for now 3 weeks. We're only the 3rd week into the CDL, and it's looking like their teamwork is on point. Communication has to be on point. Everyone is calm, cool, and collected. I just really love this Ultra squad.
And I think we might have to cater that too to the early victories that this team saw, right?
Yeah.
They lose to Minnesota Røkkr, yet to lose a series since that game that kicked off their Major 1 qualifier. From that point, right, they've had some big moments. They've taken down Atlanta FaZe. I mean, heck, they took down OpTic Texas 3-0 yesterday. I mean, how crucial is it to have those big moments early on as a new team?
Especially as young players. Like, first time into the CDL for Scrap. Obviously, the guy, he was bred for this moment. He was ready to make his appearance and be a pro player. So he has no nerves in his system. Before this Toronto Ultra squad, when you win those big matches, it just does confidence for your team. You're obviously doing something right when you're taking down Atlanta FaZe in a 2-3-5. The 2 hard points that they lost was about a 20-point difference, a really close hard point. When you talk about their overall record in hard point, it's 5-6, but they're losing these hard points by a margin of 60 points maximum.
Sure.
They're never getting blown out. So that's what makes this team so damn scary, because right now they're 60-40, at least in my opinion, in hard point. Their S&D is on point, and their control is one of the best in the game. They only have 2 losses in Search and Destroy. One comes to Minnesota at the very first match of the season for these squads, all the way into 6-4, and then the second one comes to Poyodrome yesterday, before they had to complete that reverse sweep.
That's
so
right.
This S&D is going to be so massive for both of these squads. Obviously, a little bit more important for Minnesota.
Sure.
When you always talk about this Minnesota team, that 2-3-5 is how they usually come about, especially when they are always starting series down 0-1.
Well, that was the story for Toronto last season when they had half of the Minnesota roster on their team last year. It was all about the search destroys. That is really what made that Toronto 4 infamous. It was the reason why they were so good in that Cold War title, but just fell short to Atlanta FaZe. It all came at the hands of Search and Destroy. And that's really the most fun part, I think, about this entire series, Jay. Might be these upcoming Search Destroys. We'll see if we can get 2 of them, but we've got to at least settle for game 2 here on aBeZy. What can you tell me about this map? What can you tell us about both of our teams on this map so far throughout the season?
Well, both of these squads have only been able to play this map twice. They both have a record at 1-1. But just more big picture stats in Search and Destroy. Minnesota, when they find success in S&D, it's usually on the back of that first blood. 58% win rate. When they get that first blood, put themselves in that man advantage, but it's not going to be easy because they're going up against Toronto Ultra, who are great in 3v4 situations. So, Minnesota Røkkr, this is where they need to respond, and they're going to be the team on attack.
Yep, we'll see what they can do here off the start. Meanwhile, it is good old JB Craven, aka Insight, one of the more fun snipers to watch in the league. Now put in position, well, to succeed. An unfortunate hit marker is not going to even out the man count that much more, but there you have it. A nice little nade over the top. Methodz never saw it coming. 3v3, and Bance really puts the numbers toward the favor of Minnesota once more.
So now Røkkr in the 3v2 situation, trying to make sure no players from Ultra are going to be sitting inside that A site. Now Afro is sitting alongside him. Close that door. Don't want to get any bad timings. He's going to be on Standy, who's slowly trying to work his way up through the middle alley. Trying to get the timing onto where these players are going to be playing. 30 seconds, 35 seconds to work.
And tandem together, 30 seconds left. Standing, tosses out a nade. Says a prayer, hunting, searching, eager for information. And right now, that's currency. Afro, great little angle, cuts down one. It is all on to Insight. He started off the round with the kill, and now he's gonna have to end it off with 3. And best of luck, Minnesota hold true, they hold strong. And really a lot of that came off of the first blood.
Yeah, the first blood comes in, but Insight responds immediately. I think the second kill that Bance was able to get as clean as trying to push him towards the top flat. Try to get better positioning in top money. Once you take him down, you use your attacks to open up that A site. You get the bomb down. Play your corners tight, play for the trades. And Minnesota Røkkr take round 1.
Big round when we talk about momentum, again, coming off of that hardpoint loss. You can see the wheels are turning for everybody. That's the biggest thing about this Røkkr team too, man, is that you can really have all 4 players call out strats. All 4 players very confident when it comes down to the comms. Scrappy, well, he was part of the first blood engagement last time. In fact, it was a death. This time, it's a kill for him. And still open things up there versus Standy. Cammy, down on his belly, and you see the kill feed line up perfectly for Røkkr once more. Another quick 1v3 for Insight. Normally we'd be waving the white flag, but this is one of the clutchest players in the league in situations like this. Job done for the first, 2 more to go.
He has the stun to work with. Dead silence is about to be earned. As the bomb is gonna be down towards bottom mid. So he's just gonna take his time. Grab all the way back, try to catch a timing. Right now, the way that Minnesota are playing, the buddy system. It's gonna be difficult to win both of these gunfights as they're both preparing for it.
Dead silence is going to be essential. That's exactly what he waits for, and now's the time to strike. You can hear everything inside of the warehouse. Now brings it to a 1v1. Cammy versus Insight. Oh, prior teammates, but Cammy able to stay alive and clutch it out in the 1v1. That's what we talk about, man. Insight, one of the clutchest players in the league. You can never doubt him. And he really made Cammy work for that too. Brought very low. Røkkr dodge a bullet.
Yeah, right there, Cammy just makes the play in that round, pushes up through courtyard, flanks through bottom double doors, finds that first kill, and then the second read onto the second player while laying down. That was a beautiful play by him. Turned it into a 3v1, and then Insight is a little bit hurt in that final engagement. Cammy's just able to challenge with that FaZe up close, able to close it out. Minnesota up 2-0, and Cammy with that SMG, he's like a speed demon right now.
See what we can do. Oh, he's feeling all kinds of confidence. That FaZe, man, it's hitting. We're hearing all kinds of players talk about, all right, well, the M4's gone. It's an SMG's world already. See what he can do with it, put it to good use. Meanwhile, on the other side, Standy and co. Holding firm, quick engagement. Cammy having to put that FaZe to use. However, it's KiSMET on the other side, who ends up dropping him to start. So offensive team loses a man off the rip. And you've got a nice little straggler in KiSMET trying to make a play toward the back. Attach is aware of it.
That silence is gonna now run out for KiSMET and Standy, but KiSMET is able to find the second. Now in a 4v2, all left up to Attach and Bance. Bance is at least able to take down one. Attach is just trying to pick one off, knowing that multiple players from Ultra are roaming around his spawn. Standy still has not moved from top money. Bance is that bomb carry. He might be able to rotate this over towards
Hello.
Insight spots him. Insight spots him, makes it a 3v1, all left up to Attach, and he popped the Deddy.
And there's a lot to do if you are Dylan Price.
Oh my.
Puts in some good shots, but at the end of the day, not gonna happen. A nice little smile there out of the Great Dane. And for good reason, Toronto just grabbed their first round.
Great plays from KiSMET. I'm pretty sure he finds 3 on the round. Works his way up this alley. Challenges towards the top base, takes down Cammy. Then once that dead silence runs out, he also takes down Afro. Great patience right there from Ultra to finally get one on the board.
And that's just really one of the many strengths that this Toronto Ultra team has. Like, you got Standy, who can be a menace. I mean, we even know the numbers that he was able to put up with bomb in his hand last season. You gotta worry about KiSMET up close, constantly in your base. Insight with the snipe. Scrappy in general is just a problem on every single game mode, it feels like. A lot of weapons, a lot of tools in the shed. If you are the Toronto Ultra, as Minnesota have to give away their first. And Insight is back out with the sniper. He and Cammy got to be aware of each other's play styles, given their long tenure together. He's got the pistol out, stuns there, and great work from Insight. pulls out the pistol and makes it work. Very close gunfight, but a nice little one to win. Cammy gets aggressive, and Insight's there to make him pay. Toronto with numbers, 45 seconds still to work with.
Bance finds one, makes it a 3v3. So now it's 40 seconds left. What do Toronto try to do? It's looking like Insight's gonna try to take control of top radio tower. Still thinks that attaches in the positioning on those towards the steps. Standy does invest that dead silence. Slowly gonna push up towards the middle alley. Cracks being watched from Bance, but he's gonna peek the door. Standy finds that kill. So now that bomb is gonna immediately get planted over towards B. Attach gonna be the player to try to slow it down.
They're gonna have to plant this quick. I mean, Attach, can he make his way through the setup? No, he's gonna have to go through Scrappy in order to get to the bomb. Afro quickly called upon. Feels like every single round has come down to a 1v3, and now it is time for good old Marcus to throw his hat in the ring. What has he got in store for us? Does he have a clutch? Does he have an impactful round to provide us with? A big moment right now for the squad. Goes off the sound cue, not able to find it. Toronto adapts. They get really two players in either lane, making sure things are clear. They rotate that bomb, and it is curtains from that point on. Nobody able to rush through the Toronto trio.
It all comes on the first blood. Like Cammy, he hit the same exact play their very first defensive round and is able to find three. This time Insight is able to spot him with the sniper. Cammy plays it super aggressive. Once you use those tacticals to the best of your ability, stun connects, you find that first kill, and then you slowly start to work up towards the opposite site. As Minnesota had to change their setup around, Toronto Ultra are able to take that one with ease. Now 2-2.
We've been seeing a lot of action toward the outside. The reason for that change is just because of the way the LSU works. Like, if you don't have dead silence, it just feels like you are in a world of trouble. This has been Standy's play so far. Constantly just looking over toward the office, looking over at money. The bomb does get planted quickly there for Røkkr, so an instant job to do if you're Toronto, and the only player past that 50-yard line is going to be Standy. Gives out the sound cue. Rest of the teammates now begin to converge. Tosses up the stun for information. If you look at those really outlines, a few players that are out of the play, time continues to tick. Nobody has fallen. However, Afro ends up taking down a teammate in the process, so a trade that ultimately favors Toronto. And Standy puts another away. Attached. It is all on to him, and that bomb is in the middle of being defused. Great coordination again there for Ultra.
That was just beautiful patience right there. They were like, all right, you can plant that bomb at it. We're not going to be really worried about it. But then they were just checking out every single corner. Once Standy pushes up towards top money and realize no one's going to be sitting top their spawn, they have to be double stacking the site. You eliminate both of those players, you can just instantly defuse. If Standy was going to work towards that flank and towards bottom pool, finds that kill win. Just a beautiful retake right there from Ultra to play it super patient. Now up 3-2.
I believe that's 3 rounds in a row,
yeah.
I want to say. As well for Toronto, you see everybody on streaks. Insight and Scrap on 3, Standy at 2 in a row. See what they have cooked up for us next. It just feels like it's going to be a battle all the way to the end of this S&D, man. Like, we got franchises that have just seen so much success, players that have been at the top of those S&D leaderboards for years. We'll see if Toronto can maybe pull a fast one versus their longtime rivals in Røkkr. Is it Scrappy looking for the long-range shot? Cammy eager to pull up the sniper. He put that one to good use. However, it's Insight on the other side, who ends up dropping Bance. A much-needed reply, but it's going to have to be the pistol. Scrappy and Kleenex with great team fire end up dropping the second kill. It is snipers in more ways than one, causing problems for Røkkr off the rip. And at least Attachment makes things a little easier, but only for a moment. Insight again. Problem to deal with. And Afro seized and conquered. And maybe gets juked out. Maybe ankle's broken a little bit there.
Just another patient round right there from Ultra. Once Scrap finds himself towards top radio tower, he was able to spot 2 players in the top of the opponent's base. That's what sets up Insight to pre-aim towards the window, finds that first blood. And unfortunately, Cammy gets that hit marker onto Standy. And he gets taken down. I thought once Attach was able to find that first kill, 3v2, bomb's gonna be down, but then Insight hits him with another snipe, makes it a 3v1. And then just finds that final kill, sitting at 8-2 on a 5 spree. 1 more kill, so he earns that airstrike.
And if you're Røkkr, I mean, that's gotta be one of the many things you're trying to prioritize right now. Afro getting in a fight nice and early, but it's Kleenex who's able to strike first. Bance out of the picture. That's one of your main SMGs who is going to be hunting early throughout the warehouse.
Bomb is going to be down too. So much information KiSMET is just able to gather. Just play this super patient. I think potentially we might have a magic door. Nope, not able to spot him, but Scrap is able to work his way towards the top, finds that kill onto Cammy. KiSMET finds the third. Now it's all left up to attach. Great at clutch and in search and destroy, but 1v4 is never easy. And Toronto Ultra, 5 straight rounds in this search and destroy is now going to put them at game point.
What do you feel like has been the most impressive thing? Like
First Bloods.
First Bloods, that's it?
Yeah, because Minnesota, they tend to struggle when they're in a man disadvantage. In the 3v4s, at that point, you're all slowing down. You're trying to at least even up the numbers, but when Toronto's not giving you anything to work with, now you're forced to be the playmaker. And when that happens, they are ready for the gunfight at any given moment. And they are just picking them apart one by one. Minnesota need an answer.
Yeah, they do. And you talk about the first blood conversation. Well, whenever they're trying to go for those first bloods, it feels like they're getting sniped constantly, or it's insight stunning you and pistol whipping you in the side. Røkkr released 5 rounds straight, and now we've got some streaks on the back of a few members for Toronto. Scrappy, aware of the instant position. He's lost one of his teammates, but see if that can be something to get Røkkr back in this game. Standy goes bye-bye. But it is your two guys who have been very, very solid so far throughout this S&D, and Insight and Scrappy left. See if this new duo, this new tandem together can pull off something special.
50 seconds. No dead silence for Scrap. He's going to push his way in towards bottom mid. He's trying to play for a couple players who are playing towards this A site. You see where Insight is doing. He pops that dead silence. He's going to be able to take control of radio tower. Just there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. You have to eventually pick up this bomb, at least find a couple kills, and get the bomb planted. They're just trying to work this flank. Taking your sweet time is going to be Scrap. The death silence is about to come in.
Steady popped. Here they go. Both members on the prowl. Early engagement's going to mean everything. First blood in terms of this fight is going to be gained. Scrappy, eager, has to go searching, has to go hunting. He's able to drop another. Afro tagged up, but can't be killed through the wall. Røkkr are able to close it out, and a lot of it comes down to, man, it just feels like they waited a little too long. They were waiting for that dead silence, which is understandable, but if one of you falls, the round is instantly over. Minnesota with numbers, and you called it again, my friend. First blood. I know they technically found the second blood as well, but still, all about the early game. Røkkr will finally be able to end that 5-round-in-a-row streak. Down 5-3. We'll see what they can provide us with, but problem being, they've got a streak to worry about.
Yeah, if you have a streak to worry about, it's looking like this bomb is definitely going to go over towards that A site. I would like to see Minnesota do exactly what they did in a previous attacking round, was just instantly getting that bomb down towards A. They ended up getting 4v4 retook. But slowly, the bomb is going to start approaching towards this B site. You just got to keep in mind that airstrike can come in, but Afro is able to find that first blood.
Oh, wow, it's Scrappy, just a few pixels to shoot at. Makes quick work of Cammy. Meanwhile, it's Standy as well. Finding one over to attach Afro and Bance. Huddling inside of the garage. They've got Toronto players looming everywhere. Scrappy with no daddy. He's got to take his time. He can't reveal his position. Afro, who's going to win the fight? Who's going to win the fight? It's Afro to remain true. Insight cannot take him down with the pistol. Standy able to line one up, and Toronto line him up and knock him down. They conquer their way through the bomb site and win 6 of our last 7 rounds. Now up 2-0 in this bad boy.
That final round, what a route right there from Standy. He works his way all the way around the flank, takes control of green, knowing that there's no pressure going over towards that A site. Once he gets in that position, his teammates already have control of back clip. So they're holding strong on that end. But once Standy finds that second kill, now you know that the last 2 players are going to be trapped in towards that B site. And when you pay attention to that first blood column, it's 5-4. It was very, very close, but every time Minnesota got a first blood, there was always an immediate response from Ultra to at least make it a 3v3. They just played so patient, did not give Minnesota anything easy to go with on the map. And Ultra Told you, man. Most complete team, dominating the search and destroys.
And again, there's still a game 3 to come, but it really does feel like that was Minnesota's lifeline. Like it feels like that was their opportunity to get back in this series where they lose that search and destroy on top of the hard point, and now we've got that aBeZy control, which, if mine serves me right, was a very interesting map whenever we saw these teams play back in Major 1 qualifiers. Why was that?
Went all the way to round number 5.
That's right.
All the way to round number 5, and I'm pretty sure it was Minnesota on the attacking round. They were able to capture that 8 point with about 11 seconds left, extend that time by a minute. Then they get all the way to B, and they were able to get on that clock and stop it at about 15 seconds, get the stack in, and close it out. It was a phenomenal time the last time they played around, but just the way that Toronto Ultra have been looking so far in this series, Minnesota need to bring some different fire.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. The man who did that, by the way, was Cammy. Can he be the difference? We'll have to find out. Can he be the Minnesota Miracle Man? We'll have to find out when we come back after the break. We're headed to Game 3 on aBeZy control. Stay with us.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Yeah, first round.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to Major 1. It is day number 2, and we're in the midst of a great little battle going on between two teams who are quite familiar with themselves, the Battle of the North. But Jay, we got to talk about something, man. Take a look at this guy in Scrappy. First match on the main stage. He's not just getting hype in this match, but he's getting hype all weekend long, man.
Brother, this guy reminds me of me back in the day, because I always smack talked against everyone that I played, and you see the tweet popping up, Scrap is giving the Scrappy Doo energy in here for LOL. Love that coming in from Sir Andre Forever.
Like the profile.
He definitely is doing that, man. When this guy is playing with that much confidence the way that he is, you know what it does to the team. It just hypes up the squad. You get every single player to step up, and when he's leading the pack as a rookie, that's got to be so scary.
He's literally doing research in different languages, preparing for teams.
Oh, yeah, that was funny.
That is wild.
He called them a little bit of poo-poo, and he said, I'm your father.
I'm your daddy.
He said, yo soy tu papá. That's what he told them.
I like
in that series versus Pollo. That, like, let me tell you, if you can transition your languages in Smack Talk, like, you are a premium guy.
Oh, my goodness. You take a look at those KDs there for Senor Scrappy. And I think what you told me coming into this, like, control KD?
Yeah, he's number 1.
It's a little bit more worrisome if you're Røkkr.
He's number 1 overall, 1.35. And that's scary to deal with, because when you're allowing this guy to just consistently slay you out, you have to be able to shut that guy down. And just right now, no momentum on the side of Minnesota. They're far from out of this series. They're currently undefeated going into this control. 3-1 on the opposite side for Ultra. The only loss that Ultra received was versus Minnesota all the way in around number 5. So now if you're Minnesota, what you need to do is just make sure you're holding strong on your defenses. If you go clean 4 dead, you're going to spawn all the way across the map. You cannot allow that to happen, or the series is going to be done.
Who's the guy? Who's the guy to do it for Røkkr? I mean, if you're looking at somebody, I know it's not a one-player effort, but if it's somebody to lead the way, to top the scoreboard, to make the influential capture or defensive play, whatever it may be, who do you feel like it has to be lead by example for Minnesota?
It has to be Bance for me.
Bance,
this is the guy who's the playmaker for this Røkkr squad. We know what the Afro is going to do. He's always going to put himself in a position to be that slaying SMG. But if Bance can hit his routes, play like a rat in some corners, just simply play his life and hold down power positions, he's going to be the guy that I'm looking at.
Okay. Bance the player to look out for Røkkr, as they will start things off here on the attacking end, beginning and staring up at that, well, big hill to follow, down 0-2. CDL control, I'll tell you what, man, I mean, it feels like we're seeing more offensive victories here and there. Last year it was all about the defense. This year, a little bit different. Quite a few picks early on. Toronto seeing success in the early game. Those first initial fights still favoring them. Røkkr, right now, struggling to get out of their base. And first job is deciding on, hey, which zone do we want to go to? Feels like all the arrows beginning to focus in toward A. The only player that sits in their sights right now is KiSMET, causing havoc as they run there.
He's just staying alive. He's just finessing around the map, just wasting time off of that clock. Afro finds that kill onto Standy, so at least able to stop the time for now. Slowly just trying to finesse KiSMET. Eventually it finds him, takes him down, and nothing to show so far for Minnesota. You have to get out of your spawn. Big kill coming in from Bance. Now you have a little bit of radio tower control. Start putting pressure on towards it.
KiSMET causing problems again for Minnesota, and now Standy's the one to hit the flank. They have no idea that he's here. Afro, the soul man in the point, has attached there for a bit of cover fire, so you're able to stop the point, stop the clock for the moment. 13 and some change. Røkkr battling a few players off of spawn. We'll see if Toronto looks to make a late hit. Scrappy tosses out the utility, attach once more. There for the cover fire again. And Afro, really big job to do. Watch the front, just make sure nobody comes over toward you from the top side. It appears that the late hit is in here for Ultra. Last few players alive inside of the objective. Will look to lock things down. Maybe not. Maybe not. Here comes Scrappy. Can he close it out? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Dies by the nade, but Bance is here for the buzzer beater. Comes out clutch for the roster, and really Jake didn't do anything for the fight. He just happened to be the only guy off spawn.
So now if you're Toronto, you have to hold strong at this B point. Bance is able to finesse his way. Unfortunately, the trade is going to be there from Scrap. But just right now, a lot more map control on the side of Toronto Ultra in sight. In that positioning towards top green, he's going to force all of Minnesota to start to overextend, try to push the courtyard, try to work around that flank, and Ultra are ready for it. KiSMET player towards bottom middle, at least find one before the trade is in. just keep in mind, as long as they're controlling green, they will consistently spawn over towards Cliff. Makes it a little bit more easier to defend this B site.
And it's all about, right, that 3, that 4 down.
Ooh, good
Bance,
shots.
Great long-range shots with the Vaznev. Talk about an uphill battle, but he just took down a player who's at the top of the hill. Afro with a great opener, focusing on the spawns, trying to eliminate a few members off of that quick rotation. Minnesota locking down the seconds. And it's gonna have to be Bance, who again comes out clutch on the force spree, and here they come. The stack is in, they can capture this fast. Toronto, they've got to do something. They've got some utility. Do they have the time? Here comes Cleanex, but not gonna happen. Røkkr come out hot in the opening attack, and it is all about Bance in round 1.
That's the same exact thing that they did the last time that they played this map. The only difference is it was in the round number 5. They get on that A point with about 12 seconds left. Able to close that out, and then they only have a minute to work with. They completely disregard the player that's in green. You push it through middle. Bance finds that initial kill. And you see he doesn't give up that positioning. He knows that once he finds that kill towards 10, they are now going to spawn all the way towards the left side. He finds a spawn kill. He allows his teammates to get out of the base. Their last focus was the player on the green, and they clutch up on the attack.
Yeah, just instant awareness of the spawns, and that's really what makes Bance such a valuable asset to any team that he's on, whether it's Toronto previously or Minnesota now. Great awareness from him. They will look to try to bring that momentum now here into round number 2. Now on the defense goes Røkkr, Toronto on the attack. And Afro, it just feels like he can be the player to cause lots of problems inside of the warehouse. However, Toronto off to a nice start. Danny dodges the fight somehow. Relives, goes for the chow. Cammy eventually does shut him down. A lot of presence here for Toronto early. They've got 2.5 captures. And in the meanwhile, given those spawns, they're over at the top side of the map. It's Scrappy trying to lead the charge, take a few players on the rotation.
Oh, now this is gonna get scary, because you have to at least take him down from this position. They're trying to attack over towards B. Cleanex is gonna get traded by Afro. So now, if you are Toronto, you have to slow this one down. You have to wrap back over towards that A point. Even though Scrappy's doing a great job of just staying alive on this side of the map, trades are gonna be abound. Insight now, player pushing up through field. As Standy finds one through bottom middle, Standy's gonna be able to stop that clock by hopping on that A point. Should be allowing Insight to slowly try to get more better positioning over towards this field side.
Yeah, really, as long as he's here, it's just gonna consistently distract the Minnesota Røkkr, and they may try to just shock this one, maybe just send one last player to go for a chow. It's gonna be attacked. If you win it, great. If not, not the biggest deal in the world, but Afro on that rotation, able to cause some problems as he drops yet again another lovely little double on the head of Toronto, and maybe a triple. Nope, not gonna happen this time. 15 seconds to go. Toronto a decision to make, and it looks like that decision very well may be made for them. Insight literally just ran past the player. Toronto still looming, or excuse me, Minnesota rather, still looming. Hanging out toward A. Toronto get it regardless. 2 players off the spawn. They're able to stack, and they add an extra minute to the clock.
Extra minutes of the clock in. Standy and Cleanex are able to find 2. Fortunately, Inset does drop. And Attach currently sitting at top AC finds another one, so you cannot play for these spawn kills if you're Standy. Try to hold this bottom middle, find that initial kill, allow your teammates to eventually try to push up through bottom mid. It's only 45 seconds to work with. Standy just ran out of that dead silence, and Attach is still holding strong with that tag.
Trying to find a little bit of a gap in the setup, but Røkkr holds true. In fact, if you take a look at the top right of your screen, there is one player who has managed to slip the net. Just behind enemy lines right now is Scrappy. Bance is able to clear the way. You see that indicator at the top of the screen. 4 lives now make it 3 left for Toronto. Only 3 segments to their name. And as they continue to get whittled away, it will be a round here for Minnesota. Clawing it back. Got that momentum after that opening attacking round, and they bring it here to the defense as well.
Minnesota just clutched up right there. Like, I'm pretty sure it was about 12 seconds again at that A point. Cammy was able to go on in, find 3, shut down that pressure before he eventually does get traded. And then when they need to hold strong at that B point, you had the ARs ready and set up. Attach was able to win every single gunfight from top AC. They had control of green. They control the entire left side of the map. And you force Minnesota to try to overextend, and Bance is ready for it. Minnesota, looking like a well-oiled machine on this Asila.
Yeah, they look very well composed. Despite being down 0-2, they find themselves now up 2-0. And really, you're in uncharted territory if you're Toronto, right? I mean, they have literally gone on a 5-game control winning streak. A few of those 3-0s as well. So if you're Toronto, again, being down 0-2, maybe not a familiar spot for them. Regardless, Røkkr locking things down over at A. Cammy, in fact, has earned the spree, does fall at 6 in a row. So while he does fall, there's at least a little bit of purchase. Shout out to Ton for that one. Well, minute down. Not a whole lot of ticks to work with, Jay. What do you want to see him do here for Røkkr?
If you're Minnesota, let's just go get that 8-point done and dusted. Close that one out, or at least try to find an initial 2-piece to open up one of these points. It's looking like it's going to fall into the hands of Afro. With the flank, finds that first kill on the inside. Great shots, not able to pick up the kill on the Sandy, but he sets up Bance. Unfortunately, Bance is the only player in that position, so 35 seconds left, nothing to show for it. You have to hop on that point, at least complete some segments.
Let's make it work for it at the very least. It's actually just because they're consistently evaluating the flank. And while Toronto, Minnesota, they've been able to find a few kills in the flank. It just hasn't amounted to anything. Finally, they will be able to halt that time from moving. 22 seconds. Pause for the moment, but Afro, he gets made quick work of. Well, Toronto, you were down 2-0. You needed to see some sort of life, a bit of a reply. And so far, it has been exactly that. Every single player from Minnesota was huddled inside of that white building. Maybe a last-ditch effort to try to get to the objective. Scrappy there to clean house for another. And that time will whittle away. Granted, you're down, but Toronto, best reply that you could have had.
Yeah, that was a very strong defensive round right there from Toronto. Especially not to allow any segments, which is now going to put them down by 3. Obviously, they need to win this next round to force that round number 5. But if they close out both points, they will guarantee themselves that defense.
You said down 3?
Down 3.
All right. It's definitely doable. I mean, there's no doubt.
I just think the way that you need to play this if you're Ultra is to make sure when you close out, when you attack towards that 8-point, they started off with a bunch of initial kills, but then they just completely disregarded it once they thought that they were going to get it for free. Cammy didn't give it up, but looks like pressure's going to be all out through the middle of the map. Afro at least finds the first. PaulEhx is able to find himself that airstrike. That could be crucial as we get towards the deep part of this game.
Yeah, we'll see. Toronto, they tried their hand over at that A zone. And to no surprise, right? They're aware of the scoreline as well. Hey, we cap A, cool. Instantly off the rip. All we got to do is just capture one more, and we're in a good spot at the least. Well, Minnesota read it. They shut them down, and from there, it is Toronto back to the drawing board off a spawn. And oftentimes, it's going to be called upon to PaulEhx to try to find a few of those early engagements. Well, he does get made quick work of. It at least sets his teammates up for the trade, and now calls upon to Standy, the other SMG duo, to help try to set up a little bit of a lane. Only man in ear's distance of this right now is Afro. Toronto, they've got everybody focused on this A zone.
Everyone focuses. Standy finds himself in a great position to take down the first and attach. Now you just have to be ready for the pinch because you know Afro's going to strike. Trade does come in. The second tick is already here. Bance and Cammy, they combined for all 3, able to get him off of that point. You see the map control started going in favor of Minnesota. You push out green, you're going to consistently spawn them out towards back yellow. Bance, you just want to play your life here. At least try to stay alive as long as you can.
Oh, when Bance can start to go on a spree, that could be huge. You instantly see he looks toward his teammate's screen, trying to give a few call-outs. Be aware of the positioning for Toronto. So well aware of the strategies that exist on the other side. And regardless of it, Ultra, they managed to get enough forces, enough reinforcements over at that A zone. Extra minute added on to the clock. And what could be the final minute and a half of this map. Toronto with still a lot of work to do. But they do have quite a few players established already toward that field.
Keep in mind, they still have an airstrike to work with. They already pushed up towards white trucks. Trying to take the player off top, they see that's a big kill. Cammy does find a trade. Bance is going to be the playmaker, slowly trying to work his way in towards back green. I don't know if Insight was able to pick up that sound cue. He's going to be ready for it. No, he's not. Bance stays alive in this position, and just with him being here, it's going to cause some problems. They're able to take him down. Only 50 seconds to work with if you're Ultra. Oh, got to try to open it up potentially with this airstrike.
See what they can do about it. Last-ditch effort, 40 seconds on the clock. Scrap trying to make the play. Tagged up, but not dropped as of yet. Trying to use those boxes to the best of his ability. Standing pumping, dead silence. Desperately trying to get back in the fight. Get as many eyes on this spawn from Minnesota as you can. And Standy could be the player to make the play. He eventually does get fouled, but KiSMET able to drop one. Bance still being a nuisance around the garage side. That's one tick done. Can they reach the second? Very smart play from Insight to not just avoid the streak, but to also prioritize his life. He could be the difference maker now. Staying alive. That could maybe be the second one. KiSMET is there for the pickup. That's 2 down.
Still have the spawns right now if you're Minnesota, spawning all towards the back right cliff. Now it all falls into the hands of Standy. 12 seconds, someone has to get on that point. 5 lives remaining for Ultra. They're able to stop that clock. The second tick is gonna be in, but Bance is able to take down Scrap. Afro holds the iron up. He's able to take down Standy. That's gonna be 3. Last player up is gonna be Insight. And this is looking like a clean 3-0 from the Røkkr.
It's gonna be a solid answer here from the Røkkr in control. Down 0-2 in the series, but they are not going anywhere. Compose as you like. And to be honest with you, buddy, this is what we expect from this Minnesota team. Well tenured, a lot of veterans on this roster. And they control, well, our game number 3. And also, end out the streak from Toronto. That was 5 games in a row going. They cut that mightily. And as you take a look at the scoreboard, what name maybe stands out the most to you?
It's definitely Bance, man. 25 and 22. He had multiple clutch plays. Every single time they needed to save that 8 point, it was Bance and Cammy combining every single time to slow them down. And then even when Ultra were able to close out that 8 point, they only had 1 minute and 30 to work with. Even though they didn't get control of green on the side of Minnesota, they just did a great job of just holding strong on the left side of the map. As long as you stay alive towards that BS&D building, you're consistently going to spawn all the way behind that cliffs. Makes it a lot easier to break over towards that B point. You got players that are able to come off spawn and watch that flank. And they just had the perfect setup to close out this one in a 3-1. So now they stay alive a little longer in this series. I was expecting it to be in the search and destroy, but now we're going into an embassy hardpoint. If you are Røkkr, we know how impactful certain money hills can be. You have to make sure you put yourself in a great position for P3. Make sure you hit that early rotation. PD is also going to be a big one, but the biggest one has to be Kitchen. They cannot afford Ultra to find breaks as they did in that map number 1.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We'll take a look at the highlights here. A lot of this game number 3 came down to Toronto Minnesota walking away with that opening attack, and from there they end up seeing the success, putting the ball in their court as they claim our swing mode, and we call it swing for a reason. The opportunity for a reverse sweep is still in store, and as you called it, Embassy hardpoint up next. Tell you what, man, I don't know how to call this. Like, I really don't. It feels like Toronto, they technically were the stronger team off the start, but when these 2 teams did play back at that Major 1 qualifier, I think it was an Embassy hardpoint maybe that Toronto took, but Minnesota, they just feel like a team that catches steam later on in the series. I feel like they get a lot of confidence after that LSCLO control. How do you feel like this one goes? You think we had the chance to go 5? Or
I think we definitely
on the Toronto trade?
No, I think we definitely have the chance to go 5 because you never want to talk smack until the series is completely done, especially when you're going up against a player like Attach, who's been around the rodeo once or twice. The guy knows what it's like to play on that main stage. The series is never done until it's done.
Well, if we were ever worried, if Toronto is worried, Standy just gave it a nice little link.
Yeah, they don't look worried at all.
He's feeling good. I'll tell you what, mate, he played some great COD. Like, I know we got to give Minnesota props. They just won that control, but there were so many question marks on this kid right here. That, you know, is this the right pickup? Is this the right player to bring into the team? He has looked like not just one of the best players on this team, but maybe one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, man, it's scary because Standy of last year, he was very inconsistent for that Minnesota Røkkr last year. It's either he was putting up a 1.2 or he was probably dropping a 0.8 or 0.9. But so far with this new Ultra squad, ever since that meta change, he's been a completely different player. Pay attention to what Standy does on the minimap because he's the guy a majority of the times that flipped the spawn for Toronto Ultra. Makes it a lot easier when you're winning these rotations, especially when your SMG is playing with so much confidence. But that young man on the screen in Cammy, he's been having himself one hell of a year. When we looked at this Minnesota Røkkr roster in the beginning, It was all on Cammy, at least for me. If Cammy can get to that point where he was Cammy of old, he was the Cammy of the Cold War season, this is where this team can be really dominant. We know how strong they're going to be in Search and Destroy. The control was looking flawless. It all comes down to the sling in hardpoint for this team.
Feels like it's kind of the same thing for really both teams. It is all about that hard point. And take a look at this battle. It's so weird to see these guys on either side of the stage, just given their history, both being AR players. But right now, so far in the series, you see Insight lead the way for the team. And a nice, you know, a chill 1.33 on the other side for Cammy, sporting that 1.09. Tell you what, man, I know we're talking about a lot of different players to look out for, but there's just so many moments throughout that control and LSCLO where I'm like, okay, Insight takes down Cammy. Is that a team kill? No, it's not actually. They're on either teams. It's weird still. It's a lot of adjustments, a lot of things to get used to. We talked about, like I said, the Toronto players, right? And Standing, it's his first time ever facing off against Minnesota for, at least on the main stage for the Toronto guys. How weird it has to be looking at the Ultra on the other end. But here we have it, into the Embassy hardpoint we go. Toronto leading the way still at 2-1. But Røkkr have found a bit of momentum. Maybe a little bit of their moxie. And what has been one of the best rivalries in the entire CDL since its infancy. These two teams continue to duel, they continue to battle. And we'll see if this has got another legendary map in store for what has already been an incredible story between these two. As it's Toronto with the early time, but Minnesota with a great 3 down, make it 4 down to start.
And that's the spawn's already gonna flip. So now if you're Toronto Ultra, you do a great job of at least getting some time off of P1. But now your objective is to control the spawn towards back parking lot. You already see the route coming in from CleanX, trying to set up that pitch coming in from Kitchen. You're gonna slowly play it and try to hold this one down. Soldiers are able to get back on the time. Bance is able to take him right off, and final 15 seconds, it's all gonna be over towards that P2, and Cammy's gonna be the first one here.
Yep, Cammy spawned up, he's here. However, CleanX has been hitting the hottest flank, it feels like, for about, well, 5 minutes now. This is about a 1v1 that's getting ready to happen. Tosses out the nade to Vaznev, maybe not in the more preferred spot, but this is a huge battle for spawns. Catches Cammy lacking, and with that being the case, Afro runs right through the door, shuts him down. It is Toronto with a few more players off the spawn quickly, but Afro! Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Puts him in the dirt. Goes clutch for the team when they have to win those kills. He wins out for the roster, and now they've got the more preferred positioning and a great little advantage going here at the parking lot.
Yeah, this is the best setup right now for Minnesota. You're gonna force all of Ultra to try to attack this from Orange. And that's another clean 4 dead. Now Ultra are still gonna spawn out towards back alley. They probably have to cut their losses here. We have to make sure we're rotating towards top AC, and it's none other than Bance. Unfortunately, cannot win that gunfight. But what a start to this hardpoint from Minnesota. A full 60 hold on this P2. It's gonna give them a comfortable lead to hit this next hill. Potentially find a couple breaks. They got a little bit to work with now.
Oh, and Afro, you can tell it. He's just feeling it. He's feeling it right now. Tagged up from either side. Maybe we can be a little bit of a distraction. However, not the case. A clean 4 down there for Ultra. That's exactly what you want to have, considering that that door was slammed straight in your face over at P2. No time to speak for. But now over at the ACs, all clear right now from the Ultra. Scrappy trying to have his impact in this game number 4, trying to put Minnesota to bed. He eventually falls. Minnesota on the prowl. 35 still to go.
35 still to go, but right now Toronto Ultra doing a great job of maintaining the spawn going into the next hill. Bance is staying alive through back alley. He's trying to time it to climb up towards the top. But eventually the break does come in for Minnesota. Trapping some great shots. Unfortunately, is not able to take them off for that time, so Minnesota are going to continue to get the remaining jump time. Afro already on a 5 spree. Astro's in my Afro. He's frying to start this one off.
He is, man. This guy is feeling it. Wanting to deliver a dub for his teammates in a revenge type of match. Starting to go off. Heads into the office on the 5 spree. This next kill would be huge. Can he find the 6? And you can see, man, Toronto, they've got 3 players. They've got 3 players who are just trying to limit this guy. A handful and a half as Afro eventually gets put to bed, and now Toronto can begin to seize a few of these seconds. A late break over at ACs now values this next hard point that much more for Ultra. And currently, Jay, they're cleared in house.
Yeah, Ultra holding strong right now. Even though they did lose a couple gunfights, this fight went massive to find that initial kill and stay alive. So this has been a great hold for Ultra to get themselves right back into this game. It looks like Minnesota is still going to put pressure on. You don't want to put too much because we're going over to a money hill. You have to make sure you get over towards Kitchen, and it's all going to fall into the hands of KleanX. In the 2v1, he's not going to play in towards the point. He's going to play a nice little corner outside. Just going to wait for his teammates to try to assist him, but the break never comes in. Ultra take the lead.
It's really the SMGs for Ultra that are here early. Bance, well, he'll wipe away one of them. And it's Afro who takes care of the other. Great work. Coming in from Røkkr, we thought for a moment, maybe prioritizing that last hard point a little bit too much, however, able to make good on it. Now it could be Cammy to try to be one of the layers to cause some issues for Toronto off the spawn, but Minnesota here at the kitchen early. And surprisingly, it's a small hill, but you can grab quite a few points on it. Røkkr showing us exactly why that is the case. So far, man, it feels like this has been the guy on our screen 90% of the time, and for good reason. 16-7 right now from Afro. He is feeling himself. 17-7, a 4 spree, and now has put his team very much so in the lead as he cannot be taken down.
What a hold. What a hold from Minnesota to get themselves back into this game. Full 60 from Ultra at P3. Full 60 now at this P4. For Minnesota to now be up by almost 50 points. Great shots from Afro. He is not missing anything. He's trying to force this game 5 already, almost at 20 kills with the FastNev in hand. Having himself one hell of a map. But now we find ourselves on the second rotation of hard points. Insight and KleanX are able to find 3. Now you have to stay alive if you're attached because now the spawns are going to get a little freaky. They're going to spawn over towards that middle tennis side, and Ultra just doing a great job of just soaking as much time as they can off P1.
Yeah, what you could see, I mean, Attach wants to definitely tag up a few players for the bottom side, but he's definitely trying to have a few members join it to try to get over toward top gas, get a little bit of something going, maybe even earn the time on top of it. Well, that doesn't happen. Currently, it is Toronto with those preferred spawns, doing a good job at really starting to get involved in the fights. And man, I'll tell you what, it's Standy's starting to wake up. KleanX doing the same. They've started to chip away at that advantage already.
Now this is where Ultra need to make the adjustments. Last time it was a full 60 hold coming in from Røkkr, but this time around, Scrapping Insider in a great position to at least hold the push coming in from Street. Hill was not gonna pop. Standy gonna be on it. Unfortunately, Standy was standing on top of the planter, so he gives up his life for free. And Cammy finds 3. He knows exactly where the last player is, but Insight plays it beautifully, finds that kill, and at least maintains a little bit of that map control. Even though his squad is not getting time, he's keeping them off of that point. 40 seconds still on this P2.
Oh, you feel so bad. Like, Bance, just get on the objective, man, but he's got so many angles to watch. There's been at least 15 seconds that have gone to waste because he can't get anybody inside of the objective. I mean, at the very least, you're not giving it to Toronto, but you do want to hop on what is a money hill. We talk about aBeZy, and they tossed out a big battle to win in Toronto, although at least clean it out for the moment. It is really all about this battle now toward the ACs. Røkkr with the preferred spawns. A bit of a slower game from Standy, trying to turn things around. Currently -7. What an impact it would be if he could be the man to find a few kills in a row. And there you have it. A few begin to fall. The last player alive is Afro. Maybe could set up his teammate for success, but it's not going to happen. Afro is a man on fire. Another 3 spree and a rotation 1 solely because of him.
That one's got to hurt right there for your Ultra. You find 3 kills off the rotation. The only player you got to take down is Afro, but he takes down 3 of your side. So now Minnesota are able to win this rotation battle. Bance, unfortunately, is going to get caught throwing that trophy. The pinch is going to be here. Afro can only take down 1. So the break comes in from Ultra. Final 30 seconds. They're in control of the next hill as well at PD. So Attach in towards the top is just going to take his time, at least try to leave some of that pressure on Old Hill.
You do see player number 4, player number 2, Scrappy and KleanX. They do get wiped away, rather their teammates get wiped away, but it does generate them close spawns for new. So in some ways, you'll take that. If you're Toronto, you get wiped away the last 15 seconds of ult, that's cool. We got everybody hanging out now inside of the office. Maybe an early Christmas party at this point. And Attached to the top side, it felt like he was in the more advantageous spot. He eventually does get wiped away. Toronto given the advantage, and they will seize it. Afro trying to be the man to make the play. What can he do right now for Røkkr? Trying to beam toward the outside. He eventually gets dropped, and from there, Toronto will seize control. Let's step aside, and in fact, goes to Aliston with the Ultra Boys.
Get it. 3-door. Climb it up top, climb it up top.
H1,
Give me a sec,
H1, go on H2.
Are they H2? Might have hit the back. I have 3-door, by the way.
Could be H1, okay.
2 3-door, 2-door. 2 H1. No, H1. Oh, H1, last guy, H2.
H1.
Rotate us one.
Alright, he's old.
We're looking for one. Looking for one, by the way.
Let's get it new, Just pretend it new.
I think it's a new already.
Nice. Give me the ball.
Yeah.
Watch out, Toby. I'm playing your cap.
I did say, come on, boys.
Everyone stack time. Stack towards time.
That could already be street. Okay. I can help you, like, I haven't shoulder.
Come on, this. I'm old.
What's going
orange? I have your cap.
They don't have trophies here. They're just gonna hit us. Laundry.
Last guy,
Get there.
Push up right.
Nice. Get in laundry. Get the first blood here. Come on.
I have all right, okay?
Yep.
Confident, they're starting to feel good. It was really composure that eventually led to eruption. Let's now head it to the other side. Minnesota Røkkr in a big spot. Let's go to their comms now.
Laundry got me.
Laundry, then
One time now. I think. Wait, do back door. There's 2 spawn zig then. 2 spawn zig, 2 on hill.
Yeah, one's fucking god.
Yeah.
Red.
Listen, we have to play this. They win.
No. He's gone zig.
We
need to contest 1 second. He's come back top on you.
Yeah, push out then. I can't go.
Could he palm on us probably?
You have to go.
Yeah, he's laundry.
Bro.
Gonna happen for him. Toronto erupting on the stage as they get their revenge. Taking down the Røkkr boys. We heard the comms. It felt like there was something going. It felt like they had a bit of momentum, but Toronto turns it up to a new gear, and they keep that winning streak alive. And that's gotta feel good if you're Toronto, Jay. That has gotta feel very, very sweet already.
You get your revenge. You get it the same way you lost the first time around. This time it's in your favor for the 3-1. I think the biggest turning point in the game, it was always a response from Røkkr. They dominated that P2 hard point. They also did a great job at AC, which is that P3, especially when Afro pops a 3-piece to break the setup from Ultra, but Ultra always had a response. That P4 was a money hill. They were able to basically hold that for 120 seconds. And once they find it off the second rotation, you have to at least rotate towards kitchen, because that's the money hill. You cannot allow them to win that rotation while they just got a full 60 off the previous one. KiSMET puts himself in that position. They're able to hold that one down flawlessly and close out the hard point, 250 to 182. Toronto Ultra, telling you, man, ever since losing to this squad very first time, they haven't lost since. Really good series from them.
Yeah, very solid all the way around. And it's also impressive too, man. Like, you had Afro going on a spree, and they were able to limit him. Like, they were able, because of the rotations, as you said, that late P4 to P5, you could feel it. We went to the comms for the moment. Toronto, like, hey, like, we're starting to win a few kills. We're starting to find a few kills off rotation. And
that's the crazy thing, is that when we went into the comms for Toronto Ultra, it sounded like the Toronto Ultra of old.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't hear Scrappy yelling.
No.
Stanley wasn't yelling. Everybody was calm, cool, and collected. They knew the game is not done. We have to execute this break onto kitchen. They do just that. Get a clean 4-dead, spawn them all the way across the map, and then eventually hold it down to the T, man. That was a beautiful ending to that hard point.
It was indeed, man. It's like, you know, everything's cool, confident. All right, we won. Okay, cool. No, you love to see it. They're from Toronto, and I tell you what, man. I mean, despite the loss, or rather the rough series that they had versus the Challenger team, ever since then, calm, cool, collected. Very, very impressive stuff there for Toronto. As we said, the Ultra Boys, they get their revenge. For now, they can call themselves the winners when we talk about the Battle of the North race. But now we send it over to the main stage. It is our boy Blaze, joined with Scrappy.
Thank you so much, Lando and Study. I'm here with Scrap. And, man, you know, Scrap, when it comes down to your style, man, I think I kind of model my style after you. You fresh up here. Give it up for him and Toronto Ultra for coming away with the dub.
Let's go.
And, you know, last time y'all played these guys, they beat you 3-1, but you come back and you get your revenge. How did y'all get it done?
Well, the first series was a fluke. I'll tell you that right now. That shit should not have happened. But, you know, it happened online. It's all good. So we're back here on land, and this is ours.
Hey, you know, it seems like y'all's, and I love the confidence. How does it feel to be one of the newest members here of Toronto Ultra and playing with this squad and even playing with your duo there in Standy?
It feels great. I mean, I joined a really good team, and I couldn't ask for any more. A lot of like rookies join that don't really have the best team, but you know, I joined one of the best teams. So we're coming for it all.
And you know, speaking of being the best, you take down a #1 seed. Should we consider you guys the team to beat for the rest of this tournament?
I would say for sure. I mean, people are getting smoked left and right. I'm just looking for some competition. I need someone to shoot back. I don't know.
Oh, he needs somebody to shoot back, okay? And I think that's a statement right there. But you got anything you want to say to the fans that's been supporting you here?
Yeah, the Ultra fans, you're the best. You support us through everything. I mean, I heard you guys even against the OpTic fans, and they got smoked, so it is what it is. But, you know, we're coming for it all.
Hey, they're coming for it all, okay? That's going to do it for me and Scrap on the main stage. Chris, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And that is my new favorite player. Show us some love, Raleigh, especially for Scrappy's mom there in the front row. Recording the interview, and even while he's talking smack, you can just see the joy of the whole family. Toronto calling out the rest of the competition, saying we need someone to shoot back. Ton. Did it look that clean to you, though, watching upstairs?
Honestly, I think, you know, when you look towards map number 4, Minnesota Røkkr were shooting back, but it didn't seem to matter. The shots are there, of course, for Ultra, but the teamwork is the absolute prime of what their game is about. We were saying in the green room, okay, they're down by, what, like 10 or so kills, and still the game was so close.
They were in the lead.
Their rotations, their full 60s, their holds are so good. They are so well-rounded.
Let's take a look at one of the key moments in this series. We highlighted on the desk, Search and Destroy can help you win championships. Toronto, their search was clean. This is our Scump play of the game, aLLeY.
Yeah, and they were down, right? They were down when it came to the Search and Destroy, but the interesting thing about Toronto Ultra, again, is that you can never count them out, and we have to get on board with Scrap, the man of the hour in this 3v2, working on this crouch walk, right? He's gonna find this player in this corner, but he's gonna get taken down, so then it's left to Insight and Standy, and Standy says, well, I'll get them both for myself.
Yeah, and what we saw is like the issues that Røkkr were having there on that B push. Like Cammy gets picked out of the white building in the back, like he has to stay alive there, so they have some assistance so they can't get pinched. And then also throughout this, like Toronto just kind of capitalized on the mistakes that Røkkr was making. We've seen in both of the hard points, opportunities for Minnesota Røkkr to run away with it. And what happens? Kitchen on map number 1, Kitchen on map number 4. We've seen it each time this team, Toronto Ultra, is able to rally a full 60 towards the end, and they get that into the W, man. This team looks so strong across all the game modes, still dominating.
Talking to all the casters, talking to all the analysts, it feels like Toronto Ultra, the team to beat here in Raleigh right now. The question is, how far can Minnesota Røkkr go? Because this is a squad, they made it to the top 8, but now you're facing elimination in that first round of the losers bracket.
I will have to say, when it comes to the Minnesota Røkkr, I remember the biggest question around was, can Afro continue to perform on LAN, whether it was nerves, whether it was non-liner situation? The answer is he can. The answer is that he absolutely
100%.
can. Afro has very much proved himself in the past 2 series Minnesota Røkkr has played. The issue now is the consistency. Can we consistently do that here? You're now down in the losers bracket. The pressure is through the roof when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr, who is supposed to be the first seed and the favorites heading into this event.
And we got one more matchup here on the main stage. We're going to see LA Thieves taking on the Seattle Surge. We're going to get a little preview of the action on Bravo on the other side of this commercial break. But why should people stay here in the venue? What's happening on that stage,
It's 2 champions from last year, 2 of our top 3 teams. It is going to be a banger. Sib is red hot on the other side of this break. It's going to be lit.
It's only day 2. Lock in. This is the Call of Duty League Major #1 for the 2023 season.
work, Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, even little things like that, all that moment and effort, use the tack, use the Semtex to kill aBeZy, and then, hey, now it's Cellium in your top bedroom. Nothing to wait for there. Clayster just doing a final 360 before he bites the dust, and round one for Atlanta FaZe. Pretty comfortable, I'd say, overall. No real pressure on the B zone at any given point. They had the bedroom control whenever they needed it. Just efficient things coming out of Atlanta FaZe, and especially aBeZy, 10-5 after one round.
Yeah, he really flew out of the search and destroy, scorching hot. Swap sides now. Vegas Legion will be on defense. We'll see if they can have the same perfunctory performance that Atlanta FaZe had. 3-1 split on the looks here for Atlanta FaZe. One going towards A, the rest, well, okay, 3A, 1B.
Setting up a trap towards the middle of the map, and Vegas might take the bait, but it doesn't matter if you take the bait if you win the gunfight, so Vegas actually just pounced their way through mid. Atlanta FaZe now forced back over towards the A zone, and I think the Terrors are very much feeling the fact that the Vaznev is back in full force, and if you want to see some 360 snake action, Cellium coiled up and ready to go.
Coiled up, indeed. Well, while he's snaking his way towards A, let's have a quick listening with Vegas Legion.
Are you hitting the spawn? No, we should apply pressure. Byron can spawn a bit, hold bed.
I'll hold bed, hold bed.
Oh, wait.
I'll hit left, bro. Won't get back, yep. He's just doing it.
What's kind of thing?
I stunned him, Chandelier. Chandelier, Slasher, coming, going back broken. He went to broken. Slasher's broken. They're going to push to our spawn, guys. I spawned out already.
Spawn bed. I think I have one.
Slasher in our spawn. We're missing Simp and Slasher. Slasher's in our spawn.
Have their whole side of bed. They can be top
stunning dark. I didn't stun him dark.
One can be top bed.
Tommy, blue. Simp and Slasher in our spawn. Slasher in our spawn still. Slashers are dark somewhere.
I hear you, dark bed.
I have top bed. One on spawn, right?
Couch. No.
Dub. Going around Chandelier. Cellium, one shot. Going Chandelier, one shot.
Can you pick up top bed? I did.
I'm going back. I'm going to the back.
I did. Done.
Tommy, he's going to kill me dead. I got one on one shot here, though, bro.
And there we go. A little bit of back and forth there in the Vegas Legion comms. Slight bit of discomfort chance. And while we're enjoying the comms, hello to everyone on Alpha. You are missing out on a banger of a series.
Honestly, it has been fantastic and classic Vegas comms as well. On the B zone, though, that is a lot of players for Atlanta FaZe. The triple stack is in. Prolude trying to make the play. He's got dead silence to try to make it happen, but everybody laying down, and it baits you in. The ARs show up, and Clay there to get all of the trades, but not in time. A little too slow, in Atlanta FaZe hit him with the quickness.
I cannot believe the timing on that one. I mean, you can see it in the final kill cam here almost. I mean, okay, Prolude gets taken care of there, but the dive from Clay, so close. Not enough, though. FaZe with an immediate 2-0.
It's weird in this game. It feels like it's almost like a frame thing of there's like an extra 0.1 seconds of like you have to be in there sooner before it gets captured. And Clay on the receiving end there, and Atlanta FaZe the beneficiaries. Last few times these guys played on this map, it was an Atlanta FaZe 3-0, and if so far these first two rounds have been any indication, Atlanta FaZe want to repeat that success.
I mean, I think what the biggest takeaway from this so far, and which we came into this with, is that Vegas still struggling in control. It's not an easy game mode. A lot of ifs, buts, and maybes, and so far it's just a butt whooping. Temp's first blood, though, we should see time to muscle up, take care of the push.
And you see Vegas trying to make plays on a few different sections of the map, but that doesn't mean they're actually easy gunfights to win, and maybe falling into a little bit of the trap is a couple trades coming through, but the slow capture looking like it's going to be successful. aBeZy not even going to chow, just going to dip out. A zone secured, extra minute to the clock, 2:12 to work with. With the Cellium in your base, and if Cellium's in your base, that means someone else for Atlanta FaZe is going to be in bedroom. That's going to be Slasher. Atlanta always have players in position.
Yeah, still. A little bit of a spread from Vegas Legion here, though. We might be able to still see something happen. Cellium still running amok. On the other side of the map, Temp getting the kills. It's right now, even a life count. Over towards B, we're going to go in a moment. Temp's got bar control as well. So Slasher, the man with the trophies. Here we go. Looking to get TJ off the point, and he will. Not without taking a tag or two, but you've still got presence here for Vegas.
And Slasher's going to be still annoying behind enemy lines, but this is so many Vegas players that actually have most of these things covered. Clay has to get out one shot, though, and as he's diving away, they just get chopped down and never properly cleared out bedroom. Slasher there to make the play and set up his teammates to get the kills, and they still have not yet dealt with Slasher, let alone the fact that aBeZy is now also in your spawn.
Yeah, this is great work out of Atlanta FaZe. This is a masterclass right now in defense. They're doing a really good job of just moving Vegas around. They are playing them like a fiddle. the puppetry in motion.
Good reads.
Brilliant stuff though. Temp now. A couple of clean outs. You've got bedroom control. PaulEhx on the flank. This could get Mixy. A couple. No, everyone's dead. Done. Cellium got a 3-piece. My God. The play's done.
Yeah, you just get wiped out. I think maybe from what we heard in the listen-in of like Clayster being frustrated with the fact that Slasher in his spawn of maybe not always clearing out your base in a sense, but Temp making good reads to clear out top bedroom, so maybe a few players in the mix, but now Vegas are just going to get cleaned up and shot in the back and more or less contained. Temp behind enemy lines, and no one from Atlanta has yet turned, so maybe Temp and Clay can try to pinch the hill, but too many corners to check. Number 3 is looking for Temp, so Atlanta FaZe firmly in control of this game.
Yeah, really. And in 40 seconds, the game will be over. And we will be looking at Atlanta FaZe 2-1 over Vegas so far. But what a sensational series that has been. We can forget all about this map and get back to the nail-biting matches with the hard point in the search and destroy after this. Final 30 seconds. There is a chance for Vegas to get on this point. We're still roaming around as Temp. He's going to be shooting at absolutely nothing for a moment. We're still trying to work our way towards that point. Final 20.
Yeah, Temp's looking for the spawn kills. Meanwhile, Pro is like, hey man, can we just please go to this B zone? We are right here trying to knock on that door. Clay can't get the kill, but he's got eyes on 2. You know, it's couches in top bedroom that you're dealing with. Cellium gets caught.
Wait a minute.
Couches gets caught as well, and now you can get 3 on the point.
You got 1, 2. Here we go. Diving on, stacking it up, Vegas, baby. Like chips, truly stacked. They've got it. There's no way they lose this one out, surely. And there we go. A brilliant turnaround. Vegas. They get on the board, 2-1.
And that's all it is, man. Those little moments. Clay's got the eyes on 2. You know someone's taking the catwalk to top bedroom. You get that kill. I think it was Temp that managed to win it over from the bar, maybe even the hill. And after the fact, aBeZy was already 1 shot from Clay, so he gets caught couches. And it is always those weird moments on the map where you got players on different sides in each other's spawns, and it turns into almost like a TDM for the moment. But as soon as Vegas gets that wipe, jump inside the point, make something happen. Still a long way to go in this series, but it is a slightly defensive-sided map. I think 58-42 is the last I saw, so a small window of opportunity for Legion to try to force the round 5.
And if Legion can keep both of the zones safe, I mean, they're going to be able to net. What? I mean, it goes down to kills.
They're not
then.
keeping both zones. Of
course they're not.
A's
They can. It's a big if. It's a big if, and now it's an open mid-map. TJ back there to do what he can to get over towards A, but the first 7 get long gone. Everyone else flooding on towards the A zone as well. Restaurant's about to get absolutely lit up, and Cellium, good work there. Pressure forward, second segment, nearly done.
Well, no one's read the flank just yet, but that doesn't mean these gunfights are easy to win, especially Simp isn't going to chow, and actually does, gets eviscerated, so Clay the annoying player. It's sort of the theme of this map of the one guy over to defend A, but in the meantime, you actually do have pressure on B. Slasher's going to be here, but with no trophy, so no dice in that situation, no funny business on the map, and Vegas keeping things in control on the defensive end. Push themselves up into bedroom and making sure everything is nice and slow.
Slow things down as much as possible now. Vegas, 2 minutes on the clock. 3 life leads to FaZe. Nothing too serious, but you just got a lot of kills. You're now going to be seeing a very, very awkward situation in the spawns. It's a mega stack. It's a full 4 stack. I'll throw in the towel. It's done. Clay, can you kill them all? Do what you can. Second segment. Clay, you got to go, mate. This is it. Quick contest. You've done it. You've killed all of them. My God. The first time we've seen that happen. Pressure on now. Vegas just bought a lifeline.
And we say you did none of it. Clay did none of that. That was his teammates. ProLu goes huge and a little bit of coordinated dive bomb on the point. But these players for Vegas, they are doing a good job of getting to bedroom, and then they just die. They have to start making moves, and ProLu's going to fall. You just have Atlanta FaZe clearing it out too efficiently. TJ's sort of the next man up. You expect the trades potentially to come through, and I mean, the stunt, you don't even have to challenge. You just have to stack the point after this. TJ on one side, but they don't even jump on. Maybe just in the nick of time, but no, you fall. It is done. Atlanta FaZe running you over on hotel control.
And FaZe, they've got their set positions when there's a 3-man stack. 2 players prone by the close wall, 1 man on the box. And unfortunately, that last player there, I think it was Clayster, he just hopped over those 2, and oh my. What an unbelievably unlucky moment. FaZe got 2 strikes at it, and they managed to nail it, but a very, very interesting turn there on hotel control. Atlanta FaZe take the lead here in the series 2-1. as this very exciting series continues. Another hard point on its way.
And I do think that Control is a perfect example of why that round 11 for the Search and Destroy is haunting for the Vegas Legion, because they had not really any success at all in Control this year. Very much been a struggle point, and yeah, Atlanta FaZe able to take it to them. But that's just a setup for the maps and modes. Obviously going back to Hardpoint, that is the only map win Vegas actually have. Now they got to get it done on Mercado. And again, it's a decent map for them, like almost across the board, not counting the hotel control. It is good maps for Vegas. Obviously, the fact that I think I've seen aBeZy go either double or triple positive in every single map so far. I think for Clayster in both the hardpoint and control, roughly in the double negative territory. So not a fun time having to shoot back against Slasher and Cellium. Also with those TAC 56s in hands, but those are the players I'm paying attention to going into map 4.
Double Mercado to close the series out. FaZe have been looking very, very spicy indeed, but man, Vegas are going absolutely dumb hard, man. You got to tip it. You absolutely have to tip it. Vegas, they're turning around the entire brand, Chance. I mean, not only with a rebrand in the name, but also the rebrand. They've already won more series in this weekend alone than they did in the entire last year, I think.
It's true. And you know, outside of, well, even Control a little bit, maybe not compared to Atlanta FaZe, but a few teams in this league, a threat across the board in every single game mode. Their hard point, pretty solid. They're right around that 500 margin, and their S&D has been pretty solid. Obviously, again, the pains of that round 11 might exist for quite some time.
All right, Call of Duty fans, we got one more series today to wrap it up. Y'all ready to get this started? And I know you guys are ready at home as well. And for the first team to come to the stage, I know you love them. It is your defending world champions, the LA Thieves.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Dylan Adam has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it.
Long, here we go. Number 2.
Oh my God! Drazah! It's all coming in. They haven't got the first thing yet. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny! Riley, make some noise. Here come the Thieves. Give it up for Envoy, Kenny, Drazah, and Octane. The LA Thieves.
Los Angeles Thieves back-to-back champions, including that world title from last season. They got the reverse sweep over the Legion to kick off Raleigh, and now they just took down EU's best squad in Elevate with a 3-1 last night. One more opponent here. It's time to take down the Surge here on day 2.
Yes, it is, but Surge says they only got one more wave to get over to make it to day 3. Let's get ready. Here comes Seattle. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Seattle Surge. We have the magnificent Simp, Accuracy, Mack, and Brad, the Seattle Surge.
The Seattle Surge come out into rally. They win their first match versus the Ravens. They fall short versus Atlanta FaZe. But they respond today versus LAG Academy in a clean 3-0, and all was on the back of Simp. 1.7 in that series. That young man is a man on a mission. Blaze, let's get this one started.
He's definitely on a mission. It's time to get this mission underway. Give it up for your casters for this last matchup of the day. It's Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much, Blaze. All right, let's get into it. I don't know. This whole event, it's like, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. I'm not sure how people are going to play. I think for the Surge side, it was sort of like they have this pop-off ability. When's it going to click? Because the Search and Destroy has been so bad. Last night, it seems like things start to fall in line. We casted the Thieves match, though, and we were impressed with what we saw.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate really pushed them to the limit, though, right?
They did.
Obviously, though, LA Thieves, they have that pedigree of sort of having that system, and I think we really saw that in the control. Down 0-2, and then they just rip off 3 in a row. For Surge, I mean, today, you heard Study talk about it, you know, you have a 1.7 from Simp, but I think Fred was also a 1.68. They both go like plus 25. Your all-stars pop off on the Seattle Surge side, but Accuracy has a solid map. So does, you know, Mack have a really good match. This team, we know they're major champions. They can bring it.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about this Surge team, I mean, Lamar, you hope this to be a rock, especially a title like this where you think like people like him and Clay and Methodz, like your slower sort of ARs, like this game should play to it a bit. I know it can play fast, but you know what I mean? It's not a pre-aim. Like you're holding with an AR, hit your shots. But the superstars, yes, on your screen, Pred, like that's got to be the guy. Simp's got to be the guy. Mack, I don't know if he's going to drop a 2.5 or a 0.8. I'm not really sure, but like he will be that swing, that swing in the balance of how they're going to perform sometimes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We saw it last year at times. You know, if Mack was playing well, then this team just hit a new level, right? That's when they won
he's like the best in the game, or he's like, all right, I don't know what I'm going to see sometimes.
And it just feels like he can just hit a certain level that is almost ahead of Pred and Simp at times. Right. It's just, it swings the other way. But for the Seattle Surge team, I think they had some troubles with the online portion leading up to this, right? They go 1-3. Search just trying to figure it out. It's a much different Search and Destroy than, well, S&D in the past.
And even though you have like a system type player and Accuracy who's going to have a way he's going to want to play the game, you have a lot of young players, right? You do. So it might take some time for them to get going. But we weren't really sure with Thieves. Like we know, you said it, they have a system they want to play to. They want to get to that point. Last year, we thought no one was going to figure out Vanguard. They finally seemed to click and figure it out. It seemed to be behind just really good communication and playing together. So you would think as long as this core can keep that egos out of the way, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, sky's the limit. And well, they've reached the sky before. World champions for a reason. But yeah, it did take them some time to find that system, to get comfortable, to really start to figure things out. They're hoping to do it a little bit earlier in the season.
I think they did not have a good year until the end. Like, it was very up and down, right? Like, well, to be fair, the only consistent force was really FaZe, all those second places. Like, can Thieves get a consistent year? Can you be the team on top, or at least a contender battling late into Sundays all year long? Because we think with this talent, you should.
Yeah, but you never know in the Call of Duty League. And a new title, that just happens to change things. It's a 3-for-3 trade, but Octane's going to find the final one and earn some time for LA Thieves here. And, well, it's going to be a restaurant spawn for all of Seattle Surge. Now, what do they want to do? And what we've seen is, you know, push this way through arches or try to push towards White and Chandelier and flip spawns for P2. Drazah off a spawn can keep things messy. Nice little drop shot with the headshot. A multiplier landed onto Sib. Seattle gonna find that time, and now watch number 5. Sib, he's gonna spawn on up, and he's gonna go. Where do the spawns come in? And it's not good for Thieves.
Yeah, I think you had, what, 3 down there, and just, what, the ability of 5 and 8 to push through a bit. It's enough to influence them, they spawn out. But now, that number 4, like, if you can get a pick here, I say, if you get a kill, you might spawn in the back. That's probably worst case scenario. Everyone drops, you don't even give yourself a chance for a spawn in the back.
Yeah, but right now you have Accuracy and Matt kind of pushed out near P4. Oh, sorry, Accuracy, he's actually towards that check-in. They're trying to go around the back, but Mack and Fred were able to take down 3. Octane, he's gonna wait for the spawners to come on up, and You see Mack with the Vaznev, and maybe they're thinking 3 subs on this map, you know, on land.
Well, listen, every single year.
Sim's got a second one on me.
But every single year I list AR this, AR that. Usually once you get to land and we start to get more reps, the pace of the game picks up, more subs start to come out. It's usually how the year goes. I know we're early, but
dude,
we'll
just
see.
Look at the top right. That is 13 kills in a row. Everyone on a streak.
They're absolutely getting hammered right now. Seattle Surge came to play in this map 1. Maybe you catch Thieves sleeping a bit when Fred's getting headshots like that. Kitty, adios. Not a chance. 5 in a row down for Simp as he's working towards the precision, and we'll see if he can continue to make the plays. Just starting to push out, look for this next fight.
Yep, Drazah going around the back though. Drazah may have found the opening. Kenny though, he's gonna find one, but that's gonna be it. Fred and Simp staying alive inside a kitchen, and now you've put together potentially 3 hills in a row, and it shows in the scoreboard. I mean, the slaying is one-sided. They're winning rotation gunfights. Someone's got to wake up on the deep side.
This is sort of what we've been waiting for from Surge. Like, you would think that is a team with wild capability. When were they going to start to click? When were the superstars going to shine? And shining bright like a diamond right now is Simp. 8 in a row at 10-3. What a streak it has been. We'll check Mack for a second. But once the rotation comes in from Simp, we got to get back to him just to see the streak. But as you can see, he's kind of soaking up time in the old hard point as we get ready for the rotation. Look at this scoreline. 128, 130 to 10. An absolute stomp. As Thieves are just getting crushed here out of the gate.
And that's what we talked about, right? Like this map, it plays a little bit more traditional style. You get spawned out, and a couple of breaks later, you can just get bullied on the map. And that's what's happening to LA Thieves.
I mean, you've got the closest to even, I guess, Octane like 7 and 9. You are triple negative if you are Envoy.
What
you are not missing a bullet. Simp is a one-man wrecking crew. The young man just oozes with talent.
I mean, the entire team right now is already in double digits. And I just think if you're LA Thieves, just try to slow this down. Obviously,
yo, bro,
Surge,
is that too soon?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they have a match under their belt today, right? And they've obviously are coming today with a new fire, right? They 3-0 LAG Academy. Thieves, they've been waiting. It's been a long night. Last match of the day, trying to find a couple of scrims,
And
but
you've
they
been in
gotta
that
wake
position. It can be tough, right? It can be.
Yeah.
But like you got one map. This one map, maybe you just get pounded. You have to get hot. But like, you got to rebound quick. You got to. And at least the way Surge is playing, Surge, it might feel all right if you're Thieves.
Well, Thieves, though, they're going to start to fight on back here. 4 in a row for Kenny. He's up to 12 and 12, and they're going to get that break.
So how important to you is it? Like, all right, we've had this before, where it's a map 1, you come out slow, you're getting just dumped on. How important is it for you to like at least see the guns get a little bit hot for something like Thieves?
It's great. Yeah, extend this game on and say, you know what? We just had a slow start. We weren't shooting well, and now you can start to see as they're getting into their setup.
Like, even if you don't win, it's still important, you think, just to like show you got some fight?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
And it just comes down to kind of that. It's like, dude, we were just not locked in.
Yeah. It just makes it easier to maybe brush it off and look forward. Now, we're not out of it yet. It's now a 60-point game, so they're starting to chip away at this. But what was it at its worst? 130 to 10. So this has been, what, 70, 80 straight points for Thieves? Now just starting to put Surge on their back foot. Kenny now, cruise missile in, trying to get the comms up for the boys. Sees one that should be Simp. Missile through. Simp blown to smithereens, legs, arms, torso, just gone.
And that's accuracy who gets taken out. You do have a streak on the other side, but as we head to P6 towards this patio, it's going to be LA Thieves with the break. But off his spawn, here comes Simp and Mack. You have 1 player, 2 players hitting down low. Gonna rely on the rest of Thieves to try to hold on. Octane and Drazah, the ARs, trying to do what they can.
Now this becomes almost a conversation of like, if you are Surge and you lose this, did your back just get broken? Because you came in, you threw a knockout punch, and they just got back up.
There's still a lot of work to do, well, honestly, for both of these squads.
But it didn't feel that way 2 minutes ago.
No, it didn't. It did not, but accuracy, he's finding another 2-piece. We saw that inside a kitchen. Able to do it here again as they're going to find the rest of this trap time. Keep around that 60-point lead. LA Thieves going to look towards P1.
It's been an incredible rebound, but it's like the ebb and flow of the map. You know, you make that Surge now if you're Thieves, you take the full hit, front of that hit if you're Surge, and now what do you have? Show what you're made of, bounce back.
Right now, this is just good time from accuracy, just kind of soaking it up, but Octane's going to open things up for the rest of the team. Kenny trying to get aggressive, and there we go. That's going to be all 4 dead for Seattle Surge. How do Thieves want to play this? It looks like they're just going to hold middle of the map right now. Now, maybe behind that, you see number 4. Oh, that's Envoy. He almost snaps on accuracy. But tell you what, Kenny is starting to go nuts. It just feels like he is always in the feed right now, stepping it up for the squad.
And this is the map where I was listening to Envoy talk with the boys about, where he said, like, first hard point, second rotation. I feel like it's so important. It was all last year. You dictate the pace through the second set. You can set yourself up well for second after a big chunk of time. And that's exactly what they've done so far. You get a great amount of time. Now, thankfully for the Surge side, Mack is able to win a big one-on-one on the south side of it. I think Drazah still trying to get in the action. Mack going to take him out as well. So Mack's huge in giving them some freedom here, some breathing room as we get into our second hard point.
Yeah, and with accuracy in this spot, you're going to see that all LADs spawn in restaurant side. Still, though, within 40, LADs with a beautiful comeback here. But going to need a break here at P2.
And this is where they struggle. This is where the first haymaker really came in from Surge, right? The first time through this second hard point, they just dominated them. Never an opening at the back, locking it down. Accuracy winning is one. All the guys popping off, and Simp continues to snap. The guy's at 21 and 15. He's been a little bit more human. But Joe, so far, they're pushed out to a big lead yet again. At least you get in for a contest a bit. But is it going to be enough?
Yeah, you really just haven't had the spawns, right? Surge have been here, but again, the reinforcements from LA Thieves are there. They've contested some of this time. They're getting them off of that point, but the final 15 going to go their way.
Joe, it's 100 to 1. It's 100 to 1 at that point. Like in points.
100 to 1?
Something like that. I mean, it's got to be. I mean,
it's a Maven stat right there.
You got nothing except that tick for a second there if you were Thieves. Remember, they got destroyed on both. Yes, I made that up, but...
Well, now over to P3. Drazah's inside. He's the only man here right now. The rest of his team starting to push with caution. Drazah, though, with the moves and Envoy, he gets inside with the 2-piece.
I'm a slippery snake.
He's able to find that play inside the kitchen.
Now, Simp, he's here, but you don't have a lot of help. Wait for your teammates to start to group up and get to you. He's number 7 spawning all the way out. Mack, maybe going to try to develop a pinch as they get forward. 2-10 on the board for Surge. Now, trying to make the run and answer is Thieves. A little snap back, it leads to a team kill, but all the other kills come through for Thieves outside of Fred. Maybe the guy with a chance to make a difference, but it's not going to happen there. So you get that dominant hold at second. What do Thieves do? They answer at third, and now you're right back in this game. To get the rest of the time, Joe, really like a 15-point game.
Right, did again just a great job staying alive in this game. Octane just quietly has just been. Well, he's got 29 kills, looking for number 30 on rotation. Envoy able to find the first one. Kenny was trying to work bedroom side. That's where the spawn's gonna come in for Seattle Surge. You're gonna have Sim and Pred out towards the front. Drazah trying to cut them off mid, but a nice job by Mack with that kill. You're gonna see they're secure a lot of this time. And LA Thieves, this is not where they want to be. You're trying to get through. This is a nice hold from Surge so far.
It feels similar to second. It's like this southeast quadrant of the map, like whatever Surge are doing, they are locking it down. The openings are not coming through for Thieves. So you got about 30 seconds remaining. Can you contest any of this? Because there's only 10 seconds left for the win here for Surge. They can close it out now. It was 5 in a row from Simp before he dropped. He's right there matching Octane. And yeah, he slowed down a bit off the Hercules-type start, but it's enough to get it done. Surge, they come in, they throw that first punch. Thieves, they respond, but Surge able to hold on. But now back to that question I asked you like midway through the map. That was enough from Thieves. He started to get in a groove, right? A bit?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, you don't want to ever go down 100 to 10 or 100.
I think it was 130 to 10, something in that ballpark, yeah?
Yeah, some in that ballpark. They do a very good job. I think the second half of that map, Kenny and Octane really wake on up. But I think you get a really tough map out of Envoy, like 13 and 28 for him. And that's going to happen when you're kind of a sub running into setups constantly. It can be difficult to break. But Surge, they have struggled in Search and Destroy. Maybe that's where you look at a man like Envoy to lead LA Thieves and turn this thing around.
Yeah, and Lamar just kind of being that guy, soaking up the hard point time. You see you got nearly 2 minutes in that. Well, you let your young talent kind of spread out. But listen, yes, Thieves lost the map, but I guess I was impressed because I was at the point that midway through, I was sort of talking about, like, I think I said at one point, let's look forward to map 2. Like, they were just getting absolutely slaughtered. We'll see how bad the scoreline gets. But it ended up being, what, 80, 90 straight points from Thieves to get back into it.
Yeah, it was really here, right? On this rotation, Surge, they just were able to bully their way into P3. When you put together 3 hills in a row, it is not going to be a good time.
You don't see that all that often, like 3 straight.
No, it was just so one-sided in the slaying on the rotation. You could see it in the scoreboard, 90 points. But then the second half of this,
the next scoreline you see, it's like
the LA Thieves were trying to bounce on back. I will say one good thing I think is Kenny was a little bit, I think, inconsistent yesterday. Didn't always have the best maps, especially in respawns. But you saw it there. He was consistent throughout. If he's able to stay warm, that's when Thieves, we saw it last year, is at their most dangerous.
And now, when we start to look forward to the search to destroy, I mean, that's where a lot of the woes came up for Surge. They played a lot of Fortress. One of the stats where the guy's talking about, like, they just, once the bomb was planted, they had 0 retakes and defuses. Like, they lost every round in which it was planted. That can happen a lot on Fortress, but the search has been iffy. But what wasn't this the LSELO? Isn't that what we casted Thieves on against Elevate? Wasn't they lost that one, correct? Like,
yeah,
they kind of got smoked, didn't they?
The subs really just, you know, couldn't find any success inside of that A bomb site, right? That's what it's going to come down to. A lot of those sort of 2v2 duels. You know, you can work the outer bomb sites if you want with the ARs, which is kind of what Thieves adjusted to. They were just in too much of a hole. So again, Envoy struggled
to get a rep though.
Yeah, Envoy struggled in that map 1. Maybe here in the map 2, this is where he can be the one to turn things around for this Thieves team.
Well, I think yesterday was like the completely different thing for him. Didn't he have, like, he had a really bad search. Remember, he started like 0-6, then came out just hammering people on the map 3 control. So he's been a little up and down at times, but he showed his ability to rebound. That's what you expect from a championship caliber team, a world championship caliber team. Because Joe, I mean, you can speak to it. It's not easy to win a world championship.
No,
you got a lot of tournament wins, but that one could be
that
tough.
one got away. Yeah, that one got away.
I'm not trying to like rub that in.
I get it, Clint. I understand. Yes, I didn't win one.
Obviously, you were one of the winningest players ever. Like, it's hard, man. And like they did. I know it's much different now in format. You can say it's easier. I don't know if it is. It's just you have to go through all the top teams to do it. But you had that one run. Oh, dude, I was rooting for it. What goes? So I casted a lot of that. I'll still never forget what was the Warhawk search.
Yeah.
Versus SB.
Into round, a good one. I like
round
that one.
6, they had 0 kills.
Yeah, that was a good time. No, but and even like just in terms of keeping the same roster multiple years, that hasn't been done too often. You had that Envy roster from Black Ops 3 and Infinite Warfare. All of these guys know, they're veterans. They know how difficult it is to win and raise that trophy. It took them a long time to at least win that first major.
And I think the addition of Shane was big for them. You know, we've had the privilege to listen to some of their comms as they work on stuff, and it's been, you know, people get on coaches a lot for what they do and think they do more than they do sometimes, or responsibility-wise, but like hearing Cap and Shane kind of work through the players and different stuff, like being able to listen, that's been great for me. Just learn and hear how systematic they are on trying to work on things, just marking moments in a scrim. What did we do wrong here? Let's go back, let's work on it. It's been very, very cool. But now to the other side of it, I mean, I guess Surge was a team, I think coming into the year, we had high expectations, just based on the talent, based on what they did last year. Why would they not improve, right? But I think for many, at least before this weekend, there was a lot of question marks, 100%.
Well, I think a lot of the question marks were, a lot of people probably wanted Tim and Pred on their team with kind of what they did last year. And, you know, after winning a major and then kind of falling off the last half of the year, especially towards champs, they wanted more. It didn't happen, and were they going to stick as a roster? That was sort of the big question.
What was the finish, 3rd?
I don't remember.
I think it was 3rd at champs. Remember, they had all those absolutely insane series, right? We casted some of the hard points versus FaZe. They had some of the terrific moments. 3rd or 4th, I forget, dude. I've casted too much COD over the last 10 years at this point, but.
Yeah, it was just a question of, is this roster going to stick? And then coming into this, 1-3, but it's online, still early in the year. We're going to see if they can fix some of those search and destroy mistakes. And again, they 3-0'd LAG Academy today. They're coming out firing, they're coming out hot.
Yeah, I think it's just easier too when you're like a Pred or a Simp. I mean, Pred seems to me, he is definitely someone that feeds off being in a live venue, like feeding off the crowd, like 1,000%. You've seen him.
I'm sure after some of his maps at champs last year, nothing is gonna feel the same to him.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we're online, I don't have a crowd. Like, no one see what I just did. But now, to the YY God.
This is a ton of info already. The only problem is he's got to open that door. And they're probably going to hear that, you would assume. But it's kind of on him to maybe make the play or just get some horrendous timing. We're going to find out. At least going to find the first blood, but a nice trade by Sib and with the snipe in hand.
Oh, I didn't realize he got the kill before he dropped, at least. Yeah. I mean, good for Kenny in that sense, but yeah, very, very quick trade. My lordy, the centering there from Sib. The instant he is scoped in, it is on the right eyeball. of Envoy just plucked. That is what we talk about when we talk about centering. That was beautiful.
Yeah, Octane's gonna get Deddy here, so he's gonna be the one making the play. Drazah probably waiting on him. He finds the kill, just clearing inside a bar. What's the timing gonna be like for Drazah? It's not great. Octane, though, gonna make this a 1 versus 1 with 20 seconds remaining. Sib just trying to do what he can. But the Deddy actually resets, and there we go. Octane with the Deddy play has time for the defuse. He hits 3 in the round.
You know, I didn't realize that Deddy was still up at first. He's hammering through doors.
Right, it's the reset.
He's gonna hear him stomping, but yeah, the reset just enough to get there and make the play. You're thinking Simp has any idea. I'm not doubting he's hitting the snipe after the shot we saw. But we'll see it one more time. Yeah, I think he had a basket to work with at that point as well, but Octane with the clutch to get them up 1.
Yeah, and I think part of like Octane's gameplay that sometimes goes under the radar is honestly his search and destroy.
Well, because he has the worst search teams of all time, Joe. That's why.
The last couple of years, but yeah, his search gameplay has improved. Well, at least his teams have, definitely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there were times. Remember, there was one year where he had like the #1 search KD, but his team like won 1 search or something. Like some of those years, like statistically, were so funny. Shout out to KD. It's a hit marker. For Sib as he shoots him in like a quadricept. I'm not sure where that one went, but doesn't quite take him out. Now Octane's turning to rifle off a shot. He's on 3. It's Envoy though. That's working around this deep flank. Deddy about half left in it. Up to the tree stuff we go. Trying to get the movement on. Where are they? Deddy about to run out. Sib able to hit a shot. Now Drazah able to pounce. Envoy, he's still searching, just looking for these players. They should have no idea he's in behind enemy lines, and there's the freebie finally.
He's been looking for him forever. Yeah, like the skirmishes are going down. Like, you know, I mean, his teammates are probably like, dude, they're right there. Envoy looking for him.
Joe's so flustered.
Just some of the timings he got with it were not great. Accuracy's gonna take down Octane. That's gonna leave Envoy in a 1 versus 2. No dead silence. He used it early in the round. He's gotta get this bomb down. It's been a clutch in round 1. They find another one here in round 2. I mean, with the Vaznev here, you at least have the sub in this position.
It's all
close to Deddy, but they're just waiting for him. The nice patience from Accuracy and Mack. Just keep him trapped in there. Sort of should have tied things up.
I mean, this title with the time to kill, it's tough to win that type of situation. He would have had to hit a wild snap onto somebody. Not going to happen there. So we'll get to 1-1 once they.
We're just going to hang out for 30 seconds.
Accuracy's that silence is real low, so just build that up a bit.
Yeah, so for everybody tuning in, wondering why the heck aren't they defusing that bomb? They're trying to just get their field upgrades percentage up as high as they can. Make sure they have a trophy, dead silence, or at least close to it for the next round.
Yeah, that wait a little bit longer. I think his Deddy was real low.
I mean, if that timing maybe goes a little bit better for Envoy, and Sib, he was able to hit another snipe there on Kenny. Sib repositioned. Envoy was just climbing that mountain, trying to get on top of that tree. He was just having struggles with it.
Yeah, maybe if the movement's a little bit cleaner and he gets an earlier kill, maybe it goes a little bit different.
You can see you're going to have 3 Deddies up for LA Thieves with Octane's about to get there. Close those doors.
Yep. If you're coming through, I'm going to hear it.
And again, Kenny working up the right side of that map. This is really what LA Thieves have found. It's been openings in the setups, but it came down to a clutch. Envoy with that first blood.
This is one of those rooms, like your trophy's your MVP. Like Envoy just feels untouchable once he has his trophy down inside. It's not an easy clearance. Now as Kenny works his way up the map, Sib's gonna get caught trying to hit some snipes. That's actually a 2-man push. They've got all 4 up, Mack and Accuracy. Left to try and clutch. Accuracy, obviously a part of some of the greatest historic clutches we've ever seen, but not gonna happen here. Everyone chopped to bits. Back and forth we go.
Yeah, and LA Thieves, again, just finding the openings, just taking risks. We didn't see this too often yesterday. They were playing really around that A site, and Elevate was just picking them apart.
Oh, I mean, we saw it yesterday. Elevate, I think it was Harry, got like a trophy down on that bomb site, and did 1 by 1, they're challenging him. He's just destroying them. They threw so much utility in, just couldn't clear it out. I was like, the trophy's the MVP of that round, because it just kept them alive and set them up for easy gunfights. Envoy's like, all right, my turn. Got in, got the first blood.
We'll see though, Surge. I think on their offense is going to probably have to just sort of spread out, find more info, or at least just go a little bit quicker towards A if that's what they're going to continue to do.
Kenny's just swan diving back and forth, practicing to be an Olympic diver. Got the form for it.
Okay.
Yeah, those diving boards.
I don't know if that'd be a good form for it though. It's like a belly flop, but you have to be like straight.
Just broken ribs. That's what you're saying. Well, Drazah and Envoy, they combined to shut them down. Accuracy is just watching his whole team get sliced apart. Accuracy last alive, eyes on a one, some nice tags in, but not gonna be enough. I think Octane, you see it top left, he is like one bullet, but now gonna reach it back to full, and there's the chow. Now 9 HP for him, we'll see you later. A clean round from Thieves.
Yeah, we saw it from the outside, not from the inside, but Thieves, I mean, not allowing Surge to have any trades. It was very clean near that A site, and Octane, anytime he has a long range fight, he's got a good chance to win it.
And I think they had to have took couple things they learned from that match versus Elevate, because they were outclassed completely here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you play a team like that, just take their strats.
Yeah.
Screw it.
Like this worked against us.
What did they do well?
Yeah. 3-1 now. 5-1 start for Octane. He was
just with a streak.
He was the main guy.
There's 2 clean sheets in a row. 8 kills for LA Thieves, all balanced out, 2 apiece.
That's something you love to see as a teammate. Like, all right, everyone's getting it done. And once again, this is Envoy with his trophy here. They are throwing everything they've got.
Well, it's gone now.
The trophy's going to be up, but what do you have left?
You should have a couple of needs if you use some tags, so they're going to try to find it now. The nade not going to connect, but maybe trying to bait Kenny in. There we go. We're going to start off with Brett. He's going to chow, but Kenny and Envoy just doing such a good job finding those first bloods and playing their life.
Again, it's like the trophy's the MVP though, because it's like you don't give them an opening. You get so much information just due to the number of things as well. Like you know you've got multiple players in this position. Gives Kenny a chance to get in. This might be 3 clean rounds. It is. The snipe gets hit. That's 12 straight kills now for Thieves. They have taken over this search and destroy.
And similar to what Thieves had to do yesterday, I think Surge might have to start working that out our bomb site. I mean, especially on offense. Or you have to go faster inside, because the way Kenny is working this outside, you either kind of bait him in and leave Envoy alone, or you have to go at him, right? Just send all your resources, take that bomb site over. But right now, Surge going to have to switch things up.
And this is where the woes have been, really. The struggles have been in search and destroy. Pred is 1-5, Mack 0-4. You ride the high of that map 1, but now you're sort of just running into a wall. Is everybody. I mean, look at that top left. Thieves popping off.
You can see the way that LA Thieves kind of...
This guy thought he was Aaron Rodgers in his prime, like...
But they kind of value this side of the map, right, a lot more. Kenny jumps across. They try to get Octane out as well, over towards that tower. He's going to have to back on up. Up top, finally, a first blood, a kill. Their first in 3 rounds. Fred's going to find it, and, well, he's going to go hunting. Little do they know, though, Envoy is behind him. And it's with Kenny again.
Look at number 8, though, starting to leak their way up. There's a chance Octane's going to get caught here.
Or is he? He's like, I don't see anything. I'm going to turn around.
Yeah,
you just get a feeling sooner or later what's going to happen. Envoy, he wraps back. And Octane with some beams onto Pred.
Oh, my God. Pred thought he had the opening, just sneaking his way up. Now Mack's got a clutch. This is the big one. Try and stop the downpour that has been Thieves. Just annihilating on Mack. Another one. Centers well, hits a bullet, but just not going to be enough. And that, they pull off the 3v4. You finally get the first blood behind Pred. And yeah, it's just somewhat, the Spidey senses maybe tinkle a little bit there for Octane. Like,
yeah, has to. And that's sort of the difference just in this title, right? I mean, if Pred has a dead silence perk, he's going to hit that much faster.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, right, Octane's dead, but that just doesn't happen. Pred just wants to, I don't know, he doesn't know where everybody is, doesn't want to alert everyone, give up a free kill.
Instead, he's like an 87-year-old grandma of 6 crossing the street. Like,
pretty much
just,
you, yeah.
Yeah, okay, Joe. I know that I'm weak and nimble, but...
Oh, dude, you're going to start doing yoga, dude. You're committed.
Well, weak and nimble, that's not what I meant to say. I'm not very nimble either. I'm just weak. Fragile, I think is what I was going for. One more round, need it for Thieves.
Yeah, two. Again, an opening. Drazah able to find 2. Looking for the third
Just go
knife
stab
there.
him. Put your gun away and put your knife through his jugular.
Oh,
That was violent.
I'm sorry. I got really in the moment.
Cruise
I'm
missile
mapped
in.
out.
That is in LA Thieves' dominance in map number 2. They just found opening after opening, whether it was Kenny or Envoy with the sub, and then in that last round, Drazah. I don't know if they knew something the way Surge wanted to play the map or what, but they just took the entire map away from Seattle Surge.
Hey, it felt like the opposite of what we watched with Thieves on that map last night. Like, they were outclassed. They weren't finding the openings. They were getting punished. It's, to me, I have to talk to Cap and them, but it seems like they went back and watched that and were like, what was messing us up? What were we struggling with? And they brought it to the table today.
Well, yeah, I
and
think there's so much focus on the A-bomb. Those sort of outer lanes tend to be open.
Yeah. But that to me just strikes you as a team that did their homework, prep for today. You had all day, right? Like you were watching matches. You got to work some on improvements, so you got there. But what a map from Octane. I mean, 901, that's some impressive stuff. Not a stat line you're going to see all that often as he takes over, the entire team does. And now you sit here, that 1-1, you brush off the difficult map 1.
Yeah, I mean, Envoy too, he bounces back, goes 7-3 in that game, but just a beautiful game from LA Thieves overall. I mean, you get 3 rounds in a row where you don't give up a kill to Seattle Surge, but we're headed back to Hotel Control. And I mean, this has been a close map, I think, the entire weekend for everybody, right? Just sort of that offensive strategy versus can a defense win one?
Yeah, except for, I mean, what we saw when we were casting it for Thieves yesterday here, their defense and their mid-map aggression and just control was methodical.
Once they got hot.
Once they got hot. They were in a hole early, 100%, but once they got hot, it was very impressive to witness. But Surge, alive. Thieves, alive. Tied up 1-1. Who's going to make the run and continue on inside this championship bracket? We got a lot of Call of Duty action to come, but for now, we head to a quick break when we get back. That map 3 control.
Go, Dante! Dante!
They're not pushing it.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome back. We get ready for the map 3. All tied up. Yeah, Surge came out with the haymaker. They came out so hot in that map 1. Thieves, they bring it back. It's a tight map, but Surge able to take it. It is an electric. From Thieves, that search and destroy is dominant. I mean, there's that, what, 3-4 round stretch where you don't even allow a kill. It's funny because we were joking about your, back in Ghost when you didn't allow a single kill like SB. I'm like, here we go. Like, that stretch was so dominant, but it, obviously ends after the 3 rounds. But impressive stuff there from Thieves.
Well, I mean, it was just so decisive, right? They had an idea, a game plan, they stuck with it, and they found information. And I think just info in this game, it seems to be so important with how reactive you have to be.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's always the case, but even more so in this title. And the respawn, just figuring out where teams are spawning, kind of where is their push coming from, and then in search and destroy, just, I mean, yeah, because it feels like everybody kind of gets to a point and slows down, right? They have an idea of where they commit to a site. They go with that, but it looks like we're gonna have a bit of a game reset before we head into that hotel control between these two teams.
It's a tie. Yeah.
It's a draw.
Yeah.
We don't do that here in America.
Yeah, wait, when is that game?
Sunday.
Sunday? I'm going to find a way to watch that while I'm casting, probably.
It's 10 a.m. You'll be all right.
Oh, yeah, I will, actually.
Yeah, you'll be okay.
Okay, I'm down. That'll be perfect. We're going to take a look at some of the series stats right now. Octane, he started off like around even in the map 1, then erupted. He ends up like positive 10. The search and destroy, he goes 9-1. You see the stats from him there overall. I mean, it's like a weird 1.58 because he's a 9 KD in search, but considering how that hardpoint started, I don't want to say he was the one keeping the minute because they were down like 120, but like he was the only one like not getting bodied early on, so he might have been like the one voice in the comms that was sort of like, all right, we're taking a deep breath, we're all right. Which sometimes be the case. Like the one person not getting slaughtered can sort of be that guy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Just kind of slow down. Like let's regroup. I mean, almost an incredible comeback. You see him there laughing with the guys. I mean, you know, they were used to get a lot of hate for that, cracking jokes, having a good time on stage.
Well, we'd go back and see them playing like League together and stuff. He'd be on Paths of Exile. They're all hanging out and laughing, but like,
yeah, that's what's awesome about that team. They're just always having a good time.
That chemistry and just the communication, which it really feels like they have really good communication avenues, especially with working through problems and stuff. A big part of why they saw the success at the end of last year. Now, how is that communication going on the other side of the stage? As Surge, just kind of quiet right now. I mean, not a lot to say. You started a map and you had to reset, so not a ton to be vocal about, but
maybe accuracy doesn't let them talk until they get a map.
Yeah, right. But
everybody stop.
Would you want to see like anything here right now, though? Just kind of getting you ready for the map, or it's sort of like everyone just chill, focus on your.
I mean, I'm sure they probably already talked about it, right? The coach was on stage. They were figuring out breakoffs, where they wanted to go, starting on offense or defense. But just trying to figure things out as we work through this and get this map underway.
Well, I love listening to player comms too. Listen in sometimes we get to hear them in scrims, but I just love it because, listen, not every team has like a true in-game leader. And like when you look at like something like CS or something, usually like your in-game leader is not necessarily the person putting up stats. It's a very difficult job to do. In this game, I think you can do both and see people still put up numbers, but like it needs to be more of a team thing because I think you can probably speak to it back in your career, but like when you're doing well, easy to leave, right? Like we're doing well, keep it going, boys. When you're getting bodied though, sometimes it can be hard. You need somebody else to step up. Like it's just difficult.
It's not even. The hard part is when you're losing.
Yeah.
Other voices start to come up that like we should actually be doing this, right? Just trying to sort of balance.
So I'm thinking like other voices
kind of
help, but it could be worse. Like,
yeah, that's how you start arguments, right? Like this guy has no idea what he's doing, type thing. And
well, that happened a lot in Vanguard because no one could figure out how to play the game. Remember, like.
But that's with the reliance on the coaching staff and all of the resources these teams have. But it's gonna be LAD starting out on offense. Simp gonna be challenged in the middle of the map. Drazah's gonna win that one. But it is trades back and forth, but Octane able to find the one-on-one on B. And he's just gonna pause that clock, try to do it again as Mack challenge him from couches.
Yeah, Mack hit some lovely shots with the Asim in the first fight, nearly just annihilates Octane. A moment after, he's able to, following up the nade as well, it just, no opening so far on the B. I mean, you almost get that first pick, but not quite able to finish it. Now let's see what Envoy, the Reaper, able to do.
And this is where things kind of slow down. You spawn up if you're LADs right outside of kitchen. You're gonna get on A, leave one person on it. Everybody else is just gonna go looking. Can we make a play and transition over to B? Can we just find a couple of kills? But it's Drazah sneaking on through. Fred though, he's watching it. Making sure this man cannot make anything happen, but he's got his duo and Kenny to help. And now with 2 kills, this is what they're gonna look at. Hey, where are these guys set up at? Can we get on this point?
That's where maybe he's gotta get down. Kenny's trying to chow him up top there with a tag.
I respect the hell out of it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he was feeling himself after he helps Envoy. He's just chowing a wild.
I want my sub players chowing that all day.
All right.
It's confidence oozing it.
Yeah, he was not lacking that. Envoy up to 6-2. 3 kills in a row for him. Lives-wise, just about square. Trying to re-peek up top, not going to work out. You might be losing 3 players here. That is going to be the case. So far, the defense good enough for Surge, but you got a long ways to go. Still a minute 40 on the clock.
Yeah, but it relies on a lot right now. If Mack and accuracy just locking down bedroom.
He's actually in bed, bros.
Envoy trying to find that first kill, and he does, while the rest of his team is working up the opposite side of the map. Trying to basically just set up this pinch.
He held that on his forehead.
Simp just gets stuck. I mean, on top of that heady, but Envoy, again, just looking around, he knows people are lurking. Surge doing a very good job after giving up A. Nice defensive hold so far.
Well, you can see like the white arrows on the map, they're pretty pushed up, these mid cuts. Like kills like that from Simp just stagger the push even more. You followed up with your accuracy. That's the kill that you
that's
need
3
to
dead.
get.
They didn't know Octane is here, and that's all. Now 4 dead. They're gonna stack this trophy already down. Maybe one pushes up to the desk. But they're in a great spot. Yeah, that's just the trade's not there, and then they let Octane sneak on through. Almost 2 ticks in. Envoy's gonna find number 3 with the headshot. 5 in a row. And well, I kind of cursed him. I said it's been a great defensive hold, and now it is not LA Thieves. They capture B.
It's not all on him, but like when you have the mid-map fights like that, and you're going to push out a little bit more aggressive. I mean, the one thing you got to really try and avoid is a really quick, like 3-4 down, right? Like that's what puts you in a bad place. And like you're trading effectively, and then accuracy doesn't.
Well, and I think you saw it kind of when we were on board with Pride. They had an idea that Octane was behind them somewhere, or someone may have snuck through. He kind of looked at it, but Octane just waited patiently for his team. I mean, Octane literally died 2 times that round. 3 and 2. My man was hanging out.
Yeah, he's chilling.
You had 17 engagements versus 5.
Ah, he's chilling.
Yeah. I want to do that.
Yeah. It's Deddy out instantly for Envoy. He wants to get aggressive behind this. You just have a little bit left. He can get there in time. Able to get the top bedroom pick, and he just goes soaring out like he's Batman. Unfortunately for him, Mack with a quick snap. The comms on point there. Mack with another one. That'll be 3 straight for him. The Mack attack. Big Mack making the plays here early in the round.
Well, I actually didn't know Mack was in that position. After he finds that first kill, he thought the next challenge was going to be on that player, but Mack kind of snuck on through towards Bar, wins the first gunfight, then snaps on to Envoy. So that's going to be B done already. A nice start here for Seattle Surge. A lot of work to do. Over towards A for LA Thieves.
Yeah, and Mack just picked up 3 kills like all over the place. Like that was just a terrific individual moment.
You can do this, but it's tough to do for 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. This will be a long, long, long hold.
Or not a hold at all. 4 dead, all right.
Oh, right, that might be it. I was saying they're gonna hold.
Shout out
It's
to
gonna
that
be long,
trophy, dude. Big kill right there.
Nice job, Octane. That's gonna be the first bit of progress. Second about to be done, and they are all posted up, and that was about as clean a break you're gonna see. Mack, by the way, was 6-0 in the round until that point. Now you get a pretty clean break on the other side. Unfortunately, you still have a minute 40 to go, and they got 2 points of progress, but you get back in pretty quickly, pretty efficiently on the other side for Thieves, too.
Yeah.
But, well, you're down 6 lives.
A nice teamwork for LA Thieves. And well, again, it's this info game. Envoy's trying to figure out where is this push coming from. You have accuracy on opposite side of the map. Envoy, he's just kind of looking, and now they know. 2 players on the flank. Kenny trying to activate middle of the map. But Octane has to back on up, and look at this play from Pred. Just kind of baiting this out, just waiting for this, and 3 players are going to challenge. Drazah, though, somehow snaps. Now maybe an opportunity to save this. Maybe, but Simp, he's going to find another one. That should do it as the headshots come in.
Oh, dude, it just seems like 2 bullets, bro, when you're hitting those headshots. Just laying people out, absolutely clothesline. But, I mean, it comes down to at least 2 things for me. I mean, Mack's play, visually, early in the round, it gets him out to like a 6-0 start.
That was it, yeah.
And then once we transition over to A, I mean, it was just, they broke through and got 2 points of progress right away. But Mack, I mean, once Envoy made the Denny play to top bedroom, I guess I was thinking like, all right. But then he went like full on.
Well, he doesn't know Mack's there, right? They think there's one more lower B, but it's actually Mack who, again, he found the first kill on the Envoy's teammate. And as soon as that happened, he's like, well, I probably should have jumped out of this window.
Yeah, if he wouldn't have and plays out a little bit slower and plays his life, maybe that plays out differently. I don't know, but it's a great play from Mack. Yeah, that guy thought he was just floating.
Yeah, I respect it.
Oh yeah, no, there have been some egotistical challenges, Joe. Maybe other teams tonight had time. Simp, the shots continue to be clean and lovely. The sim rate still so on point. Pred, real life, bobbing and moving in game, bobbing and moving, trying to take the fight, but it's gonna be Envoy that will be able to take him down. Guys, gameplays is crooked and backwards and twisted as his headset.
This is what we saw in round number 1, right? Just Thieves keeping 1 player on, but Simp actually sneaks on through. Is able to find Kenny on the point. So now you have Drazah and Octane kind of on their lonesome. It's a bit of a 2-2 split, and the 2 players at A, they're just trying to find Simp. But Octane and Drazah getting kills, they're like, all right, maybe let's just go to B. Let's just go to B. We know where they're spawning. Let's try to find the 1 player in Mack. But Mack's able to get 1, backs on up.
Oh, he gets Envoy too. Envoy, I mean, he goes to look down bottom ladder, and they just read it. Now you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. But Kenny and Octane, they win those 2 fights. So you're still here on the point. You still stop the clock for a while. Poor Envoy comes flying in. I think it's a nade, like 1 bullet. He is just decimated. Octane still just trying to be a slug, hidden in the grass. There's no grass there, but he was trying to hide. 20 seconds now to go. 3 kills through for Surge. They're trying to fan out across the map. You're going to be able to get onto A. You spawn out driveway, you get onto it quick, but you've been holding on, and that 5 lives, that can be big too. You're up a bit out.
I mean, they're thinking about retaking this. You have Mack working the pitch right now through kitchen.
It's like, do you throw your lives away, though, that bit of advantage you have if you don't get this?
Well, I don't really think they care. They try to go for it.
It wasn't much. It wasn't much.
Yeah, with that timing. So now just 1 minute and 15 for LA Thieves. They're able to get 1 tick at B. Envoy starting to get it going. Now that's 3 dead. Pred off a spawn, trying to get to this position. Does not win the gunfight. He gets team shot down. And just like that, off that transition where they go for A, trying to retake it.
Am I crazy that I'm thinking it's going to be about 1 minute 20, you got a 5 life advantage, just play tight, play kills?
You're not crazy. It's just a call. They go for the retake. It doesn't pan out. Kenny, Envoy, they close the round out. We've seen that since control has been there. If you want to go for it, you can. It's just there's a risk to it.
Yeah. I guess they just sort of went out. I thought it was going to go.
And maybe they don't care.
Yeah.
They want to maybe offense round 5.
True.
They don't care.
I think this is one of those maps that doesn't seem to matter too much. Like you win it on either side of it 100%. Kenny, all chuckles. Beautiful smile. Having a blast. I mean, that's what's fun about this, right? We're playing video games. Have some fun. I know there's a lot of money on the line, a lot of pride, but enjoy yourselves.
Surge gonna go right back to this B hit. It worked last time through. See if they can get it to work again. A little bit slower, nice little bait and switch there. From Octane and Drazah to find that first kill. But Fred, accuracy, just holding, trying to lock it down. Octane able to play his life and goes for the reach out. At least gets a couple of bullets in.
Bro, I felt like Drazah was like a gopher. He barely got the top of his head up and was just gone. The headshot comes through from accuracy. Incinerated. But now they'll start to group up on A. And work the progress here. Starting to push forward, just nice patience there with the preamp. Octane takes the fight.
You have a couple of plays kind of developing. On the other side of the map, you have this sort of this 3v3. On the opposite side, it's sort of Envoy and Pred looking for one another. They've been doing it for like the last minute. Both just trying to find that one player kind of lurking on an island. Mack, he's gonna try to take that shot, but not easy to do.
That was what, MTAR or Vector back in Ghost Show. You're hitting that. That guy's dead.
I'm right back to it.
Yeah.
But A now done, and Mack just goes right up that staircase. You do not have bedroom control if you're LA Thieves, but it does not matter. How does Envoy get 3? And maybe Simp is here to respond, but doesn't do enough.
It just erupted the kill feed as Envoy. Just what a play. Been a lot of big multi-kills as Mack just comes bouncing around the edge. They win the fight now. There is a team kill. Mack's gonna get taken out. How costly is that going to be?
Gives them a little bit more time to work with. Nades are now in as well. There we go. There's the retake behind that. Yeah, I mean, maybe if Mack is there, accuracy can play differently.
Nice shots, Lamar.
Well, Mack off a spawn, so right back to 3 dead.
Yeah, it seems like it's like we get 3, you get 3. We get 3, you get 3. Just back and forth, and there's like a one-on-one going on mid-map.
That favors Surge, though. I mean, they have the life advantage. Now, second take done. These, if they're going to go, they have to try and retake it now. Or we are heading to a round 5, and that's the way it is looking. Round 5. Here we go.
Not going to get there. Surge able to clutch up. And you survive a couple of frustrating moments, maybe with the team kill. You think things might slip away. You regain control, but it felt like there was always enough pressure there that like you didn't let Thieves like get into much of a setup. And that was a big part of that was Lamar. Like when accuracy was mid-map, he was winning some ones, he was getting some picks. Like he didn't ever allow them to like get into like a 4-man setup.
And they never had bedroom, never had anyone.
What was impressive about Thieves' defense when we watched them really be successful? They had mid-map. Like you had Kenny, you had Drazah making plays mid, finding picks. They were the ones cutting off those transition players. There, at least towards the end stretch, I mean, it was Lamar.
But the slaying goes the way of Seattle Surge. So that means round 5 for offense to LA Thieves. Most of them are gonna try to switch things up and go towards B. Maybe a team shot coming through. Trophy down, you to protect accuracy. One player is behind enemy lines, that's Sib. Now Envoy's gotta deal with that. Or is this gonna be another 3 for Sib? It sure is.
Sib, what a talented young man. I mean, he's sitting on a similar stat line he had in that map. 1, now up to 30. Another 30 bomb. Horrific timing on Envoy as he started to push up the back steps. Can Surge hold on? It would just be a story of people bouncing back if they're able to get this map 3 victory. There's one person lurking over towards that A side. It's gonna be Fred. Seeing what Pred's able to do. He gets one, he gets dead, he gets out with his life, still being a nuisance. This is gonna allow the rest of the team to start to rotate over, Joe.
Yeah, he's just wasting time. He's wasting time and resources for LA Thieves right now. That's his goal, but he does end up getting caught. I feel like every time we say something, then there's like a 3 or 4 dead.
Yeah, it looked good for a sec. Like, I saw him get his daddy off, get to his spot, saw everyone rotating over. I'm like, all right, here we go. And Thieves just kill all of them. So, they're about done with the second part of progress. Just
Pred's
slowly work on A.
Pred's gonna have a one-on-one here. Inside the middle of the map. Envoy, he wraps back. They want bedroom control. They can transition over to B. But look at this lurking play from Pred. Octane, he's gonna hear this, but he's gonna get taken down. So A not done yet, but over at B, Thieves are winning the skirmish.
And I don't know if he just wasn't expecting that at first, or maybe he didn't get the audio cue, but it didn't seem like he reacted. We swapped off at the final second, but you're not quite done with A. The clock continues to run. 35 seconds now to go. Who's that cutoff man? It's number 5 on the map. That's going to be Simp, who's trying to make this a problem. He was also going to spawn number 7 up there and Mack with him. So they've got like a 2-on-3, 2-on-4 now from this position. How long can they hold? Every second counts now, Joe. We only got 20 on the clock to work with. Drazah looks like a jackrabbit as he's just bouncing across the map. 15 seconds now to go. Kenny's able to win one on the edge. Someone's going to get on the point to stop the clock as Pred continues to sing and dance his way through the map on 4 in a row.
Mack's here now to help him out. Here's the thing, there's only 9 lives remaining for LA Thieves, and they just continue to find pick after pick. So you're going to only have 2 4-man pushes out of Thieves to try to get B.
And Pred's kill ends up being massive, right? Because it creates a lot of this chaos, like that one-on-one win on Octane. They have to invest a lot more lives than they wanted to get A, right? Like you thought you had it for free. Is that one of the gambles of doing that kind of 1 person on and 3 people go? You don't end up getting the lives advantage to that, I'll tell you that much. Now you're down to 7 lives. Double it up is Surge. A chance to do it here. Stun's going to hit. Pred continuing his tour of the map.
Right now, you just have to wait for one another office spawn. You do not have a lot of pushes left, and well, it's got to be clean for the rest of LA Thieves. 1 player gonna go down, but you have so much to clear.
No respawns.
Well, Sib's there for the trade. It's looking like Surge gonna clutch up in a defense in round number 5.
I mean, this would take something truly special. With 15 seconds to go in a 3v12, he pulled it off. The movement there from gunfight. God, the man is a demon. You're on the point if you're Drazah. You are on 5 in a row, but you are the only hope, the only prayer for the Thieves side, and he's gonna get blown to smithereens. Surge, all smiles. They're able to win it in a round 5 in a really back and forth control with just some wild moments. Like, you felt pretty good about Thieves' chances when it just Octane landed the point. Like when we hopped to his POV, and we knew Pred was pushing, like, it looked like his eyes, like he was looking at his teammates' screens.
I mean, I heard it run around in my head.
No, I did too, but it didn't seem like he reacted, right? Like he was sort of focused on what was going on with the other players. I mean, he still might have dropped at close range going up against the Vazep, but the fact is, Pred gets the kill. You then have to, you probably lose 8 to 10 lives more trying to go to finish off A. You have so little time to work with. Unbelievable control there from Surge, and now they retake control of this series, taking both respawns.
And I mean, just lane wise, again, this is kind of what we saw a little bit yesterday from Thieves, just some inconsistencies. Just map to map, right? Like you had a good map 1 from Kenny, but not really from Envoy. Then here, it's kind of back and forth. You're just trying to get everybody on the same page, and maybe, you know, when Simp is playing the way he is, when you're having these stars pop up, it's going to happen. But it's those little things you have to button up to give you a chance.
I think what we saw for Elevate was like those really brilliant moments in mid-map by Drazah or Kinetic. They were the ones popping the 2 or 3 pieces. Here, yeah, this Mack or Simp or somebody clutching up with the multi-kills. I mean, the talent really shined and matched what Thieves are bringing for the Surge side. The talent needs to in a matchup like this, and Simp was incredible.
Absolutely was. It was all offense until round 5, and Surge gonna clutch on up. I don't know if we're gonna see that moment, that play, when Pred finds that kill, or we won't, but I wonder how many lives they had, and then kind of, what, it was like 8 lives left when they jumped up to B?
My guess is it was around even.
I just meant like the number, it was probably 15 plus still.
Yeah, I think like overall, as a comparison, it's probably around like even at that point. Because that you're thinking like, let's get the edge now, right? Like let's find some picks, just keep the clock stopped. But it just completely bit him, and that's going to be one of those risks you have when you try to play it like that. Because you have 2 choices, right? Either let's just stack the point, get it done, get the time, and then we set up. Or we try to milk, I don't want to say like get cute with it, but you try to like milk it a little bit, keep it stopped, and try to get the advantage. They just didn't, because Pred makes the play.
Well, it's less about the advantage and more like if we find 2 or 3 kills.
The quick transition.
Yeah, the transition. They did that in one of their offenses before. We saw that happen. Because if you get bedroom control, you get 3 players on it, that is good enough towards that B zone. But moving forward, going to Mercado hardpoint, you just need the gunnies to get warm on the side of LA Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, the end of that control, or moments of that control, just sort of felt like early on in the hardpoint, right? She's like dominant from the superstars on Surge. You can't come out flat like you did for Thieves in this hard point. You know,
no, Mercado is a map where if you give up 3 rotations, you're probably down 100.
You might not even get the
points.
second set of rotations.
No,
like,
yeah, because we got 7 hills.
Yeah, you might just be done before you get another chance to redeem yourself with the second set through. So you definitely have got to come out of it stronger. Let's take a look at the stats for Simp. Yeah, this S&D, they got smoked, but look at him across the hard point and control, sitting around at 1.4 for both. You're going against the reigning world champs that are just filled to the brim with talent. That is impressive stuff and just shows the quality of this young man.
I mean, the guy has like, I mean, we've heard pros talk about it, just sort of one of the best shots in the league.
It's like you're watching like Cell sometimes, like just with the centering and the snappiness. They're different players, I know, but like just
that style.
POV kind of feels like it. Just feels so clean, right? It's fun to watch.
How much would you pay for just like a day?
No, I've said it before, dude. Like
just one day.
I don't know how much it'd be, but like I just want let me enjoy one day of COD just being one of these guys. Yeah. Like it always pains me, and I think people in the crowd at home, like you feel this. Like listen, you're playing a ranked gun to pass or a pub or whatever, the mosh pit, whatever it might be, and like you're going hard, right? You got your Astros cranked, like you are twisted, you're locked in. You drop 40, you're feeling good. Hey, you hop to one of these pros, like I go to Octane, he's got like I don't even know, just a sniper build. He's jamming out the music, talking to his chat, thanking every sub. He's got 100. Like, they're just different. They're different, man. It's unbelievable.
Truly is. It's a winners around 1 matchup.
Not to mention everyone knows who he is in the lobby, so they're all just shouting at him and trying to kill him, and he's just world starring him.
Thieves trying to get this to a map 5. Surge trying to move on in the tournament. I think the winner of this plays the winner of, well, I think it's New York, Florida. New York, one of the surprises of the event so far.
Yeah, you're coming out just 3-0 people? Yeah. I think that was definitely a surprise after their start. Well, here we go to get into a P1 through P7 battle across Mercado. You might get shot, you might get tacos, but it's going to be a party.
Kenny just gets right onto that heady, right on that block. And you saw it from Simp's point of view, just how difficult it is. That strafe hits Thieves. It's a map control right now. We're gonna head to P2 towards the bottom side of the map, side of the cantina.
Yeah, we gotta check out that. This makes you just want Mexican food now. We saw a restaurant.
Tacos, I'm in.
Yeah, one night if we end early, we're headed there. Anybody's welcome to join Joe's Paying. No, actually, never mind. It's not the CDL.
But Thieves, this is not what they want. They actually spawn on out. Now it's just Kenny by his lonesome, trying to do what he can. As Sib and accuracy starting to work their way over.
You got like all 4 here. The pinch though starting to build up.
Well, that works.
4 Thieves. You burst through both sides of it. You get to the point trophy out. 5-1 start from Kenny now. There's just shots all around him, but his teammates for the most part picking up the kills. You lose one side, Mack. You lose the other side to accuracy. So now it's on the other players to step up while they're waiting for their teammates to spawn. And they're doing just that. Working up top. I think it was like a nade with the smoke. I don't even know if he'd stall him. Just gets evaporated through the window.
Hey, this is great for Surge. I mean, this is one of those money hills. Envoy, 1-6 start, not the best for him, but still so early in this game.
But that's what it was like in the map 1, right?
Well, even in map 3, just he has so many more engagements, right? He's playing at such a fast level. But on the other side, you have Kenny, his duo, who's 7-2. So it's almost just like it balances itself out. Now on the rotation, Octane is here, trying to buy as much time as he can to disrupt that setup. The rest of the scrap time, you're the way of Thieves. But Drazah, he's just got to wait for his teammates to rotate on over. Surge will be in a good spot for P3.
Yeah, I mostly am only focused on Envoy just because the dreadful map 1. I know it can be tough. I know stats aren't everything. I know you can win hard points. You're getting outslayed in this particular title, but quadruple neg, not what you want. Out the gate as Pred just continues to use this heading beautifully. Another challenge. See you later. 4 in a row, 7-5. Tries to re-peek, but he's gonna drop. But
that's how weak he was, dude. He got stuck in the impact that actually kills him.
You don't see that often.
No, you do not. And then, well,
but he's in his bag right now. He's in his bag. He's feeling it, man.
Behind that kill, though, it was a one-on-one, and Octane was able to win it. So he's going to find the final 25 seconds or so. A lot of fights going down towards P4. Octane trying to find it, but the headshot in for Pred. But I think you take that if you're Octane, you're going to spawn at the next hill. Yeah, with your team, and now you can get set up. So it's like one of those plays like, do we just leave Octane? Should we have left him?
Well, let's see what kind of influence he has here. Not much. Like, he is killed almost instantly by accuracy, but oh god, now look where Octane spawns. Him and Kenny, due to the pressure around the point, they're going to spawn all the way out top left, trying to rotate this through back alley, get back towards the point. Spawning a bit closer on the north side, but having the fights towards mid-map is going to be Surge. Is everyone just trying to battle back towards this point. Is Fred again picking up multi-kills. He has been so big. He was, what, 4 or 5 in a row? One of the last times we hopped on with him, now up to 11 and 6. This guy has the takeover game ability. Seeing bits of it right now, that's for sure. I was good to say give him another, and then Envoy just danced on his corpse.
And then somehow gets the second one. I mean, just a beautiful play from Envoy, fighting for the scrap time, and he gets the third. On rotation, though, it is just the Vazneps popping off inside of these hills.
This is what I was saying earlier, I think in ATC, they needed Envoy in some capacity. He was 2 and 8. He has really bounced back now to 7 and 11, still some work to do, but like moments like that, you're like, wow, is he 2 and 8 to begin with? When he's picking up kills like that. Drazah goes for the peak. Pred, once again, meet your maker. As we slow down for a moment, but as the utility comes out, the Surge forward, about to come in.
Yeah, this is so clean for Seattle Surge. Kenny, though, with that first pick, and now the rest of LADs, they're going to fly on through. Relying on some nice teamwork here. Mack's going to spawn out, but accuracy and Simp finding the kills they need. They hold on in a 2 versus 3.
And I thought that was really good discipline from them, because when you lose that one player, right, you're thinking, like I think it was when Mack died, someone's going to have to shift, right? Someone's going to have to change their focus, but they knew how many were pushing from the front. They all just held. They just held. They didn't worry about that player. They knew it was going to take them a while to get there. They clutched up inside the hard point. That was great discipline.
Now this is a big play for Thieves. Pred and Mack trying to just disrupt this setup. A 40-point lead. Thieves need this hill to get right back into it. The rest of the push going to come from back alley. The reason for that, I mean, this is where Seattle Surge wants to spawn for P7 when parking comes on up. So that's where their push is coming from that way. But Envoy able to read it. He's got the info. You have Kenny inside of middle alley. He's just making sure nobody is on that pinch.
Envoy really starting to come alive, but now you need everybody else. It is a team effort to get this map for a dub. If you're joining us late, 2-1 edge in the series for Surge. They win this, they continue on. It's the loser's bracket for Thieves. Thieves trying desperately to get this to a round 5, and you get a little bit of flinch on that first bullet when he's lying prone. I mean, you hit first bullet, it's likely all headshots, but accuracy hits it. He's able to pick up another one from that back alley. Not this time, though.
This is when you're going to see Thieves. They're going to try to get a couple of kills and push up through Barbershop, just the way he's doing. But you see Octane spawns all the way across the map.
That was a full 60, though, right? Because you were down 40 going into that?
Yeah, that's a full 60. That's just with some of these hills. It's so difficult to break in.
But this is where you need to answer back of your Surge, right? Like, you get incinerated there, you give up 60, but they did fight from that side the entire time, right? You really want to set up for 7.
And I mean, but Simp, he spawns all the way out. With the pinch coming in from Kenny, Simp has to rotate through all the way through middle of the alley. That's going to allow Thieves to get some presence here, but it's down to Kenny, who was weak, and that's a nice job from the All-Stars, Pred and Simp.
Well,
able to find majority LA Thieves and keep them controlled.
I think he was like trying to quickly get a trophy down, but the trophy hit a trophy, and then the nades came in, which also picked up a player, just an awkward sequence, but it's Surge that have the chance to put them away. They can take this series 3-1 with a win here. We basically got a tie game. Here we go. Let's get to Elicited with Seattle Surge.
Mid small. All right, get right.
2 on ult.
One's already going back alley.
Yes. I spawned here. I'm going top, okay? It could be low.
I'm bottom right now, man. I stunned up top. I don't see anything mid, bro. I don't see
top dead.
Nice. I'm playing another one. Nice. I'm playing the right. Dante, run back and play cactus. Mid, weak. I can't chow. That's you.
Absolutely nice. Go get Mack. Go get Mack.
Cutter me, Mack.
Okay, help the guy out.
I don't know the guy. I'm playing dark. Small. One's in the small. You're dead. Okay.
Cactus Sam, and one on time.
Waiting divot. He chowed me, so we flip one side time. He's divot. Bags. Watch this break. Use our bags. Someone's gonna go hedge. Back then.
Nice.
Okay, I'll get time.
Hedge. Block. Hedge and block, okay?
Nice. Absolute. Drazah.
An incredible break from Thieves is answered by Surge. It's Pred that's able to burst through, but you heard the cops from Surge. Let's kick it right over to Thieves.
Nice. When we 10, it's Lamar.
KBRD, that's it.
don't see him.
He's standing in gate.
I got naded, bro. He's absolutely got me. All right, make sure we hit the hole.
I don't think he's under you yet.
I think he is. He just played that like he's under me. He just played that like he's under me.
Fast.
Where's your total?
I'll take a look at me.
Stairs, already stairs. Not moving on the stairs. Top of the stairs. Top of the stairs, boys. Kill this guy. Kill this guy. Yo, I spawned.
I got naded, bro. I need a dumpster, bro. I'm living. They're top. Umbrella, bro. Umbrella. On top.
Alright, hold boys.
Challenge our door.
Good job, bro.
I'm coming mid lane, bro.
Hey, this is it right here.
I don't know how you come out of that with control if you're Thieves. Like, that was a fun listen-in because the pressure was there instantly from Surge. And, Joe, that was a war on the point.
I mean, it was just so back and forth. We were talking or listening in with Seattle Surge. They're like, crack, you know, we're trying to push on through, flip those spawns. But right there, Octane and Drazah with the tag, right? 2v4ing, holding on. Usually it's the Vasnevs popping off in that hill. This time it was the ARs, making sure that Thieves have this lead. But now, the pressure back on over to Seattle Surge.
You see the quiet demeanor sometimes from Octane, but I loved him in that listen. And you heard the passion. He was being the leader at times, just telling them what was going to go on. He's already underneath me, trying to got to get this kill top steps. Like, he was really vocally leading the way. But Pred, now again, 27-18 on 4 in a row. Highlight material, just pop off at any moment, and they're inside of the point, trying to crawl their way back into this 10 points, separating these two teams. There's one person just still kind of lurking around. It's Octane, that I think is still was there for so long, but finally he's gonna fall. They're gonna end up wrapping out. Let's see how the success goes here down the rotation for Thieves. Lead change, Surge.
And another great hold. I mean, there was a couple of chances there. Kenny, he was able to find the first one, but his teammates were so far away. Their push was a little bit staggered. He had to wait for him, but Surge, they're gonna find 2. 8 seconds left. That's gonna be 3 now. You still get close spawns though if you're Thieves though. I think it just comes in towards the end. It's a battle inside a barbershop. Pred able to find the first. Accuracy trying to hold on. But there we go. 3 in for LA Thieves. Mack, now you have to slow down. You don't want to get staggered, and he's going to slow this down.
So frustrating. You did so much there if you were Mack, but the close spawn comes in. You got somebody at old. You get maybe a little bit fortunate there if you are Thieves, but now you're still in it. Do we have another lead change? Looming. Envoy winning another ludicrous gunfight. Drazah trying to dance at the car, but finally he's going to fall. Thieves now back in front.
They get into the mid though. They just go right down the middle. Right down the middle.
Back in,
Mack able to find 2.
They're spawning out so far. You gotta go. Gotta go. 10 points needed for Surge. The cutoff there. Mack hears him underneath. This should be a freebie. Able to take that.
That's
holding it at the front. Shutting it down. Surge with the win. They close it out. Woo!
And that is just the hill there at the end, where if one player gets in, they can make a play. That's exactly what happened. I don't know how LA Thieves is not watching middle of the alley, but 2 players from Surge just get into the point. They get into the point, and that's all they need is that chance.
It's just one of those things. Maybe it's just late. It's frantic. People are screaming. Just something slips through.
Yeah, just the opening there.
And hopefully we'll be able to see it again. Maybe we'll watch the final moments. You just see how it played out, but you see the smile there from Accuracy as he's gassing up the young gods. But man, I thought Mack sealed it, bro, with the triple at Barber. Like, that was nuts. It was like 3 straight headshots. He had no right winning 2 of those. And then you spawn close, like basically on the point. Thieves get back into it. I thought that was the moment where Surge were gonna be screwed. But they got a chance for another hit. And they do it. 3-1 Surge. I think for most, absolutely an upset.
I just got to remind everyone popping off when they need to. But yeah, I mean, Thieves, you have the setup. You have that setup there towards the end of Barbershop. The slang, I mean, it was pretty even across the board. An advantage. You had 31 from Mack. That's what we talked about coming into this series. If Mack is playing at that level, this Surge team just feels different.
Plays like that. Like, you know, it feels, yeah, like champs. Like, I'm gassing up Pred. I'm like, Pred's on 4 in a row. I look, I'm like, Max killed the whole team. Okay, like, it's just these incredible, incredible moments. But what a terrific map. 17-point victory there for Surge. They continue on. We knew this was going to be a wide open tournament. It just felt that way coming in. So many teams at 2-2. Who's going to beat who? Didn't feel like anyone was all that far ahead. And usually when that's the case, it's sort of like who gets hot, right?
The only team, you know, talking to everyone, just sort of that everyone talks about is Ultra, right? And again, they get another big win in winners round 1. But I'll tell you what, I mean, yeah, you have no idea. As we're going to take a look at the end of that map, it's going to be our scuff play of the game as Surge able to close it out. But look at this, right? You have this setup. You get a couple of kills. Envoy somehow wins that. But watch number 7, right? After Drazah dies, it just looks Octane turns around.
Why did Octane, did he hear footsteps from a teammate?
I don't know, he turns.
Maybe it was a nade, maybe it was a nade.
Gives up that door, and as soon as that happens, I mean, it's just 2 players right through Barbershop, the break comes in.
I'm guessing he was avoiding a nade, right?
It feels that way, yeah. Maybe just trying to avoid that nade, but it's right through that door. The kills come in, Mack making
I wondered how they got in,
but
I wonder how they did it, but that's it. I mean, Octane, you see him just sort of turn a beeline. We don't see it from his POV. I'm guessing little teardrop Simtex in or trying to avoid a stun, but he just turns and tries to get out, gets shot in the back, and things fall apart. But yeah, I mean, those moments this Surge team has lived for.
They've done it time and time again.
It is hard to count them out when they are in the big moments at a hard point. It feels like someone's going to get it done, man. It's truly spectacular to watch.
And on the other side for Thieves, like, I felt like that was kind of reminiscent of earlier in the year for them, right? Like with what we saw last year, like they were very competitive with almost everyone. It was just like sort of these moments that they gave up. It's just, can they button those up now moving forward?
And I have no doubt that as we get further into the year, like this Thieves team will be godlike. My question is just like, can they get it together early in the title? Which you think they'd be able to, but we'll see. I mean, they're not out of it yet, but that's a tough loss there for sure. But my God, I can't wait to cast this guy for the next decade. Pred, an absolute monster on the map. We've got him on stage. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Murphy Maven. Give it up one more time for the Seattle Surge. Getting it done, Pred. I think you converted a lot of fans in the crowd to Seattle fans, okay? As you hear them cheering you on, how does this win feel for you, especially with it being the first time you played Thieves on LAN?
No, it's honestly so, like, it feels, I don't know, we miss LAN, man. The last time we played at LAN was at Champs, so it's been a while. And we're just a team that we just play so much better at LAN, man. We love playing at LAN. And yeah, Thieves, we always have a good rival. We scrim them the most out of any team, so it's good to finally get to play them on LAN. It's just a good matchup, man. But
yeah, you guys definitely learned a lot from all of those scrims now. Tell me about, what exactly did you learn in that to be able to take them down here today in a fashion in which you did?
We know they have one of the, like, if not the best teamwork in the league. Like, their teamwork is unreal. Like, they're just always on the same rhythm. So we know that we have to make as minimal mistakes as possible. So I feel like that's the best way to be. I mean, any team, but especially them, because if you make mistakes, they'll cap a point in 1 second. They'll get a 60 on a hard point.
Yeah.
But yeah, just something that we needed to work on, just S&D, man.
Now, speaking of somebody who made very little mistakes, and especially in the respawn, your teammate Sib, okay? He played absolutely fantastic. Talk to me a little bit about him in this.
He was actually feeling sick, so he even said like he was feeling sick. You know, he had a bit of a tummy ache, stuff like that. And he came out front. I think he just wanted to go.
He had a Jordan game out here, right?
Yeah, I think he just wanted to get back to the toilet, man. So he wanted to get that stuff done. But nah, man, big props to him, man. He's one of the best players in the league, man.
Lastly, any word to all these fans who are on their feet to cheer you on here in the Seattle Surge?
I just want to say thanks to all the fans. You know, man, words can't put like description on what you guys mean to us. And all the Surge fans, thanks for coming on the journey with us, and I hope to see you guys in the future.
All right, y'all, that's gonna do it for me and Sim on the stage. Puckett, let's close us out.
Thank you so much, Guy Blaze. Give it up one more time for Pred, the Australian, making his countrymen proud. Miles, can we talk about why Pred is your favorite player? Is it because he's from your home country? By the way, welcome back to the desk. Puckett, Chance, Study, Miles, back to the Australia talk.
Mate, you know, there's something about a bloke who comes out of, you know, I don't know exactly where he comes from, but he's absolute ripper on stage. He's handsome, he's dangerous in and out of game, and I bet he talks a mean game with the ladies as well. He's a handsome bloke, and I love him.
Can he do a shoey, though? Is he truly Australian?
I bet he
We'll
can.
find out on Sunday, and I'll tell you what, I'm excited to meet up with my old casting duo, Revan, the GM of the Seattle Surge, has to be pumped for this team because you are 1-3 in our opening weeks. Now you're playing on Saturday in that winner's bracket, Chance.
And he brings the intensity, too. Revan's one of those guys that, like, pays his back and forth when he watches his boys play. So yeah, given sort of the expectation they set themselves like for the online stages, they have been overperforming and then some. S&D definitely still needs like a little bit of work, but I mean, Pred said it himself. These guys turn up in the LAN environment, and so far it has just been a showcase of that fact.
Study was talking a little bit about the Thieves, though. We mentioned they lose, but it's double elimination. Yeah. So this team finished top 8 already. How deep do they go in that elimination bracket?
Oh, well, LA Thieves, they're a championship caliber squad. We know exactly what they're capable of. It's just all depends on the day. They come out here in this series, and unfortunately, they lost 2 hard points. It's usually not the case when you're talking about the LA Thieves roster. The first one, they just started off basically 120-0. They lost 3 straight hills. You cannot allow that to happen. And even in that map number 4, in those final moments, you saw the timing right there on Octane. It had to be a nade or something that forces him to turn around, give up the middle of the map. Mack just walks right on through, finds a 2-piece, and then it spawns all the way across the map. It was basically all over right there.
Now, Chance, we were watching the hard points, and Seattle Surge started up 100 points in that game 1. It was so close. It's still 250 to 198 at the end of it. Surge just getting the best of Thieves here. Thieves starting slow. Is Surge a top 3 team after watching day 2?
I mean, look, you could make an argument for top 3 teams for like 6 different teams, it feels like, in the league. Like, I feel like MW2, especially in the early stages, it's just a very delicate game. Like Pred talked about it in the interview. You make a single mistake, and then instantly you're getting full 60'd, or instantly a zone in control is getting captured. So, like, you have to be completely on point with it. And with this being this early on in the year, no one's ironed out all the kinks in their gameplay, right? So, a lot of teams, I think, are fighting for those top spots.
I see everybody in the venue making their way over to the featured station. That's because we're not done here on day number 2. Real quick, let's take a look at our bracket to keep you up to date with how everything has played out. We've got the Seattle Surge with a 3-1 over the Thieves. Ultra beat the Røkkr with the same score. And Atlanta FaZe edges past Clayster in the Vegas Legion with a 3-1 of their own. But we still have that 4th battle in our winners quarterfinals. Subliners versus Mutineers. It's all knotted up. We're in a game 3. Let's go to that live. And Desk, I got good news. We get to cast. It's a quad cast. Study, Miles, Chance, take it away.
Chris, it's been a hot minute for you, brother. Welcome back.
Feels good.
It does feel good.
I'm tired, though. How do you guys do this every day?
I don't know.
Part of the job, man. A lot of Call of Duty, man. Sure, with the Code Bowl, we're going to do a bonus coverage here at the end of the night. Fans are getting what they want here in Raleigh.
Yeah, thank you to the fans who stuck it out. I was thinking about another sort of moment that before we get into this one. Thieves always start the year slow.
Yeah, they do.
Every time, man.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to hurt them. They close out strong, but like, man, it's typical Thieves.
Has anyone had a 3-peat back-to-back-to-back LAN events?
No one has done it since like a Dynasty
OpTic
team.
Dynasty, it would have been.
The best we've had is 2.
Find out if LA Thieves can make it 3. They have to fight from the lower bracket. This, of course, is a battle for the spot in the winners' semis. You'll be playing against the Surge tomorrow. KiSMET, the Bulldog, has been one of my favorite subs to watch. He never put it away in week 1, even when everyone else was running those M4 study.
Oh, yeah, this guy's making plays. And so far, New York, they put themselves in a commanding 2-1 lead. They're going on the attacking ground, and believe it or not, just tied up at 1-1. It was New York that lost that opening hard point, and then Florida who lost the search and destroy. It's usually going to be flipped around, but right now, New York put themselves in a commanding lead. They're just going to rotate over towards that A site. Priestahh trying to set up that flank over towards Des. They're just trying to eliminate this player in towards top bedroom, and Major Maniac, he's going to give up his life to Skyz right there.
And this is triple stack as well. So, I mean, this is going to just fade almost instantly. I think Florida, like, how many players are going to send themselves towards the A zone? They're trying to get the Storm over towards B, but already a man down in the moment. Trophies should be out. Every angle covered. And New York, at least the trade's coming through. 3rd tick just about in. And Skyz,
he's pretty good.
So
14-8. I like that.
So
this man also positive. Subliners are simply out-fragging the Florida Mutineers. But we've seen the Mutineers get outgunned and still walk away with dubs. How do you feel about this map, though, Study?
Well, this one's a little scary. They already completed that A point. Now they have 2 minutes to work for 1 segment at this B point. And now it's all about just setting up, controlling towards top bedroom. Big kill first onto Major Maniac. Now you just have to find where everybody else is, because Havoc does take down KiSMET, the player that was trying to set up that pinch. But all these gunfights in towards the bedroom are going to go in favor of New York, at least for now.
I said it's crazy as well. I mean, look at the life count. You got 21 lives to throw at this for the Subliners. It feels like the start of the game. So we've got 2 guys on the stack here. This could well be it. HyDra has been the man. So influential since he joined the team. So influential since he joined the league. That is game, baby.
Subliners, what's good, everybody? That's a 2-1 in the series. Coming out hot here to the desk, and we're loving it. Chance, now the Subliners sucked online, right? Let's just say.
Oh, God.
Then they start to warm up in week 2. In week 2, they start to warm up. On land, though, they reached that tier 3. I feel like this is peak Subliners, and they've been steamrolling through everyone in the groups. Now you finally drop a map to the Mutineers. How would you describe this matchup play style-wise?
Play style? Well, I mean, I think Studdy already said it. It's just been a little bit backwards. The expectation that the S&D is where the Mutineers are going to shine. So I have no idea what happened in map number 1, but Florida is obviously a dangerous team. But you can make the argument, I'd say, for the Subliners of the team, like, most impacted by the meta change. Like, as soon as the stars come into the map, in my mind, the bigger benefit is the Vastnevs that get more freedom. I mean, HyDra has the most ridiculous stats of any SMG we have in the league. Every single map, it's the control on aBeZy run offense. The dude has like a 1.5. Like, his numbers are bonkers. KiSMET gets to shine as well. So it's a meta thing in my mind for New York.
Are we saying New York's the better respawn team throughout the series?
Oh, yeah, without question. Ever since that meta change, like you said, the submachine guns are playing phenomenal, but also the ARs. Like, Priestahh's playing on a whole different level. In the series yesterday versus Røkkr, it was both Priestahh and Skyz who dropped a 1.4. Like the SMGs, you could just sit back and relax a little bit. Don't worry, we got you. Big P-Dog stepped up, and so far he's been having one hell of a tournament.
What I really like, though, is Florida doesn't give a crap about our numbers. They don't give a crap about history. They are just coming in here and causing chaos in Raleigh. How does this team force another Game 5? We've already seen 2 Game 5s from Florida Mutineers on the main stage so far.
Chris, it's a tough one to do right now because, like, let's face it, Florida Mutineers, they had to go hell for leather just to take down OpTic earlier today, which was an amazing series, right? But the problem they face now is just the respawn. They're not looking as strong in the respawn mode. And you're going up against the Subliners who, since day 1, have been the kings of hardpoint outside of maybe LAG Academy, but more on that, I mean, another time. But for now, I mean, that's going to be a really tough spot. Florida are a 2-3-5 team. There's no way, in my mind right now, that they can pull this one around. I think New York take it 3-1.
Chance, I was just looking down at the chat, and they were saying Major Maniac was a little off in game number 3. Does he need to slay out as we go to another hard point? What's his role on the squad?
Yes, the guy that went triple negative the whole map is the guy that needs to bounce back for the next one. Hard-hitting stuff, but yeah, I mean, it seems like prone to the team, especially if you're the squad that's like playing off the back foot. Your main ARs are going to suffer, so not a fun one in that moment. I don't know exactly what the map number 4 specifically is going to be, but I mean, again, if you're dealing with guys like HyDra, if he has freedom on the map, he's going to put you in a blender. So yes, Major Maniac and the ARs have to be able to hold down these lanes, have to just keep him contained and localized. That way you can take care of the threat, vanquish that, you're going to be good to go.
Chat, are we going to a Game 5? Put a 5 in the chat right now if you believe in the Mutineers. If this one's said and done, just put a 4 in the chat for the Subliners to close it out in 4. Let's talk about what you can get, though, at home right now as we're waiting for this Game 4 to kick off. That, of course, is the CDL packs. If you haven't grabbed it already, sign up right now. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL 2023 CDL Team Packs. Home and away styles, male and female variants, weapon camos, emblems, calling cards, and more. Get your favorite squad's gear and get it right now. It's all on CallOfDutyLeague.com. Do it today.
These some beautiful skins, man. You know, obviously me, I'm rocking that New York skin. It's so damn clean, man. You got the black and the yellow. I'm really hoping that this map number 4, though, is not like, you know, like a Mercado hardpoint or a Fortress, because then it's probably going to be really difficult for Florida to try to close that one out.
Yeah, if it's Fortress, that's GG. You can just chalk that one up instantly. But no idea what it is. Don't have that intel for you, but that would definitely be worst case scenario without question.
Yeah, if we could get the maps for the rest of this series, we're going to be able to hypothesize a little bit more here on the desk. Miles, so I want to ask you, out of these 8 players that are competing over there, Subliners, Mutineers, who's your favorite to watch?
One of my favorite players to watch
Doesn't have to be the best.
I think the best one to watch right now, I mean, on the Mutineers, Vika. Vika has been so exciting to watch since he got into the league. Today, in essence, the guy came out and made a promise to me, Mr. Frodo, that I'm going to be OpTic Gaming in the 2nd series of my professional LAN career, and he did, or 3rd, 4th, whatever it was. But he really did, and I'm really proud of the kid, man. I mean, he came out against like an overwhelming crowd, like serious numbers against him, and he brought the thunder. On the other side of the board is HyDra. I've got a thing for the dudes who are coming in with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, a lot to prove. HyDra has been criticized for being a selfish player. He's been criticized for being a player who doesn't necessarily like help his teammates as much, but both of those guys have done an amazing job in turning their games around. I'm excited to watch how far their careers can go.
Well, I'll just say, as someone who's watched esports for 20 years, you don't have to help your teammates for crap. If you are a star slayer and you can put up the numbers, you don't have to call out. They're already dead. HyDra's been doing that all week, and we got that Game 4 loading up right now, and I'm told We're going to the Fortress, so let's get some predictions here.
This one's
Mutineers'
probably
final score, Chance.
I mean, 250, like 160. I'll tip the cap a little bit. I feel like saying 160 is honestly being pretty kind because aBeZy New York has completely run the show.
I think it's going to be like 250 to probably 130. I think they're going to be able to pull away, get the breaks when they need to at the P2, P3. If you allow that chain to happen, New York have a lot of success on it. They're going to run away with this map.
Miles, tell me the Game 5 story again. How does it work?
The Game 5 story here, I mean, there's going to be some serious magic, brother. I don't know if either of these teams, or I don't know if Florida's got what it takes to go all the way, man. They're a little gassed out after a big day against OpTic. I'm with the boys here. I think Fortress, it's all subliners all day.
Chance, hold that thought, because I have the maps and modes for you, because this is Florida's game. Without a doubt, Brack's about to drop 39 on your face, and we are going to see Fortress Hardpoint followed by Mercado Search and Destroy as we close out day 2 by going the distance. Chance, make me a realist, though. How's this game 4 going to play out?
Okay, I will say, actually, just the idea that if Florida do spawn on the good side off the rip for aBeZy or Fortress, there's always that, like, blender, put them in the spawn trap potential.
Okay.
I mean, I know especially in scrims, the number of times where teams just go up 100-0 straight off the opening break, you can always have that kind of success. And if Florida can create that situation, then I think they have a chance on this map. But if they get there to Mercado, they're going to be feeling fantastic about themselves. But getting there is a problem.
Study. We're looking at a hard point there in that game 1, and that's not a subliner logo. I know we're jumping in mid-series, but how are you guys writing off Florida if they've already won one of these hard points?
That's the thing, man. It's like I said before the series even started, before we got into it, it's complete flip. You're thinking that New York are going to be able to walk away with the hard point, but Florida, they answer. You had a tremendous series earlier versus OpTic. You got to have some momentum going into your next series. They do it in the map number 1. Fortunately, it falls short in the map number 2, but I just think it's really scary, even if New York are spawning on the bad side for Fortress, because they're like one of the only teams that know how to get out properly. We see it do it, they do it all the time in control, and it's worked out flawlessly for this squad.
Yeah, I think they're one of 2 teams maybe at this point, or maybe a third is actually won an offensive round on control, but New York are definitely one of the finest to do it, which is why aBeZy is so scary. And I think we do rag on Florida a little bit too much and like overhype the 2-3-5 team. Their respawn or their hard point has looked pretty incredible. Like Vehicle and like Havoc, even when they were dropping like 0.7, 0.8, we're keeping games close, and now that they're picking things up a little bit more, it's much more competitive. They're getting their wins. aBeZy, though, it just looks scary.
It's a little bit of a punishing map, but here's what happens if you do win it. Let's take a look at the bracket and show you how this breaks down. Winner of this series goes on to play the Seattle Surge. That's a fight for top 3, basically. You got Toronto Ultra, though, going up against that Atlanta FaZe. So let's ask you this one, Miles. Who's got the tighter games tomorrow? Top half of the bracket or bottom half?
Oh, Chris, it's still early days. The bottom half, though, I mean, Vegas have been fantastic. That series against Atlanta FaZe, Chance and I had the privilege, nay, the pleasure of rolling that one, and it was so close. So I'm excited to see, again, these teams who we expect to be a little more slow, a little more tight, more methodical, going up against these, like, fast-paced teams. Surge, they're a fast-paced squad. FaZe can be super fast-paced. The style match up, I don't even know how to sort of call it anymore, because also, can I rewind to the series score here?
Yeah.
How did Florida win the hard point? How did they get absolutely bodied on the search like that?
It was 230 on the hard point. Yeah.
They're the 2-3-5 team.
This is what we've been talking about.
But I still don't understand. There's no one in the crowd to tell me what's going on. What's going on here? I don't understand anymore.
Let me explain to you what's happening, and it's not making any sense as I bring up numbers that just randomly tell a different story. We've got our KD leaderboard here, and we have 4 of the top 10 players from the subliners.
Oh, yeah.
They are fragging out here on the leaderboard. But like you said, they're out slaying, but the Mutineers, who don't have a single player on this top 10, are still walking away with the dub. Study, they're getting the important kills that matter.
Yeah, this is how you look at the leaderboard and know that New York probably haven't lost the majority of maps. They've only lost 1 map this entire tournament so far, so stats are going to be a little bit padded, but the biggest one that stands out for me is KiSMET, sitting at a 1.23.
Yeah.
This is Mr. Do-It-All, man. Leads in the comms, leads in the route, man. Like, he's leading even in the S&D with the play calls. The guy is doing everything for the team. A 1.23 above HyDra, like, that's the first time I've ever seen that.
Well, yeah, not only is that a little little bit crazy that he's above his teammate HyDra, but the fact that Pred is also that high and with more maps played, and also when they're taking more losses, he had like a 0.27 in S&D on the last series that we saw, and yet the respawn is carrying him that far ahead to be the leading SMG. So I don't know, Pred is orchestrating himself a bonkers tournament, which I suppose is absolutely no surprise, and even KiSMET, an absolute monster on the team.
And it's dope to see Cellium there from Atlanta. FaZe in the top 10. You also saw a member from their opponent tomorrow in the top 10. We'll see how they're able to handle it. Loser of this match, though, plays LA Thieves. Are you nervous at all if you're Florida Mutineers? Do you like that matchup? Are you more nervous if you're the Subliners, knowing their previous history against the Thieves?
Yeah, I think right now, if you are New York, you're pretty much based off confidence. Like, with the squad coming into the second week of qualifiers, they dominated both of those matches. They come in early into the tournament, clean 6-0. Then today in their series, they're currently up 2-1. So I think it's a better matchup for Florida if they do drop and play LA Thieves, because that S&D is so damn good. They can beat anyone on any given day.
And here is the map. We're going to Fortress. We're going to be kicking things off. Florida Mutineers on your screen first. On the other side, the Subliners, one map away from moving on into our winners bracket semifinals. It's going to be a good one, Chance, and we're kicking things off in 7 seconds. Give me the opening predictions, though. Is this good side, bad side from Florida?
Yeah, Florida,
what do they need to do?
As good as it gets, they need the strong opening break just because of the side that they're starting on. I'm saying like 60-40 odds of them winning the map, but if this goes poorly, that is going to drop dramatically and going to drop very quickly.
Oh my God.
Couple trades coming through, and hey, at least you're trying to keep them contained. No one crossed out just yet, and it's not the blender, but you at least have somewhat of the setup.
Little 2-for-2 trade happening early on. Major Maniac was that player that we wanted to highlight as a guy who needs a bounce back. You went triple negative in that game 3. The hot start early on is going to give you a lot of confidence moving forward, but Skyz with the pistol already causing some trouble here.
And that's also it right there. Just players on New York that were able to get out towards P2 that at least partially flipped those spawns. Again, it is all about dodging the blender, dodging the spawn trap, and Subliners already in a decent spot.
And Jay, this is a good spot for the Subliners, right? I mean, you spawn on the bad side. You've already flipped Mutineers number 3. He's right-hand side of the map now. That's bad news, Florida. You've given away a big advantage already.
Yeah, because when you start off on the better side, you usually want to trap them in. You potentially would do a great job of just chaining into the P2, but at least Brack has done a great job of just staying alive. Too bad none of his teammates find any kills besides Havoc, as Havoc should be getting traded as the player is going to spawn right behind him. In New York, it's a perfect way you want to start this game. On the bad side, you get about 10 to 50 seconds off P1, and then you're already starting off with this time off P2.
Chance, how does HyDra spawn with plates?
I don't know, man. He's a tough kill even when you're just shooting in the back, so not exactly a fun moment. And Skyz, by the way, on a map like this, 4-0 start, playing his life, collecting the hill time, snaking his way to victory. I mean, again, this is already just sort of the situation of when you're feeling the pain if you're Florida Mutineers. I suppose good news is you have the rotation over towards New. You can absolutely lock Fountain down for a full 60. The bad news is, even if you lock it down for a full 60, you get the bad spot.
Kind of cut tough, but Priestahh is able to find that initial gunfight. That's going to be 2 down. Unfortunately, a team kill does come in, but pay attention to the spawns for Florida. Now you're only going to have 2 players on this side of the map, and the break is going to be in for New York. That is a terrible sign for Florida. Mistakes right there that can basically allow New York to open this game wide open. The break has to come in soon, or New York are going to start running away with this one.
Miles, can you read Sky's score for me?
Yeah, it's a 6 in the K department. In the D department, it looks like 0. And that's not because of 0D, that's because of no deaths. The man is running it, and we just cursed him, Chris, but at the same time, this is an outstanding start from the Subliners. Bad side spawn, nothing but breaks. The scary moment here for the Subliners is, yeah, you got the hard point for now, but you're trapped. This is the trap. Right-hand side of the map. You need kills, you need to fly out. That's number 5's job right now. That's HyDra, and that's exactly what you want.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want to do. I mean, through and through. Maybe Havoc actually with the double to shut him down and the opportunity for Florida to sped up the blender spawn trap, but even then, it's a hill where you actually do have to play a little bit back on. Someone has to block the back spawns as well, so even this situation is not entirely ideal on top of the fact that you're down by 80.
80 points and growing, but Florida just jumping on that hard point. We'll see if they can hold. As we say it, 3 down. Last man standing is on the point, but his buddies are spawning in the back of the map. Let's go over to Sky's POV if we can. He's got the hard flanking.
Oh, New York able to just push right up on the street. They find the initial 2 kills. Now you have to stay alive if you're Major Maniac. At least you get the spawn closer towards that Sage side, but that's going to be KiSMET. Currently on a 3 spree, he finds 2. Havoc in a great position to at least take him off this time, but New York, they get the break with about 30 seconds left, and Florida just need a great hold, because if New York continue to get the remaining scrap time, just going to get closer and closer to that 250 mark.
There's just, I mean, not a hill where they've had any bit of success. Anytime they get the rotation, they get broken instantly. Anytime they have an opportunity to set up the spawn trap, it gets broken down, and it is more or less a masterclass so far on aBeZy for the side of New York, and a couple players on Florida feeling the pain.
That's 8 straight.
Double neg, and Vikal triple negative. Not having a good time.
I'm with you, Puckett. I think most of the New York Subliners are running plates right now. They've somehow managed to beef the HP, because these gunfights are so one-sided at the moment.
I'm just looking at that streak in the top right. HyDra on a 4 streak, KiSMET on your screen on a 4 streak, Skyz on a 3 streak, and you just got a kill from Priestahh. Everyone is starting to do damage, and no one from Florida can stop the bleeding. Who's the guy to step up? Brack's trying to be the man right now.
It's got to be the entire squad. Right now, we just got to make sure we hold down these money hills. That P3 bake is what you see the difference in the score line right now, but New York is doing a great job of just contesting. Florida are going to be spawning on the bad side. They're keeping it funky. They're trading the kills. They're able to get this remaining 20, but you have to get out. That's what Havoc is doing, going to try to finesse his way around R.
And he's the main slave for the team, so this could be the guy to actually go and try to make the plays, get to kill in the back, maybe try to lock it down, has help over towards P2. So a couple players from Florida making moves, and Priestahh is there, in fact, to shut it down instantly, and KiSMET with the follow-up, and they're just being funneled through the left side of the map and absolutely picked apart. The only moment of opportunity, that door gets closed right in their face.
Chance, you look a little bit sad, but I am smiling here because I'm looking at the numbers from Priestahh. He's #1 overall at this event. I don't think anyone would have predicted that if you're watching him online. What is it about this game right now, Miles?
Chris, honestly, it's so much more than just the gunny for the Subliners, man. They are at least 1 to 2 steps ahead of every single engagement right now. I mean, it's one thing to have rotation. It's another to be on top of spawns on a map this tiny and this difficult.
Priestahh on your screen once again. Just posting up, getting ready for the next big fight. Let's go to the subs as HyDra and Skyz trying to get position with HyDra up top.
My guy Vikal is having a bad one. Ross, I don't know if it's the caster curse or something, but 4 and 20 is not the way you want to come out. Now off the rotation, New York are going to be fully set up. You got the duo and Havoc and Major trying to push up through open arch, but unfortunately they get cut down, and you have to find a break soon because the game is just getting away from you.
This is such a tough map for it as well. I mean, Vikal is a player who we've seen be extremely high impact. This is a guy who's absolutely getting blended right now. I mean, for Vikal, I mean, I'm not a player. The best advice I give him is find a corner, post up, and hope for the best. Try to just turn the tide in your favor. But when things like that are happening, it's non-stop. It is so hard to get out of the blender right now.
Subliners just doing so much damage as individuals, and then you see the team pinch from behind. Priestahh working with KiSMET on the flank, and now they're just rotating once again. We broke 100, Chance. Are we getting over that 150?
I mean, all things considered, that was a pretty well-played P2, considering they started out getting like triple killed and had to fight their way through the front. Unfortunately, more bad news on rotation. They just get picked apart. Anytime there's like a little bit of life, they just get smoked, and now you got New York set up on the rotation. Players pushed out. They got everything they want.
But the crazy thing about this kind of map as well is if you get one decent hard point, you get one decent rotation, and everything turns around. You can play that advantage from hill to hill to hill. This is the chain hard point map right here, right now. I mean, it's not going to be easy to chain anything Priestahh doing what Priestahh's doing, but Jay, like, this is not over yet. For the Mutineers fans out there that are crying into their beverages, it ain't done yet.
Yeah, it ain't done until the fat lady sings. But unfortunately, you need to find a break on P3. That's going to be another 4 dead. Now all the spawns from Florida Mutineers are going to be in the front side of the arches. 30 seconds remaining on this P3. New York going to be able to start slipping out, but they're way more focused on picking up this time because the closer and closer they get to that 250, they know that this potential series is going to be theirs.
I want to know how much damage did Skyz take while surviving? Because he is always red, and he seems to be coming out just 1 bullet ahead of each fight.
20 and 8, Chris. 20 and 8 with 2 minutes to 3 in the hill time. Talk about a guy that does it literally all.
I also want to know how he got in that spot. He like HyDra dies on one end of the map, spawns up towards another, and I don't know, to me it's looking like Study's prediction might be correct at 251.30, or maybe Florida can get an extra little bit of scrap, but no, I think this map was done as soon as we saw aBeZy for map number 4.
All right, it needs to be perfect hardpoint from here on out. They are control of the spawns for now. You have Major Maniac finding that opening kill. It's a HyDra. Nothing's going to get sneaky through the street. Right now, New York, they just want to take their time. They know that all they need is one break, and they can potentially close out this series. As Florida so far with a great hold. Havoc finds that kill. Major with the second, Major with the third.
It is
trying to climb back.
24 kill difference in this game. Subliners outslaying the Mutineers, and they're getting the 4 down on almost every rotation. Mutineers scraping every second they can back here, Chance, but this is getting ugly. You're running out of mistakes.
No, I still think they'll be fine. I mean, HyDra is like the back pocket guarantee. They get the break for an extra couple seconds in this moment, and you're just going to open hills. HyDra, as you said, Bucket, he doesn't need to call out. He could just do his thing, and Subliners will walk away with this game.
Skyz jumping on the point. Gonna try and pick up the final 10. And as Study calls it, there's no one in position to challenge. Just one player upstairs. Brack doesn't even touch the ground before the full bullets find his head.
What a hard point from New York. The turning point in that game is just the first rotation of hard points. Like the fact that Florida needed a response once they got broken at P2. Keep in mind, they started on better side. They allowed New York to get on through, flip those spawns for P2. They needed a response at P3, but before the hell even pops, they go 4 dead. Then you allowed New York to get a full 60. That basically put them up by 90 points. Then they're on cruise control. A little bit here, a little bit there. Eventually they close out the game, almost by 100 points.
Hey man, there's one thing you can guarantee. The Florida Mutineers are probably going to eliminate OpTic from the tournament, and then after that, I mean, look, it's never, you never know. You never know what you're going to get, but you do know they're going to eliminate OpTic. That is the guarantee.
Chance, a lot of shockers on the day, but as we reflect on an epic first 2 days here, we're down to our top 8 teams. Biggest surprise for you in our opener?
New York is the biggest surprise without question. Again, they were, a bad week 1, instant bounce back on week 2, but the fact that they have been this good, the fact that they have all 4 players in the top 10 for the KD list, and the fact that Priestahh is the one that is topping them all, no one could have predicted that. By far the craziest thing.
Another 31 kill outslay to end game number 4 is going to send the Subliners moving forward in our bracket. Let's take a look at how we're shaping up as we head into day 3 of the CDL Major number 1. Subliners taking on the Surge. Toronto faces off against Atlanta FaZe in our second winter semis. And in the elimination rounds, now we know the Mutineers will battle against the Thieves while Røkkr takes on the Legion. It all continues tomorrow as we take a look at the full schedule. Miles, I gotta get your thoughts. Which matchup do the fans must tune in for?
Oh man, Chris, can I choose all of them?
Yes.
Okay, get them all in there, friends. It's going to be fantastic. This is just a ridiculous tournament to start the year off on MW2. We had high hopes coming into this one. Expectations have been blown out the water.
Study, for anyone who missed earlier parts of this show, what do they need to go back in the VODs?
And see how OpTic lost, man. OpTic lost, man. I couldn't believe that. I could not believe the way that they lost.
Against Florida?
Against Florida. It's like the first time they matched up and went all the way to around 11. This time around, they were hitting pull-ups on the last S&D map. Like, that's just unfortunate if you're OpTic. You got to go back, do some work in every single mode, because at least before this tournament, they were looking like the best search and destroy team in the game.
Dude, the pull-ups may be the greatest moment in competitive Call of Duty history.
I will put that up there. But if I'm OpTic right now, man, when it comes to playing against Florida, I don't know if you need to go see like a Psychic, get a Witcher or something, because you are cursed. There is something serious happening there that is outside of the game. They just, every time, when it comes to an elimination moment, they get done.
OpTic is out. Florida is in our elimination bracket, and you can catch them tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in to day number 2. We'll see you at 1:30 for day number 3.
You don't wanna see me with no limits. Rise to another level, dream to the finish with a team, independent, yeah. We moving like a steamroller, really, we extreme with it, feel me kinda mean with a better duck. Like we hit you with a cyber truck. We through the dirt and seen a lot of muck. We on the rise, man, your time is up. We put in work, you on a pile of luck. We on another level, better move and know your time is ticking. We about to cast it out and reel it in just like we fishing. I told you it would happen, maybe next time you will listen. Just because it glisten doesn't mean it's gone, so pay attention. We always stay consistent, keep on top of the mission. Squad, keep it authentic, give the haters some distance. We about to change the channel to me, we about to change your vision. If you moving with us, better keep it tuned and handle business. Handle business. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Come on. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you